It's like a Canadian salmon river.
The Prime Minister's floating potentially campaigning on state asset sales at the next election. Do you feel like you've successfully put this back on the agenda?
Well, I think we've put on the agenda that we need a more mature conversation. I see the reflexive knee-jerk from the Greens rule it out, as if the government can only ever buy things, and no matter how much money they lose, they should keep losing it. We need to be able to look at our balance sheet and say we own $570 billion odd worth of assets. Are they delivering for New Zealanders? Perhaps we need more pipes, pumping stations and roads for more homes.
Would some form of state asset sales be a part of what ACT would push for in potential coalition discussions?
I actually don't think it should be an either or. We should be continuously asking ourselves, do we own the right stuff? Because people work hard to pay those taxes. Right now we're paying $10 billion a year in interest on the $200 billion of debt that we have. That comes out of taxpayers' pockets. Do we own the right things for the debt we've taken on to own them? We need to be asking that question every day, not just, at some point with a binary debate.
Do you have a wish list of David Seymour's assets that he wants to sell?
No, because it's not about me, it's about getting a good return for the taxpayer. And so I would just say, look, are we making a profit from owning this? If we're making a loss, is it doing some public service that can't be done any other way? If that's the case, then we can make the decision, but you've got to have that kind of information.
Sure.
Sorry,
carry on.
Yeah.
But you mentioned QV in your speech. I mean, is that one of the ones that you'd be looking to sell?
Well, it's pretty hard to see why the government would want to be in the property valuation business, especially when it's serving another government in the form of New South Wales. Another way you could put it is, if we didn't own QV today, would we go out there, borrow money, have the taxpayers pay more interest so that we could own it? I think the answer to that is probably no.
And Treasury has started looking at all the SOEs and analysing their performance. Are there any that you believe would not be up to scratch?
Yeah, I'm really proud of that work. It's showing that on average, those businesses don't make a return on the money that we need to borrow to own them. Therefore, we're losing money on them. And then the question is, well, do they do something that we have to do as a government, or are they just competing with other private businesses that obviously anyone can do because there's other businesses doing it? And the answer for the most part is we need to ask harder questions about them.
What do you think the public appetite is for asset sales? The Citizens Initiated referendum was like 68%.
Yeah. People can get into that ideological debate. I think the public appetite is for better infrastructure, better roads, better pipes, better pumping stations, more homes for the next generation. And if we can use the $570 billion worth of stuff the government owns to get a better deal on that stuff, I think they'll go for it.
Is it still your belief that we should privatise the entire end of ferries?
Well, again, the government is going through a process right now of trying to work out how to procure them. But what the government signed up to is to set up a mixed ownership model company, and that might come under, the government has a policy of setting up a Schedule 4 company, which might subsequently have the question asked, there's a competing private business, are we making money out of this for the taxpayer to afford other stuff, or would we be better off without it so we didn't have to pay so much interest on debt? These are the questions we need to ask.
Do you think the public wants publicly owned ferries?
I think the public wants services and a country that works. It's actually a small minority of people, in my experience, who like to get into the ideology of it. Overwhelmingly, people say, can I get around this country, make a good future for myself and my family?
So if there was, a poll showing that there was public support for publicly owned ferries, would that change your mind?
Yeah, but there is a poll every day. People choose whether they go on the Blue Bridge or on the Inter-Islander. People are already very comfortable making that decision, and I suspect most people who cross the strait at some point have already made the choice to go on the private ferry. So, we can ask ourselves about the ideology. Well, let's talk about the practicality of people getting around. No, I don't, but I know how many ships each one has, and they each have a roughly equal number of people. So, and I assume that most people don't stick to just one ferry business. They probably go either way. So I think you could guess that at least half, if not more, have gone either way.
It's not just passengers, though, right? So a lot of the freight travels on the ferries. Do you think New Zealanders that use freighting services or buy any goods in the country would be on board with not having a publicly owned connection between the north and south?
Well, again, it depends which freight you're talking about. I mean, one major freight company uses aeroplanes, coastal shipping, trucks and trains, and the stuff that goes on trains can go in boxes on either of the two ferry providers. So when you look at their overall options for getting goods from Auckland to Christchurch, it's not just publicly owned ferries. That's one part of the mix. But if you ask people overall, how do they get stuff from one end of the country to the other? Actually, there's lots of options, and that's how we should approach these debates generally.
You said it was reflective for Chloe Swarbrick to say rule it out, but the Prime Minister has already ruled it out. Was it reflexive for him to do so in the first place?
What I've heard him say is that he's open to managing the balance sheet better, and in future terms of government he's open to doing it. That's a much more enlightened view than this kind of zero-sum politics, rule it out on ideological grounds. We ain't going to solve the problems we have as a country with the kind of politics that Chloe Swarbrick has brought to this debate.
Well, if it's so urgent, and we're in such a crisis right now, should he not revisit that rule out then?
Well, it's entirely up to him, but I just make the point, one of the reasons you need an ACT party is to put out the ideas that other people maybe aren't so keen on, but sometimes you find ideas that we put up initially unpopular, later people say, wish I'd thought of that.
Are there any healthcare examples that you think could do with privatisation that aren't at present?
Well, if you look at the way that we contract out operations, the previous government cancelled a lot of the contracting out of, for example, doing cataracts. Now, if you're sitting there with a cataract, you can get it done faster by a provider such as, say, Auckland Eye, which is in the Epsom electorate. What do you really want, ideology or vision? And if you get vision faster through a private provider, I don't think you care so much. Interestingly, sometimes the doctor is actually working for the government, but the surgery, what they call a wet lease, is actually owned by a private provider. So people get so hung up on this stuff. The reality is that right now every GP, every pharmacy, a lot of the surgery, a lot of the doctors are in private practice. There's already a mixture.
Do you believe
having a bank account should be a human right?
I believe that not being discriminated against on the grounds of your race or religion or gender or any other thing about yourself you can't change as a human right. Non-discrimination is definitely a human right, but the right to have a bank account requires that somebody out there somewhere has a duty to provide one for you, and I don't think you can say it's a right unless you know who's going to be forced to give you one.
The hotline that's been set up by John Minto, what is your thoughts on that?
It's absolutely disgraceful. You know, I grew up thinking John Minto was something of a hero because of the role that he played in the Springbok protest. As I've got older and got a little bit more to know, got to know a little bit more about John Minto, I think his behaviour is absolutely disgraceful and the complete opposite of what he stood for when he was leading those protests. What is it now, 44 years ago? He seems to have completely lost his way in life. I absolutely deplore what he's doing. It's disgraceful.
On the science sector reforms, the government's pivoting to funding research that might have commercial applications. Shouldn't it be the opposite, that the government funds the stuff that isn't commercial and the private sector funds the stuff that is?
Well, there's always an argument that the government should fund public good research. I understand that argument. I also just make the observation that if you're someone who works in a university and you know that you're not going to get a return on the research that you do, then that changes your incentives as well. So nobody has this right. I think there is a role for public good science funding, and through the universities the government will actually be doing a lot of that. But when it comes to research that can be commercialised, if I as a professor or a researcher or whatever can make money and end up being the next Whādi Mishriki who created power by proxy and sold it to Apple and made a lot of money and good on them, that's going to motivate me a lot better than having it all going into one pot.
But should the government be funding that stuff that could be commercial, right? Isn't it, I mean, to the point of privatisation and government involvement in commercial endeavours, that's this.
Well, I think the point is that most things are an element of public and private good. I think people want to have a go here, but look, I'm happy to have the debate about the nature of science funding and research another time, perhaps, because I think it'll really...
Sorry, just back on banking. Yeah. How do you differentiate between discrimination and risk assessment? So certain cohorts, certain industries might pose more risk. Insurers, banks, pricing risk is is like the fundamental to what they do.
Well,
what's discrimination and what's looking at factors and pricing accordingly?
I mean, if I decide that the ice cream business is very risky because of some theory I have as a bank that maybe people are going to stop buying ice cream, probably not a safe bet in New Zealand, but never know. then I apply that to all people who are ice cream sellers regardless. If I start, if I start saying I'm going to give to one ice cream seller but not another because I don't like, I don't know, Jewish ice cream sellers, that's discrimination.
Thank
All right, thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Hi, folks. How you going?
Did you catch in select committee this morning where Karen Shaw, a member of Te Pāti Māori, said that she didn't understand the essence of being Māori?
Seriously? Look, I think it's time we draw a line under this idea that you have to be a certain type of person to understand a type of person. I mean, the fact is, we're all here, we're all different, we're all doing our best, and we need to stop the discrimination of that sort.
Cool, thanks.
No problem. Thank you very much, guys.
Sorry, Nicola Willis also said, sorry.
You go, you do that, and I'll do the next one. Right. Nice. Right. Yeah, sure. Right, sorry.
So just on privatisation, are you able to give specific examples, please, of what you're thinking to privatise and what might impact on Manawhenua or iwi?
Well, first of all, you've got to check your assumption. I haven't suggested privatising anything. What I have said is that the government's got a balance sheet of $570 billion, and we should be relentlessly asking ourselves, do we own the right stuff? And if we own different stuff, could we do better? All I've suggested is that maybe that's a question that we should start asking ourselves as a government. And unfortunately, people have rushed to, well, which thing? Actually, I just want to get us to the point where we're comfortable with the idea that the government doesn't have to own everything it owns forever. And often, there's things we need more than what we have now.
People would be keen to know, though, if there are specific things that you have in mind.
Yeah, well, I've just told you there aren't.
Surely there are some ideas you have, and you did list some. TVNZ listed by the taxpayers union. Are those things the government should own?
Sorry, listed by who?
The taxpayers union.
Okay, well, they're welcome to list their own things. I'm not, so there you go.
There's this idea that it'll cost consultants to progress with the treaty principles bill. What do you make of that?
Well, it's costing money because so many people have made submissions, and even people who say that they don't support the bill or don't think Parliament has the right to legislate what the principles are have come by in the hundreds of thousands to participate in a democratic debate at Parliament. The one thing that I think is always worth spending money on is democracy, and if it takes money to process those submissions because people have made them, then I think that's something we have to do.
Do you have an idea on how much that might cost?
Look, that's actually up to the select committee. I think it's wrong for ministers to get involved with select committees. They should be independent, but I'm sure if you ask them, they'll be happy to answer your questions.
I think it's the Minister of Justice that has to pay for that. You're the Associate Minister. Labour reckons there'll be hundreds of thousands coming from that minister on consultants. Is that a good use of money?
Well, once again, I just say if it's for democracy, if it's a result of New Zealanders wanting to have their say, then actually I think it's worth it. I think we actually do too little listening to people. In fact, I think for 50 years we've failed to listen to people in relation to the Treaty of Waitangi. That's why it's become so divisive, and I hope that ultimately allowing this discussion will help heal some of that division.
The Finance Minister said that the budget this year won't be so much focused on the numbers, but more about regulation and law changes. Is that what the budget's for?
Look, I mean, obviously the budget is always going to be focused on numbers, but it's also absolutely true that many of the costs that government faces are because of regulation, just like many of the costs that New Zealanders every day in their work and their lives face are because of regulation. And if we can find ways to reduce the cost of regulation, then that actually can be a win-win for the taxpayer, for the government, and for everyone else affected by it. And that's why, I'm proud to be spearheading regulation in this government. I think it's an important thing.
Is there no money to talk about in this budget? Is that why you're bringing in regulation and money?
Well, I think everyone knows that there's no money. You just have to look at the forecast. This country has a serious fiscal challenge. $17 billion deficit forecast this year. $10 billion of that is covering interest on existing debt, and that's going to lead to $200 billion worth of debt next year. That is the hospital past we've inherited. We are trying to turn that around, and a better regulatory environment is crucial to that.
A Te Pāti Māori MP told Karen Shower this morning in Select Committee that she did not understand the essence of being Māori. Do you know, have you spoken to Karen about that?
Look, I haven't spoken to. I've just heard about that in an interview on the bridge now. Obviously, I'm pretty shocked and offended by it. But I just make the point that, everybody is different in some way. If there's no area of common understanding, then we're never going to be able to solve the more serious problems we have. And I just, implore Te Pāti Māori to start focusing more on our common humanity than on ancestral or ethnic differences. That's all I say.
Ask you about the Epsom electorate. There's speculation with the proposed boundary change that will be coming out soon, that Epsom could be the one to possibly go. Are you concerned about that?
Well, I'd be mortified if the greatest electorate in the history of Westminster democracy was to be removed by the Representation Commission. Let's just see what they say. I mean, they could do anything. There's other speculation they'll remove an electorate from the Wellington region, so who knows. On the other hand, if there is a suggestion that is going to disadvantage the people in the suburbs I represent, I'm sure there'll be very strong representations in phase 2 of the process that actually we like our community of interest. We're an electorate based around our school zones. We have natural physical barriers from Dominion Road to the Ōrākei Basin that really define our communities, and we would like to stay together.
Is ACT putting in a submission for the boundary changes?
You betcha.
And they will be saying, let's keep Epsom?
We'll be saying that the principles are that infrequent change is important, communities of interest are important, that Epsom actually has shown that it has those things over a long period of time, and that there's a good case that among the priorities should be keeping electorates like Epsom, long-standing electorates, together. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Hi folks, how can I help?
How's your relationship with the Prime Minister?
Very strong, very constructive, and really our opposition's worst nightmare. Much as they'd love us to be divided, we're actually delivering a very good policy program around improving the economy. I'm really proud of my contribution to that.
Can you describe the tenor of your meeting with him last night?
Yeah, it was very good, very constructive. We're obviously talking about how is the government going to open up to overseas investment, which I'm responsible for, how are we going to do a deregulation program, how are we going to get through this budget and save New Zealanders money by reducing debt and interest payments. So.
Do you think he saw your point of view on why you wrote that letter to the police?
Well, again, I'm not going to go into every part of the conversation. I'm happy to talk about what it's like generally. But what I would say is it's fair for people to have different views and still work together very strongly. Actually, that's healthy. What is unhealthy is groupthink. I think we need more civil disagreement and more people with different views to be able to work together better. In fact, that's what I think we lack in New Zealand politics.
You both called each other ill-advised, last night. Is that something you've patched up, or is it just something you're going to have to?
I don't think we need to patch it up. Our relationship is strong. But I just correct one thing. We both called someone's actions ill-advised. In his case, my writing of a letter, and in my case, his description of that action. But at the end of the day, you can still have a very strong response for a relationship with a person without necessarily agreeing with everything they say.
Is it frustrating that you're spending so much time talking about this rather than the government's growth agenda?
Not really. I mean, I can't control the media. If the media want to talk about this, then I'll answer your questions as I always have.
Do you really expect us not to cover you driving up Parliament on a Land Rover? I mean, of course we're going to cover that.
Well, I wish you'd put more coverage into the charity that deserves a lot of people's support to help kids with, problems with their hearts, speaking skin-based heart valves that grow as their hearts grow, so they don't have to have multiple operations. That's the only thing I'd say.
An insight into how you plan to operate as Deputy Prime Minister, talking about wanting to have more public disagreement and the public being okay with that?
No, I don't necessarily want to have more disagreement, but sometimes if you stand for things, then disagreements are an inevitable result. The question is how you handle it, and I actually think that Chris and I do a very good job, bearing in mind that we actually agree on probably 80% of stuff.
But you do think that MMP has evolved enough for you as Deputy Prime Minister to take a different public position to the Prime Minister and stand by your own policies and thoughts, right?
Yeah, I think New Zealand and politics are maturing. People are able to accept that people are from different parties, they have different views, and it's actually healthy to be able to work with people that you sometimes disagree with. I think the whole society can benefit from that, and I certainly do my best to do it too.
Do you think that will present quite a different approach to the Deputy Prime Ministership then when you take over in May?
Well, we signed up for a coalition government, not for groupthink, so there are some things that we are absolutely in lockstep about when it comes to the overall economic government policies of the government, the budget that we're bringing down, various legislative initiatives around crime and our relationship with foreign powers. You'll find us in absolute lockstep, but that doesn't mean that we always agree on every single thing.
Do you think that you owe the security guard that you basically trashed in the media an apology for the way that you talked about him?
Well, I wouldn't describe it as that. I just make the point that...
You said that he was the one putting himself in danger.
Well, that is a fact.
But you were the one driving the car.
Well, if you have a moving vehicle and you go that close to it, then you are putting yourself in danger.
But in his defence, you were driving it towards Parliament. You didn't have permission for that. He was doing his job, and you went on media and you trashed him.
There were ways that he could have described or could have intervened that were less less dangerous. Well, by not putting himself so close to the wheels of a moving vehicle.
Do you think it's one law for you and one law for everybody else? That you're allowed to drive up the steps of Parliament, but the public aren't. So one law for you, one law for others?
No, I don't think that.
On the security guard, is there any further action being taken around that, like Parliamentary Service Committee or anything that you're discussing?
Look, not that I'm aware of. I mean, look, if I bump into the guy, I'll chat to him, of course, but I just reject the idea that I've quote-unquote trashed him. That's not true.
And
but
how
why
much
do you
detail
think...
can you give about the conversation you had last night? Where did you two leave it specifically on this issue of the letter?
Well, clearly we both have different views about the events and we've expressed those publicly, but what's important, it doesn't affect our overall view of how we work together and what's important for us to do together as a government.
So an agree to disagree, essentially?
Well, of course, that has a much different meaning in the coalition agreement. We haven't invoked that in that formal
Why did you
sense.
decide to drive up the stairs then, knowing full well that you weren't allowed to do it?
Well, I didn't know that was the point.
You've spoken about the maturity of MMP. Do you believe that that's how the public view it? You know, when they're seeing these disagreements between you and the Prime Minister, do you think that they view that as, you know, that's an okay thing, it's just MMP in action? Or do you think that, you know, from their perspective, it looks messy?
When I go out and just knock on doors, talk to people, visit shops, listen to people at events, I find New Zealanders are a lot more wise and mature than they're sometimes given credit for on social media and, dare I say it, in mainstream media. Yes, I think most New Zealanders actually get that people work together, they come from different backgrounds, they have different views. What they want to see is, can you deliver on the stuff that really matters, and I believe we can.
You don't think that voters will view you as undermining the Prime Minister?
I'm sure that there are some in the media that would like that to be the story, but it's not. Yeah.
This morning, you said that if you knew all of the facts about Holden Paulson's case that you do now, you wouldn't have sent the letter. Why didn't you just say that in the first place?
Beg your pardon?
Why didn't you just say that in the first place?
Well, first of all, I wasn't asked. Second of all, we've issued a statement about those events. Obviously, there are issues around confidentiality of constituents that I've helped. You know, thousands, if not tens of thousands of people have sought the help of my electorate office since I've been an MP. And generally, the first rule is we don't talk about constituency cases unless they are otherwise publicised.
In hindsight, should you have gone to the IPCA rather than the police themselves?
I think that's certainly something that I could consider in the future. However, I just make the point that, you know, as the police minister himself today said, local MPs can be a conduit. The police website says, if you feel they've been treated unfairly, go to your MP. I have this guy in front of me.
What to do on the police website?
Well, that's certainly true, but it shows that MPs have a role. And obviously, as the police minister said today, there could be a variety of responses. There's clearly a fine line. My letter is incredibly careful to point out that I respect the constitutional autonomy of police, and yet the constituent felt he had nowhere else to go, and so I conveyed his concerns.
During an interview with News Talk ZB last night, you were making some comments about the reporter who broke the story. What are you insinuating?
What I'm saying is that I think the insinuation made that I only help people who are donors was disgraceful. And frankly, I think what's really important is that if you live in the Epsom electorate, I will help you whether you're absolutely penniless. Some people are homeless. Our electorate office makes a big effort to help them. Other people aren't. We help them too. I've helped people who openly castigate because they hate my politics. In the case of Bomber Bradbury, he's publicly thanked me for my help. That insinuation in that story was disgraceful.
How was that insinuated?
You also questioned though whether she was taking payment. What were you insinuating there?
No, I just made the example that it would be a terrible thing for me to say, and that's why I wouldn't say it, but it actually puts in perspective what it means to make accusations like that of politicians.
How was that insinuation made?
I simply said...
How did the journalist make that insinuation?
Oh, by saying that I'd been asked if the constituent was a donor and hadn't answered the question, but not referred to any other question that had been asked, answered or not answered. In order to ask a whole lot of questions and then put all the emphasis on that one as a device designed to make an implication that I find deeply offensive as absolutely incorrect. Beg your pardon?
Did your statement answer that question?
Well, actually, it was well known that the question could not be answered because of confidentiality reasons. So to ask a question you know the person can't answer and then make a point of them not answering it to give an insinuation of corruption, I think is disgraceful.
Why couldn't you put that in your statement? That you
Beg your pardon?
Why couldn't you put that in your statement?
Because I overestimated the professionalism of the journalist.
Oh, come on, man! You're playing the man, not the ball here.
No, it's actually true. The answer is, if I thought if I'd imagined for a moment that would be an issue, then I would have clarified. But actually, I didn't think for a moment that someone would go out of their way to make such an insinuation.
Have you referred other constituents to the IPCA in the past?
Look, I believe I have. I've written, for example, to the Minister of Justice. I think I've referred some to the IPCA.
So just why was this different? Why didn't you think that the IPCA was the appropriate route?
Look, to be perfectly honest, these are events that occurred 3 years ago. I don't have a reason for that because I can't recall the reasoning. But reasonable people could make the case for going to either of them.
Is that something that you would be prepared to look back on, considering the focus on this and potentially your correspondence, why you thought that the police rather than the IPCA?
Yeah, look, I'm always open to living and learning, getting better every day, sure.
How problematic is it to have national in the low 30s?
Look, frankly, this is an economy where voters are voting on the economy. They will eventually, I believe, vote on how the government responds. And I'm very confident in the economic plan we're putting in place that people are going to feel they're better off. But I can understand people right now, with the amount of economic pain there is, saying, look, I need to blame someone, and the people in the office right now who I'm blaming, we will ultimately be judged on how we respond, not what the circumstances are like right now. And just remember, this is a recession that started under the last government. Thank you. Hey folks, how you going?
Good. Hey, why did you drive up the steps after you knew you weren't allowed to?
Well, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to. What I did know is that it was for a good cause. It was reenacting something that had happened before. There's no specific rule against it. Nobody was harmed. What it has done is draw a lot of attention to a fantastic charity.
The organiser told you a couple of times at security told them you weren't allowed to go up those stairs, and you joked about it, saying, what are they going to do, send me to the Privileges Committee?
As soon as I was aware that the Speaker himself had expressly forbidden it, I stopped. I hadn't been aware of that previously. I'm aware of what the rules are. There's no specific rule against it. But the Speaker, of course, can make those determinations. When I found out he had, stopped.
Why were you laughing about being sent to the Privileges Committee? Like, why were you shrugging that off?
Well, I think it would be an absurdity, and as the Speaker has said, there's no way that can happen.
Some people have also raised the fact that to Ho had been put in that place and driving between them is potentially offensive and breaking teacup. Did you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just live in the physical world. I think what's important is that we understand what the physical consequences are. People have different views about spirituality, but this is a secular parliament.
So we should just ignore all cultural views?
No, that's not what I said at all.
You said you want to live in a physical world, so should we just ignore all cultural views, like that being stressed by?
Well, I think our system of government should be secular. Yes.
Are you expecting you will be sent to the Privileges Committee?
Well, someone would have to make a complaint. No one's done that, and the Speaker has said that there's absolutely no grounds for it. So on that basis, probably not. But of course, I always have to respect the decisions of others in this institution.
Are you happy with the way that ACT MPs are defending ACT party policy in select committees?
Look, to the best of my knowledge, they've been doing a fantastic job. If there's anything that you'd like to bring to my attention, I'm sure I can respond to it.
Do you think all of the National Party MPs respect all of the ACT party MPs?
Look, I'm sure that as with any organisation and group of people, there will be people who from time to time disagree. But overwhelmingly, we have a coalition government that works together very, very well, much better than our opponents would like us to.
Is there any cattiness behind the scenes?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did your actions in driving the Land Rover up the steps detract from the charity and what they're trying to achieve?
Well, if you go to the charity site, there are hundreds of people giving thousands of dollars and actually putting comments thanking me for drawing it to their attention, so I'd say quite the opposite.
So you think that the average New Zealander knows what that charity is trying to achieve?
Yeah, I think they are, because they're going to its website and giving it money. And while I don't want to expressly endorse the charity, I think it's a great thing.
What's your position on liberalising access to military-style firearms?
Well, first of all, that's not actually a legal category. I believe that what's important is that we put the emphasis on the people. So rather than on the people, rather than on the firearms, and that is the tenor of the reforms that Nicole McKee is bringing about.
Thank you.
Oh, your turn. See you, mate. Yes.
Yeah. I just ask what you think of, just around.
So this poll is, we don't want to offend the poll, so be careful.
Cameras on boats, do you think footage gained from cameras on boats should be subject to the OIA?
Look, I think that first of all, there's a discussion document going out, and the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries is commenting on that. But I just make the point, it's not so long ago that people were claiming that there should be camera footage in chicken coops as well as boats. Now, if you want to get to a world where the government has cameras everywhere and people can then, request footage as public information that's been taken on your private property, I think that there'd be a lot of people who would say, hang on a minute, I'm not sure we want to go to that world.
Yeah, so the Minister is saying that you guys have discussed at a cabinet level the idea of cameras on boats and New Zealand First aren't supportive, but he's supportive of obviously not having it subject to the OIA. Do you have a stance on that?
Well, look, my question is the camera on boats actually good value for money? Because often what happens is people want to put in security cameras, but the real cost is in watching them. So, let's first of all ask if they're good value for money. Then we can deal with the privacy, and then we might get somewhere. But I think generally, surveilling someone's private property, making that public information, and then making that subject to the OIA that anyone can access, you've got to ask yourself, is that really what the state should do in a free society that respects people's privacy?
If your coalition partners agreed to some kind of a deal regarding asset sales or privatisation, etc., are there any companies that you would potentially look at first?
Well, I haven't gone down the track of identifying which companies could be sold. I mean, it's easy to think of examples where you ask, why do we own QV, a property valuation company? That's not something the Government of New Zealand needs to do, but that's just an example. Actually, the government has underway a process of evaluating the public purpose of owning different companies, and as that project continues, I think there'll be a much more robust sense rather than me just naming a company because you asked me.
The media principles that Culture and Heritage put out this morning, I mean, I know they're just proposals. I know they're just proposals at the moment, but should they sort of come to Cabinet, how likely would you be interested in exploring some of those?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry, a rare event, but I haven't actually seen them this morning. I know they would have gone through Cabinet a while back, so I don't want to try and give an answer. I'm happy to get back to you when I've had another squiz at them, but I haven't seen them since I went through Cabinet months ago, so yeah.
Are your MPs pretty friendly with the National Caucus?
Yeah, they are. A lot of really strong relationships, and I heard that there's something you guys are asking about, but I can tell you, whatever it is, I view it as the exception. All right, thank you very much, guys. Howdy, folks. How can I help?
Any update on the investigation into this children that were served hot plastic for lunch?
Yes, there's been a full investigation at one of the 27 regional kitchens. They overheated the oven, they set the wrong temperature. That led to the burning. There then was insufficient quality control to stop it being sent out. All of that has been investigated and clear instructions have been put in place to prevent it from happening again.
That's a multitude of failures.
Well, it's really two. One was burning it, and the second was sending it out. But in both those cases,
have eyes on it for it to make it all the way to the school children with burnt plastic.
well, you've got to bear in mind there's 143,000 of these meals going out every day. It's a very significant number of meals. It's a couple of million already this year, and as a result, we've got it right just about every time. In this case, it was wrong, and we've done something about it.
Why did you miss your meeting with the Education Minister?
Well, the meetings was organised on the basis that we both had to go to caucus. Caucus, you can't really control the timing. If it goes over, we couldn't meet, and that's what happened.
So when are you next going to meet with her then?
Some answers from you about what's going wrong with the school lunch program and what you're going to do to fix it. What are you going to tell her when you do meet with her?
Well, frankly, I'm working through this with the Prime Minister. I've briefed a number of ministers about it. Really, it's as simple as we've had a series of challenges. People said we couldn't deliver on time. We're now delivering on time 100% of the time. There's some complaints about some of the quality of the food. We're working to overcome that. Where we get to in the end is delivering in full, on time, with the quality promise. I'm actually pleased with the way it's going.
Are you going to give her the answers that she wants, though? But Erica Stanford specifically has said that she wants some questions answered.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, I've briefed the Prime Minister. I will get to her. But we have regular scheduled meetings. I think this one was scheduled 2 weeks ago, and we'll now reschedule it. So we'll get there.
When will those
the
issues?
shambles, the fiasco, they're called disgusting. What's your response to them?
Well, when the opposition said that, they were showing pictures of their own school lunches. I mean, let's be realistic here. The opposition put in place a budget that reserved no money for healthy school lunches in 2025. We have found $170 million and found a way to do it for half the price. Have we had teething problems? Yes, we've been really open and upfront about that. Are we overcoming those problems? Yes. Are there a lot of people who actually think that the meals are very good? Yes. So altogether, we're very comfortable with where we're at. I don't think an opposition who budgeted no money for this program and criticises their own meals on social media really is credible in their criticism.
Accuse you of sabotaging it intentionally in order to get rid of it altogether.
Look, conspiracy theories are a shameful thing, and when you hear major political parties in New Zealand peddling them, you have to worry.
Are you flying school lunches from Hamilton down to Invercargill now?
Once again, I'm not getting involved in the operation. It's true that they're produced in Hamilton, and some of those are distributed in Invercargill. I don't expect they'll generally be flown though.
When you were in opposition, you could.
I don't generally expect they'd be flown, but I don't get involved in the precise operation. So,
You said that
yeah.
when you were in opposition, you said that 10,000 lunches going to waste was unacceptable. Are you confident that the wastage under your program is less than that?
I'm confident that it will be. We haven't been able to measure wastage at that level of precision yet because there's a bunch of other things that they're standing up. Bear in mind that we've had to get this all going in a matter of months. I'm sure that once we get to where we'd like to be, the wastage will be lower.
When will those issues be resolved? Like, what's the timeline?
I think at the practical issues we're facing now, it's a matter of weeks. I expect to start term 2 in tip-top shape, but I also just point out that there will always be people that criticise them. Even when we get it perfect, some people have different tastes and don't like things. One of the reasons we get different views is it depends on what they were getting under the previous system. The previous system was very inconsistent, so there are some children who say this is much better than last year, others say it's worse.
There's a difference between someone not liking something and you sending halal-friendly ham or burnt plastic to children, right?
So once again, I'm mainly focused on the comments I was receiving about people liking the quality. Certainly in relation to halal friendly, we've been in touch with FIANS. We're working really well with them to resolve that issue. When it comes to the burning, we've addressed that. That is a very bad failure, but it's something that we've been onto within 24 hours.
The Prime Minister
with allergies? What about the labels that were mislabelled for children with allergies?
Well, again, there's 143,000 meals a day going out and totally newly done and a wide range of preferences. That is the challenge we face. I believe that we're overcoming those challenges. People will always look at the times that we got it wrong. I look at what are we doing about it and are we getting better?
The Prime Minister there's always going to be a mistake here and there. If we get to the start of term 2 and there's still a series of issues, will you stand down as the Education Minister?
Look, I have no intention of doing that.
Where's the accountability if there continues to be issues?
Well, bear in mind that your question is about associate education. This is one of many parts of my education portfolio. In terms of this particular issue, I'm just focused on fixing it.
Will you hand over the Prime Minister to someone else? Will you hand over the Food and Schools program to someone else if you can't fix it by term 2?
Look, if someone else was willing to take it, but frankly, this is a big challenge and I'm enjoying it.
Nobody else wants to take it.
I didn't say that. I just said in order for you to do that, someone would have to want to.
The Prime Minister started the Murchison Area School.
Yeah, Murchison. Sorry, can I just go to Craig on Murchison Area School? Yes.
What actually is happening as a result of that mishap?
Well, the people in that particular regional kitchen have been given clear instructions. They've analysed what went wrong and told how not to do it again.
The Prime Minister has said that...
Well, again, you can take the view that the beating should continue until morale improves. I'm focused on how do we fix it as fast as possible for the benefit of children and taxpayers alike.
The Prime Minister has said that if parents don't like this, they can pack their kids a Marmite sandwich and an apple. Is that a sentiment that you agree with?
Well, I just trade in facts. The Prime Minister is absolutely correct. Parents do have that option. We haven't banned, taking your kids' own lunch to school with them. They're allowed to do that.
In the last few moments, Donald Trump has paused all military aid to Ukraine. Can I ask your reaction to that?
Well, look, the United States is a sovereign country and President Trump is their elected leader and commander-in-chief. What's important is that New Zealand, as far as we're concerned, continue to stand by Ukraine. We continue to send military and other aid, sanction Russia, and allow Ukrainians to come and settle here. That's our position. The United States are their own country.
Should the Education Minister take over for the food in schools?
No, I don't see why not. I don't see why. At the moment, we have a series of challenges that we're working through. We've got a track record of working through them. People said we couldn't deliver on time. We're now delivering on time. People say that there's a problem with quality. We're fixing the problems with quality. We're actually in a good place if you measure it by how we're solving problems. And bear in mind, saving $170 million a year.
Do you still want the spotlight?
Oh, look, I'm always really proud to serve. If I get a good result for the taxpayer and the children, all the prouder.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks. Howdy.
Four-year terms.
You absolutely can ask me about four-year terms. What would you like to ask?
For a colleague, just want to make sure that ACT will be supporting it all the way through.
Yeah, look, we're absolutely committed. We know that a lot of people are very sceptical about this, but we think it's an important debate to have. And ultimately, having longer, more sober lawmaking in New Zealand is going to be good for stability, which I think is what a lot of people need, because people are sick of flip-flopping, whether they're infrastructure investors, educators, you name it. They want more stable policy making, and that's what this is about.
Have you talked to other parties about what their position is on it? We understand Labour's putting it to the first, at least to the first reading.
Look, it's not actually my bill, so
I mean, from
yeah. So.
Interest in it.
Yeah, look, it's ultimately Paul Goldsmith's bill. Obviously, the bill is modelled off one that I had in the previous term of Parliament, but I shouldn't be the one, lobbying people on this. That's up to Paul. I think what will happen is that it'll go off to select committee, and I suspect that there may be changes to the bill, and I welcome that. I'm not saying everything I wrote the first time got dead right. But I think the two basic ideas of a four-year term and making the select committees independent, I think both of those things will give New Zealanders a more stable lawmaking environment. That will allow more growth and more certainty, and it's a good thing for New Zealand. So I know in a way we're on a hiding to nothing with politicians saying trust us for another year. I get that. But I also believe that this is something that will be good for all of us in the long term, no matter who's in power.
What are you hoping to have a yarn about with Erica Stanford tomorrow regarding the school lunches? I mean, is it going to be kind of a high-level thing, or get to the nitty-gritty?
Well, again, I mean, I don't have any current plan to meet with her that I'm aware of. I'm sure we'll get to meeting. We meet reasonably regularly, about once a month. But as far as any specific issue, we got time.
So much has been made about this meeting and the delays.
A little bit. I mean, we meet pretty regularly, so yeah.
Have you explained yourself to it?
Beg your pardon?
Have you explained yourself to it?
Sorry, can you? The last two words you keep swallowing.
Have you explained yourself to Eric Stanford?
No. Why would I do that?
What would you want answers?
Well, again, I'm responsible to the cabinet for this particular issue, and that's how I operate. I think this whole thing's a bit overblown, frankly.
Are associate ministers responsible to the primary minister?
Well, in this case, I'm responsible for a significant government policy. I'm working through it. I'm keeping people informed as I need to, and I'm sure I'll get to talking to Erica about it soon enough.
Has she mischaracterised that meeting, do you think?
Well, look, I mean, the simple facts are this is a meeting that we have regularly. This one was scheduled, I think several weeks ago. Had a lot of stuff on the agenda. It could only have been about 20 minutes long because it was sandwiched between caucus and a cabinet committee that I chair. So, I think the way it's been written up in the media is probably a bit bigger than I would have thought.
Just the way that she said it I have asked David Seymour for a meeting this morning. Does that not indicate that she's called you in?
Well, the meeting, was, as I understand it, was actually scheduled 2 weeks ago as part of a regular catch-up. So, make of that what you will. Generally speaking, if I have a meeting, I think the agenda is to help guide the discussion, to help people meet, share information, and make decisions. It's not usually something you need to release before the meeting to the media.
When she talked about it, she basically said that she wanted some answers from you. Is that a fair way to characterise your relationship?
Not at all, no. Look, it's a very collegial relationship, and I hesitate to mention any other discussions, but I did actually brief all ministers, including her, about this yesterday, and they're all quite comfortable with it. So I wouldn't normally go into that level of detail, but I think it's important context.
There was a discussion at Cabinet about it?
Well, I would never confirm or deny any discussion at Cabinet, but I would say that I briefed multiple ministers on Monday, and they seem very comfortable with the situation, including her.
Did Young Act pull a prank on Jan Tinetti?
I've heard a rumour of that, but I couldn't possibly confirm it.
You could just ask them, couldn't you?
Well, they might be working on a confirm nor deny, who knows?
Just on your associate finance minister role, Nicola Lawson was saying that you kind of come in, that when the ministries have worked with the minister, there may be some situations where you sort of come in and, I guess, turbocharge some of those savings. How have you been finding that so far? Have they been open to that?
Yeah, look, I've basically been sort of beating the bushes. Everyone's checking down behind the back of the couch because we've got a big deficit and we need to balance the budget for the good of New Zealanders. And so far, I've been going back and forth with different ministers, and I'm sure that we will find, if not hundreds of millions of dollars worth of savings, maybe even more.
This is just to confirm a bigger role than you did play last year. Are they being, once you see it, is it kind of more up to you whether they are saving enough?
Yeah, no, look, ultimately it's up to Nicola Willis. I'm just sort of helping out here. Last time she asked me to do this with MB, we saved about $500 million. It's kind of harder this time because we saved a lot of money last time, so there's less money to save this time. But nonetheless, I'm doing my work to try and put up some suggestions for saving. But ultimately, it's up to Nicola to put together the budget. I'm just giving the advice.
Is ACT fully behind time of use charging?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think I know that it can be unpopular because people say, look, why should I pay for a road that I've already paid for? But I also know that wherever it's introduced around the world, Stockholm, Singapore, it gets more popular after it's been in place because people see that they get less congestion, better roads, get where they need to get faster.
When Erica Stanford was asked if she had confidence that you could sort this out, she said, well, that's why I'm meeting him today. Should she be expressing more confidence in you as a minister?
Look, it's actually up to the Prime Minister. So, I have a good relationship with Chris. I've actually called him over the last few weeks and said, look, mate, there's a few challenges here, but here's how we work through. And Chris has said to me, look, it sounds like you're on it, which is what he said publicly.
Is she stepping outside her boundaries?
Look, it's totally up to her to say whatever she'd like. All I know is that we've got a big program, $170 million of taxpayer money. There's some problems with it that we're fixing. I'm working to do it as fast as possible. If Erica would like to meet about it, I'll get to her as soon as I can.
On Q&A, she kind of admonished you for stepping outside your lane. Is she stepping outside her lane here?
Well, once again, if you go back to that, I think that was an unfortunate misunderstanding. Guy and Espina read her a partial quote. My full quote was I actually said, teacher-only days are up to the Minister of Education, which is true, and she subsequently issued the very guidance that I spoke of, and we've got a much better result. I got involved with this because I'm involved with attendance, and I think taking lots of teacher-only days can actually send the wrong message when we're saying students have to be there every day. Erica's done exactly what she was going to do, and it's perfectly consistent with what I said. So again, people want to blow these things up. I think that's a bit of a minor misunderstanding, to be honest. Yeah. All right, thank you very much, team. See you later. Howdy, folks. How you going?
What's your reaction to Adrian Orr resigning?
Look, that's up to the Reserve Bank Board. What's important for New Zealand is we get a really great Reserve Bank governor who can manage the financial sector well and keep inflation stable.
What's your reflection on his time in the role?
Look, I've heard people say farewell and thanks for the inflation. But ultimately, this is a guy who had a really important job to do. He's now moved on. And I think what's really important is that we get a really good person in the position next, because if the last 5 years have shown anything, it's how important the Reserve Bank Governor role is. The pain people have felt through the cost of living crisis over the last 5 years shows we need to get a great Reserve Bank Governor, and that's up to the board.
Who said that person? Who said that?
I can't remember, someone just whistled it to me on the way here.
Well, in the last 5 minutes since it's been announced.
Yeah.
So between the Beehive and here.
Well, it's amazing how many people you can meet in that short space of time.
Have you teed up a time to meet with Eric Stanford yet?
I don't think so, but we'll get to it. It's just a very busy week.
Do you not see it as a priority?
Well, to be honest, I've got a lot of priorities, and I'm not going to list them all out here.
Yep.
But fair to say it's a pretty busy week, and we'll get to her in good time.
Why did you say there was a meeting supposed to be happening today?
Look, to be really honest, I'm not sure the New Zealand public are up for a live blog of People's Diary organisation, but I can tell you, we'll get to it, and good time, and it'll be a good meeting.
People are really interested in this subject. There's been a lot of issues with it, so they want to know what the ministers are doing to try and solve it.
Yeah, and again, I've fronted a lot of media talking about what we're doing, been really upfront and honest about this. So the way I approach problems is, if there's a problem, I tell people there's a problem, and then we go about fixing it. We've done that with on-time delivery, we're doing that with quality. I think it's going to be a really great program. There's issues we're working through, and I think that ultimately people are going to be really pleased with where we get to.
Do you have any concerns about the costs that schools are facing? That they're having to bring in more people, that their staff are having to take care of the distribution. It's costing them a lot of money, this new school lunch program.
Well, that's certainly a concern that's been raised with me, and we're working through that with the schools. In the case of those with the internal model, where they get delivered the food and assemble, we're actually paying an extra $1 so that they can do that. With the external model, it seems to depend on the school. Some of them have figured out how to do it very efficiently and very cheaply. Others are still working that out. But this is a new system. It's saving the taxpayer a lot of money that we didn't have because Labor didn't budget for this, and each week it gets better as we work through any initial teething problems.
Do you have any reflections on...
questions for our colleague? First one, the Christchurch children say they're being burned by piping hot school lunches. Does that worry you?
Yeah, of course. Anything to do with children's welfare worries me. I've read those reports. I haven't heard about those officially, but obviously we want to make sure that everything is safe for everybody.
And the second one regarding Richard Prebble, did you request that Richard Prebble be appointed to the Waitangi Tribunal?
Look, I'm pretty sure that I was the nominator, and all I'd say is that Richard Prebble is a very intelligent man and a great New Zealander. I think we should listen to what he's saying about the tribunal. Highly recommend, sorry stuff, his column in the Herald today. And I also just make the point that, the guy signed up, then he got given a strategic plan which wasn't actually public. So it's a bit rich to say that he should have read everything beforehand. The things that really prompted his decision were documents he was only given 3 months after he joined.
Have you been asked about Willie Jackson's comments on this just now?
I hate to think what Willie Jackson's saying.
He's saying that the appointment to the tribunal and his resignation, so many months after, is a political stunt and an act strategy.
Oh, look, I quite like Willie. Like, he's got a good sense of humour, but this is quite a serious thing to joke about. Richard Prebble is a really serious and sincere guy. I think what's happened here is he's got on, he's been given the strategy for the next 10 years, and said, look, I'm sorry, if that's what we're doing for the next 10 years, I'm not so keen. That, as I understand it, wasn't a publicly available document. So there's a perfectly rational explanation for where we are and how we got here. It doesn't require people to go out and make conspiracy theories. And I just make the point that if we want to have a decent country with good decision making, maybe smarter and better, then I think we need to actually think a little bit harder about the level of serious discourse.
What do you think he's claiming in terms of an ACT strategy?
Well, he's claiming that the ACT Party and Richard Prebble have been disingenuous, but I also just make the point that I know Richard, I've got massive respect for Richard, but he's not actually involved with the ACT Party. He was the leader in 2004. So I think we would need to just get a bit of perspective there. Thank you.
When you calculated those taxpayer savings for the new school lunch program, did you factor in any sort of impacts or loss of local kitchen jobs, those 2,000 positions nationwide?
Well, of course, those jobs don't impact on tax savings. The amount of tax that people pay in New Zealand is based on how much people work, and of course the school lunch program is a relatively small contributor to the amount of employment in New Zealand.
But was that impacting on your model for this at all? Was that part of the valuation?
Well, I mean, if the government started to say when we spend money, some of that tax comes back, that would end up with some really weird calculations, because we have a sort of an infinite loop. If we spend money, then people will get paid in their jobs and then they'll pay tax and we get that back, but then we spend that. I mean, you can see why that would be a strange way to do accounting. I think I know what you're getting at, but no, that's not how we do it.
What about long-term tax implications based on how much people earn? There are studies that show that it is impacted by their nutrition as kids. Was that sort of long-term valuation accounted?
Well, yeah, but that's why we actually haven't evaluated that, because we haven't changed the nutritional value. We've maintained the nutritional value, we've just done it more efficiently. Yeah.
Just two comments around the expectation of Richard Prebble reading before being an actual member. Isn't that a fair expectation though? There's a lot of publicly available.
Well, I mean, I've seen his public comments today, and he said that it was the strategic plan he was presented 3 months after he joined. I understand that wasn't a public document that changed his mind. I don't really want to get into this debate. It's not really my debate. Richard could speak for himself, and so can the tribunal. But if you're asking me about the logic of it, I think there were things that nobody could have known until they were in the job, and I suspect that he probably had a more optimistic view of where the tribunal is up to than he has discovered it actually is. And certainly when I read his Herald column this morning, I think it's very interesting, because he's pointed out that this is really a debate about, are we a free society with free markets or a socialist society where the government attempts to make every person equal. Now, as he points out, no government in history has managed to make everyone equal. The ones that have tried have done a lot of damage along the way. However, that's his characterisation of where the tribunal's up to, and it seemed what tipped him to think that was seeing a strategic plan that the people in the tribunal know wasn't publicly available because they had to give it to him.
Will you be making a new suggestion for a new appointment?
Oh, well, what typically happens is the responsible minister, who's Tama Potaka, will go out to other people in the government and say, do you have any suggestions? And then if he does, we'll make them. But that's still down the bridge. He hasn't asked for new appointments yet. He's only just found out about the resignation. Thank you very much. Cheers. Howdy, folks. How you going?
Yeah, Mills poll has found that 65% of New Zealanders don't think that the school lunch program is working.
Well, if they're prepared to pay for it, that's another story. But actually, we're trying to balance a budget, and that involves doing things efficiently and effectively, and we are. Furthermore, I'm very confident that as we solve problems, which we've got a track record of consistently doing, people's perception will improve.
60% of New Zealanders want you to revert it back to the old program, will you?
Well, I'd love to see the question that was asked. Did they say this will cost $170 million, which means giving up other things? They're welcome to ask that question. However, what we have to do...
to communicate that thing?
Well, that's what I'm doing right now. If you keep asking me questions, I'll keep communicating.
Have you met Erica Stanford this morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what was your conversation like? What did you talk about?
Oh, all sorts of things, mainly education, but it was a fantastic meeting, as we always have.
What problems with the school lunch program did you discuss?
We discussed a whole range of issues around the school lunch program and how it's getting better and what our plan to do that is.
Deloitte told us that they found out on Thursday that the Bell was in a lot of trouble and they were appointed as the liquidators yesterday. When did you first find out they were in that trouble? Did you get a notification on Thursday as well?
Well, no, and Deloitte found out because they were appointed as the liquidator. That's clearly for them when they understood that there was a problem. We've been aware for some time that LaBelle is facing issues, and we've been working through to a resolution, which I think we've nearly got to.
When did you find out they were going to be liquidated?
Well, again, I don't want to give an exact time off the cuff.
Was it yesterday or before?
No, it was certainly before yesterday.
There's been some reporting from Business Desk that the cost per meal has had to increase substantially since you started. Can you confirm this?
Oh, well, that's not true.
It's not true?
No.
So the price point is still the same from when you launched the product?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been no renegotiation or change of the contract. I thought Business Desk had a reputation for getting stuff right, but not in this instance.
Why did you not told Erica Stanford that LaBelle was getting liquidated if you knew she didn't know yesterday?
Well, again, my duty is to do the job that ultimately is given to me by the Prime Minister in this incident. I've been keeping him and the Cabinet updated.
But she didn't know?
Well, once again, we could spend all our time having meetings, or we could solve problems. I think the public want us to solve problems.
Do you respect
her as Education Minister?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, we're two MPs. We came into Parliament around the same time, with similar age, with similar outlook. We're both working in education, and I think we work together really well together, and I think our respect is mutual.
Did she not give her a heads up about that then, if you knew?
Well, again, because there's a big difference between liking, respecting and admiring someone and giving them a live update of everything that's happening in your particular responsibilities.
There's been some reporting about some schools feeding the school lunches to pigs because the kids didn't like the flavour. I mean, what do you make of the teachers and the principals in this situation? Do you think this is a wise use of money?
Well, I've also had principals get in touch with me and say, you know, we really go out of our way to model to the children that this is food which is being given to us and that we're grateful for, and that's a good attitude to take in life. Maybe there's other principals that are giving a different message. That's up to them.
So why does your training come? Can I ask about your adversary yesterday of the Boy Scout preparedness? Was that in terms of bringing in pit to do some of the school lunches, and if so, was that $4.50 business desk figure incorrect?
Well, once again, my reference to preparing for the worst and hoping for the best is what Boy Scouts do in all sorts of circumstances. No, it was not a reference to a particular contract, which is not between us, but actually between Compass and presumably Pitapit.
Why does your contract allow? It was almost criminal that school lunches were being fed to pigs. Yeah, your school lunches are literally being fed to pigs. Is that a bit ironic?
No, it's a good attempt at gotcha journalism for which you're becoming famous, or rather infamous, but I just make the point that that was a criticism of whether or not the policy should go ahead. The policy is now going ahead, and we're achieving wastage and surplus levels comparable to what we had before. Difference is we're doing it for half the price. For me, that's a big improvement.
The journalist asking you about your comments you previously made as gotcha journalism, was it?
Yeah, pretty much, because they're made in a totally different context, and I'm a little bit worried that you'll try and report them as if they weren't.
Why does the contract come to
Education's obviously putting in requirements on Compass to give them daily updates and feedback and things like that. At what point would you expect a breach notice to be filed if Compass aren't delivering?
Yeah, so originally we said that we'd do that management of expectations starting in term 2. In actual fact, we've decided that we're going to bring that forward due to some of the issues that we have. In terms of when a breach notice would be issued, that would depend on the specific performance and the issues with the contract. Now, if I start sort of making those decisions from here in a media scrum, then that undermines the process of the contract.
What did you made to bring in forward from term 2?
Look, I couldn't give you an exact day. I think it was last week.
What exactly is it?
What was the catalyst? Specific catalyst?
Oh, the catalyst was some of the performance issues that have been well canvassed.
The burning of the child?
It's good that you're now saying child rather than children, because it was just one. And yes, that was one of the issues.
Well, that one child got a secondary burn, but there have been
well, no, they weren't. They weren't. Well, no, there weren't. There was nobody who was, for example, admitted to A&E. There was some complaints that it was a bit hot. That's different from being burned. Yes.
Could you just explain what has actually been burned?
So the performance management regime, where they can be checked against and potentially sanctioned, we had said earlier, look, we'll give it term 1. We recognise that you guys have got to get up and running. That's now been brought forward.
Why are you describing everyone as fixated on school lunches as if that's a bad thing? Shouldn't you be fixated on solving these problems?
Well, that's exactly what I'm doing every day. As I've mentioned many times, we've managed to start off with some problems with on-time delivery. Now we're getting basically 100%. Yesterday 99.96% on-time delivery in full. We've had some issues around performance. We're now fixing those too. So if you want to talk about who's fixated on solving the problems, that's me. I just make the point that some people are fixated on the problems rather than the fact they're being fixed, is all I say.
Just on the back of
sorry, one at a time. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
We spoke to a principal yesterday who was given a promise by you that there would be no more plastic containers used. The very next day, plastic containers were used.
Yeah, they've made that promise, I don't believe. Oh, sorry, they've claimed I made that promise, I don't believe I did. So.
Just on the
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Gordon.
Thank you. The good of that fed we fight to the pigs. Do you think that they should stop having lunches being sent to them?
No, I don't think that at all.
Just on the Pitapit's backup, can you confirm that that is indeed the case? That there is a provision in the contract that Pitapit would be the backup deliverer if the schools aren't delivered?
Well, not in the. I mean, you got to remember the contract is between the government, specifically the Ministry of Education, and Compass. Compass then have backups and alternatives for their business continuity, but that's actually a matter between us and them. So I think possibly, I think it was you, Anna, who raised the question about the price changing. It's quite possible that they're choosing to pay someone else more than we contracted, but they're not paying more than we are.
Why did the contract with Compass include subcontracting clauses with Labelle when Labelle's providing about half the meals? Wouldn't it be easier to have a direct relationship with them?
Well, I'm sure you could argue about either way, couldn't you? But it's simpler for us to have one line of accountability, one contract, one price, and let them manage the complexity of other relationships, I would have thought.
But at this stage, I mean, it's clear that there are problems that have developed through that relationship between those, and you're, clearly frustrated with having to deal directly with Compass instead of being able to get your hands in with Labelle. So, why not allow for that direct relationship in the first place if they're providing about half?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting hypothetical, but have a look at the outcome. The outcome is that there's been a problem with Labelle. That problem's been resolved. Yesterday they went into liquidation and we delivered 99.96% of meals on time. So if people want to talk about the outcome and should we structure it differently, actually the way we've structured it has allowed a really good outcome.
Can I just ask you about that performance management stuff? I just couldn't quite hear.
Sorry, I understand that.
So when you were talking about exactly what's brought forward, was that in terms of like the specific evaluations of the performance?
Yeah. So look, we're going to take an attitude look. We'll come back to you in term 2. You guys just get it sorted out. Clearly, because there's been a couple of issues there, we brought that forward as one of the precautions we've taken.
And when do you expect for to find out exactly how that's going to get an evaluation report or something like that?
Well, again, that's just something that is happening all the time. So I don't want to set a date that a big thing's going to happen. They talk continuously. They'll get information as it happens.
Mean, like, for example, it comes back in like a couple of weeks, and you look at that and you say that's good or that's not good enough. Is that what?
Well, yeah. I mean, and then potentially, you get into penalising these guys. You can do that. But our number one thing today is just making sure that we get the meals there today. Our number one thing tomorrow will be the same, all the while working through the quality issues we've had in the meantime.
And so if you're getting continuous feedback on how that's going, whether they're meeting the contract requirements, then whose decision is it? Is it the Ministry of Education's, yours? How does it work? And what's the threshold for deciding that the contract is or isn't being met?
Beg your pardon? So, well, I mean, you have to look at the contract, but there's a whole range of criteria that they have to meet to be performing. I'm sure you've probably looked at it too. And then you've basically got to decide, in any contractual relationship, if you go and whack someone and punish them, then sometimes you actually end up doing more harm than good. So you've got to maintain the relationship while also incentivising the performance.
And so how are you incentivising that performance?
Well, ultimately, you could start losing money if you don't perform.
Have you had those discussions with them?
Well, I haven't.
Ministry of Education?
I'm very sure they have, yes.
And do you know if they've given them a certain amount of time or deadline to fix what's going on?
Well, again, I've said I think we're going to have this right by the start of term 2 and probably a lot earlier than that. In terms of what exactly their discussions are day to day, I'm not always party to the discussions between ministry officials and the contractor, but I'm really happy with the way they're managing it, and I think that we'll see improvement over the next few weeks.
And as a minister, obviously, you can set expectations for the ministry. Have you done that? Have you given the ministry a deadline that they're able to
and look, I'd just say I think that they're doing a really good job at the ministry. I've been impressed with their professionalism in dealing with this, but what you got to appreciate is we've faced some practical problems that it's not really worth saying fix it by tomorrow or fix it by this time next week, because some things were out of their control. I think those factors that were out of their control are now coming back into their control, and we can't go into a lot of the reasons why that is, but in the fullness of time, as I've been saying, the details will come out. and I think people will see that we've acted really well.
And not necessarily fixing something tomorrow or whatever, but there's a stipulation in the contract for that 2 week. If there was a breach notice issued, then they have 2 weeks to essentially fix something. Otherwise, the ministry could step in. I'm just trying to figure out at what point do you make that type of decision.
Well, again, I mean, the question is, and I always look at things, are people doing their best and can they do better? I think the reason that we've had some problems are really well understood, and they will become more publicly known as time goes on. They can't at the moment because we've still got a sensitive situation that has been widely reported. But when that happens, I think people will see that that there's no point whipping the horse when it's already running at full speed. On the other hand, if you want people to improve, sometimes you've got to offer some incentives.
But if they're trying really hard and they're still not getting it right, if there are issues around food safety or safety of a child or children, at what point do you say, actually, the health and the well-being of these kids is more important and you move the contract somewhere else?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we did deal with that problem. As far as the overheating goes, we dealt with that problem. That's been fixed. As far as what happens next, there'll be better improvements to come in the next few days.
So you're fully confident that even though Compass is trying really hard to do the right thing and its subcontractors, that they are still able to try harder and fix these problems, and you even though this has been going on for weeks now, you don't feel like taking that contract away from them would be the right thing?
No, I don't, because I believe that the problems can be fixed. I believe they are being fixed. I think taking away the contract right now is probably the worst thing we could do. We've got 100% delivery yesterday. We've got a really good track record of solving problems. There's a few more that we're in the process of solving right now. It'd be crazy to throw the baby out with the bathwater at that point.
Explored other potential options if things can't be fixed, say by term 2?
We always keep our options open, and we've got other options.
Are there other providers or companies in New Zealand that have the
government did it with 156 providers, so there's always other ways. They just tend to cost a lot more. I mean, the one thing that is really important is if you do it at scale, then you get more productivity, you get the same or better product at a much lower price, and that's important.
Is there any other provider that could do it at scale, like Compass is doing?
Well, when we went out and we did an RFP and we did the tendering process, there were quite a few different options. Whether or not, but I think we actually got a really good deal. What's gone wrong has been with the implementation of that deal, but those implementation problems have been fixed.
Is there any merit in investigating whether Compass or the collective keeps the contract for larger areas, metropolitan areas, and then putting it back to localised?
I've just noticed it's 2:02, but I think I got the gist of your question. Look, we'd always keep options like that on the table, but right now our strategy is we've got a contract. It's been shown it can work. Where there's been problems, we've overcome them. There has been some problems recently. We feel that we're on the cusp of dealing with those. I can't go into a lot of reasons why that is, but in the fullness of time, I think people will see that we've actually acted very well throughout, given the circumstances we've faced.
Fixed them, or are you on the cusp of fixing them?
I think it's happening almost as we speak. Thank you very much. Cheers. Hey folks, happy Tuesday.
Can we get your reaction to the boundary changes, please?
Yeah, look, I'm very pleased to see our electoral community and the Epsom electorate holding together. I think people next door to me, Brook Van Velden and Tamaki, be welcoming people in from the Glen Innes suburb, where she spends a lot of time working hard. And generally, I think they've made a pretty good set of suggestions about in a tough set of circumstances, with the North Island population falling relative to the south, probably for the first time since the gold rush. Also say to my friends in Dexter Ave and Montlegrand and Croydon Ave, we're going to be mounting a campaign to keep you in the Epsom electorate.
Do you think at this point, I mean, even if you did lose the Epsom electorate, you'd be fine if you had to move somewhere else, or the ACT Party vote? You're well above the 5% threshold at this stage.
Well, look, I just really take a lot of pride in representing my neighbours in Epsom, Parnell, Mount Eden and Remuera and Newmarket, and I don't intend to think about that, to be honest, but it's a nice hypothetical for some, I guess.
You've picked up quite a bit of Auckland Central around Newtown and I think Grafton. Do you think it's going to influence your vote in Epsom?
Look, I think it'll be a great relief for the people of Grafton to come over to Epsom and get some high quality representation if that's where the final boundaries are drawn.
You said a couple of weeks ago about the school lunches program that you'd brought the review from term 2 forward. Has there been any progress on reviewing that
program, and have any tweaks need to be made?
Well, not really. I mean, as you now know, the big challenge we've faced was the collapse of LaBelle. They've got into $14 million of debt, and that's not from the school lunch program. They've had problems with a lot of people. We have been working to replace the capacity that LaBelle was not supplying. That is the number one issue. As far as the review, what it finds is that we are trying to get on top of that problem. We're checking it every day. They need to produce 70,000 meals at that facility. The last few days they've been producing about 55,000. It got down to zero for a couple of days a couple of weeks ago. That's why we've had problems. I expect to see them getting up over 70,000 in the next couple of weeks, and then the school meal program that was originally promised will actually be functional.
So for Belbon, do you believe that all the problems are gone?
I believe all the problems we've faced, repeat meals in plastic that shouldn't have been in plastic, substitutes, all of those problems come from not delivering what was originally contracted, not between us, the government, and Compass, the main contractor, but between Compass and one of their subcontractors. That problem is now being fixed day by day as they get up to speed under new management at that facility.
You're laying a lot at the feet of LaBelle. I mean, were they the problem all along?
Well, I mean, the simple facts are, why did we have substitutes? Why did we have plastic? Why was plastic being burnt? Why were there repeat meals day after day? Why were there the wrong meals? All because that one facility was signed up to produce 70,000 meals a day, and they weren't producing that many. They were producing far fewer than that. We were having to hustle to get substitutes in. That led to problems. So I'm not here to blame, point fingers. I'm just here to deal in facts.
Very much.
That's what we faced.
You outlined a litany of problems.
No, I'm dealing in facts. The problems we had due to repetition, substitutes, and mishandling and overheating of the substitutes were all caused by a lack of supply from that one facility. You know?
Today's 5 years since New Zealand went into lockdown first time. Looking back on it, would you personally do things the same or differently?
Look, I'm really proud of the contribution I made to the debate in that time. ACT put out, if I recall, at least 4 substantial policy documents of here's how we make the rules fairer, here's how we use better technology, let people use their RATs if they're approved in Australia, don't wait till New Zealand approves them, allow businesses and schools to make their own rules about vaccines, allow people who want to do frequent RAT tests come to work if they don't want to get vaccinated. If we'd done all those things, New Zealand would be in a much better place than it is today.
Are we prepared for another pandemic?
I believe it's critical people make submissions to the Royal Commission, which has now been widened in its scope, so that we are better prepared for the next pandemic. I understand a lot of New Zealanders don't want to think about those days again, but in my lifetime, in your lifetime, I'm quite sure that something very much like COVID-19 will happen again. It's just the laws of averages. More people, more complicated food chains, you're likely to get something like that again. And it's critical that we are better prepared for the next one. We literally can't afford to do it the way we did it last time because we spent all the money.
Do you remember where you were when you heard we were going into lockdown?
Look, I don't remember specifically where I was. I think I was probably here in this building. I certainly remember walking across this bridge in a very eerie and weird circumstance, and I think that may have been the last day on, was it maybe the 23rd when we were here, and then it was just a roller coaster from then on. All right. Thank you very much, folks. I'm going to wish you all the best with your taxpayer-funded crackpot documentary. We've seen your questions, and I think you're a joke.
You, sir.
Yeah, sorry.
You said that you're the party of democracy.
Yeah.
In the spirit of democracy, when am I meant to get a word in to do my job?
Excuse me. Hi, folks. How you going?
Did you say to an ACT candidate that the reaction to your treaty policy would be like civil war?
No, I don't believe I've said
The
that.
work you did in Canada on Indigenous policy, are you using that as
Look,
roadmap for ACT's treaty policies?
I didn't do any work on Indigenous policy.
Do you still share the views of Dr. Tom Flanagan?
Look, I think he's a professor of politics who's written a lot of things. I think some of them are very right.
Which ones?
Well, he's a guy I haven't actually seen for over a decade.
His Indigenous policy?
Well, again, I'm not familiar with all his policies, so, you know.
Well, you quoted him in your book.
Well, you may well have done, but...
And the Act School of Politics asked for people to read about him.
Well, he's written a book about how to campaign, which is what it was about.
How about Paul Bunner? He claims residential schools in Canada is a bogus
Well,
genocide
again,
claim.
I don't know who that is.
Well, as the editor of C2C Journal, you platformed him and you quoted, thankless task of setting the record straight. So, is the Canadian residential schools a bogus claim?
10 years ago when we published lots of people,
just a few years
and
before you came into politics,
not everybody that edits something actually agrees with everything that people write under their banner.
You agreed with it. You said the thankless task of setting the record straight.
Yeah, well, in that case he was. But
in 2023,
and anyway,
I
look,
asked you
folks,
if you
I
had
tell you
any-
what, I'm here and happy to take any questions from people who are asking actual questions.
To the Atlas Network,
All
and
right.
you said no. So do
Well,
you?
the Hack Party does not.
No,
All
I
right,
said
folks.
you.
Look,
I said you.
I'm here to
I said
take
you.
questions.
Did
I'm
you-
here. I'm here to take questions from people about serious matters, not crackpot conspiracy documentaries.
What conspiracy am I a crackpot of?
Several. You have a question?
Are you quite excited to see an overhaul of the Public Services Act in terms of having merit-based appointments?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that it's important that each of us are valued on what we bring to the table, that we don't get judged or discriminated against for our background, and that's what Judith Collins is doing, and I think it's a very good thing.
Do you reckon that is anti-DEI of her?
Look, I think people try to put labels on it, but before we got into this whole misshapen culture war, there was such a thing as just taking people at their word and treating them the way you'd like to be treated.
The end of term two, the start of term two rather, is fast approaching. Are you confident that the school lunch program is going to be in tip-top shape by then?
Yeah, I am. Look, I mean, clearly there's been a real problem, and that's related to the undersupply because of one supplier who's gone broke and been put under new management. I think that's a really positive thing.
You said a little while back that you'd have more to say around that liquidation and why it was a good thing. Can you tell us now?
We're still waiting, I think, for the liquidation report to be published by Deloitte. But I think what's clear is that we had a lot of problems caused by underproduction of food and some of the substitutes that were rushed in really quickly to substitute for the meals that weren't produced. Obviously that going away because that factory's under new management and now producing close to what it was always supposed to produce of 70,000 meals a day. That makes a really big difference.
So when do you expect that report?
Sorry.
Māori not going to appear before the Privileges Committee about the haka on your treaty principle?
Well, they want the privilege of speaking in Parliament, but they're not prepared to pay the price and doing the duties of being a parliamentarian, and I think that's a real shame. If they want to stand up in the House and speak and have the privileges of an MP, they should be able to appear at Privileges Committee when required. Everyone else plays by the rules. At some point, people need to ask, why does Te Pāti Māori think that different rules apply to them?
Do you think that it's appropriate that they would ask to appear together?
No, I think if you're asked to comply with the Privileges Committee's request, then you should comply with it.
But do you see a practical issue with MPs appearing together? It's on the same issue.
Everybody should be treated the same. Everybody else has to appear alone throughout the entire history of this Parliament, as far as I'm aware. If you can find an example, it would be interesting.
Are they
Do you
breaching?
think it's appropriate that they would ask for an expert to give evidence on their behalf?
Well, again, you are actually allowed to take counsel or representation to a Privileges Committee complaint. Well, certainly you're allowed legal counsel. If they've asked for something different from that, they might not be.
Are they breaching privilege by discussing would-be private conversations with the committee?
They are. The Privileges Committee, the Standing Orders of Parliament are very clear. You may not discuss the proceedings of a committee while there's still a decision before the committee with anyone other than another MP. And if that other MP tells someone outside of Parliament or outside of MPs, then they've breached the Standing Orders.
Sending out a press release about the things that they're not allowed to do at the Privileges Committee would be a breach of privilege?
Yeah, I mean, look, I hate to raise it, but you may remember one of our MPs a couple of years back was hauled before the Privileges Committee and let off pretty lightly, but on a relatively minor and technical example of this, so it is a serious rule that's been upheld before.
On the treaty principles, Bill, what's your view on the Select Committee not extending the time frame for reporting back and forth?
Look, we got a commitment to get it back this month, and I think it's important that we keep our commitments. Obviously, we didn't expect so much interest, but what that's really told me is that people genuinely are interested in this topic.
You said that every New Zealander would have a chance to have their say. Has this denied them that?
Well, I think it's an absolute record. I mean, I don't know what the second largest number of submissions is. I know on End of Life Choice they've got 80 or 90,000. This was 3 or 4 times that. So I think people really have had their say. The only other thing I would add is that the real way to give people their say is have a referendum. The point of a select committee is actually to ensure that we get new ideas, and ultimately if you have 1,000 people submit, usually you don't get too many new ideas in the second 1,000, and by the time you get to the third 1,000, a lot of it tends to be reinforcing points people have already made.
On the public service reforms, how do you feel about the performance management, performance monitoring measures that are, or accountability measures that are being put in there?
Well, again, I campaigned on the idea of performance pay for chief executives being more accountable to ministers. I don't believe the reforms will go that far, but they're going a long way in the direction we'd like, and I think that's very important because ultimately we're the ones that get elected, we're the ones that get voted out. If people want to hold us accountable, then we need at least to have the ability to do the job by getting the bureaucrats or the public servants to do the things we think are right.
And how do you feel about drawing the line between an independent, I guess, public service and the challenge posed by more political involvement in appointments?
I beg your pardon?
How do you feel about where the line gets drawn between an independent, neutral public service and politicians, and where their role sits within that?
Well, again, I think that it's important we have transparent frameworks where the people elected set the goals, and there's good incentives for the unelected people, the chief executives, to actually do their best to achieve the goals. That is a good setup at the moment. I feel that sometimes the public service are off on their own reconnaissance. For example, if you look at the Public Service Act changes that Chris Hipkins brought in, you saw the idea that the public service is serving the governments. That means they can actually anticipate what a future government would want and weigh that up against what the actual current government wants. I think that makes them unaccountable.
On the Treaty Principles Bill submissions, during the end of life choice bill, and I realised ACT I don't think was in favour of the very long select committee process, but the select committee was able to count up the submissions and give a number of for and against. Is there a democratic kind of obligation on Parliament to make sure that every submission is summarised and entered into the record?
Look, I think that is an ideal, but let's be honest, you've had over 300,000 submissions, is my understanding from what I've heard. I hope I haven't breached anything by saying that. I think that's been reported. What's important is that the ideas come out. It's not a referendum. If you want to have a straight referendum, then the bill actually provides for having a referendum.
You invited plenty of debate with the Treaty Principles.
Yeah.
But you refuse to sit down with people.
I'm happy to sit down with any rational person and talk. You're a conspiracy nutter. Hi folks, how you going?
G'day. What are you expecting from Liberation Day?
I don't think anyone knows what to expect. That's a decision for the United States government, and our government will respond accordingly.
And how's this government going to respond? Are you going to be meeting tomorrow to watch it at 8 a.m. or?
Well, needless to say that the government has thought hard about what things might happen and what would be the smartest way to respond on behalf of the New Zealand people. But at this point, it's really up to them to decide what they're announcing.
Do you think people feel more safe or less safe in their homes and communities than they did a year ago?
Look, I believe they demonstrably are safer. You don't see the levels of reporting of a ram raid a week. Victimisation statistics have fallen. However, if you've done some polling, then it's possible you have a different view.
Do you think that's because of actions the government's taken, or just ram raids have fallen out of fashion?
Ram raids aren't the only thing that's fallen. This government has taken the view that our priority with crime should be the safety of innocent people and consequences for criminals. The previous guys tried being kind to criminals hoping they'd be kind back. Only problem was crooks didn't get the message, and actually victimisation went up 30% in 5 years.
In terms of the Privileges Committee, Te Pāti Māori are not going along. They've called a press conference while it's running to presumably give their defence. At this point, what can Parliament actually do? Because there's not much of a scenario where they're actually going to apologise to the House. I'm sure that you'll agree. So what is actually tangibly can Parliament do at this point?
I reckon cut their pay. That'll get them back to the table pretty quick.
Is that something the Speaker can do?
Yeah, absolutely. The Privileges Committee can make whatever advice it likes to the House, and the House can pass any resolution it likes. It's not up to me, it's up to the Privileges Committee, but I bet you that'd get them back pretty quick because they're pretty happy to grandstand on the taxpayer dime and tell the world that they matter more and don't have to follow the same rules as everyone else. Cut their pay, see what they're like then.
Is that your recommendation to this, the Privileges Committee? Is that what you'd be wanting them to be doing?
Well, they got to start following the rules like everyone else and not thinking that they're special. If everyone behaved the way they did, this whole democracy wouldn't work. Just because they don't believe that our parliament and our democracy is legitimate doesn't mean it's not important to everyone else in this country. And frankly, if they want to get paid taxpayer money, they ought to respect the taxpayer, respect the parliament, show up, follow the rules like everyone else is expected to.
What do you think of the findings from the review into the incident concerning the 11-year-old in Waikato?
Look, that whole saga is just absolutely tragic. It's clearly, a long series of, I understand, I haven't read the full report, but about 20 different mistakes. And clearly it's not acceptable, and there's going to be a whole series of, I guess, consequences and inquiries, but that's not something I'm directly involved in.
Do you think there should be a more formal inquiry, though, given what the review has highlighted?
Well, I think that the question is, do we need more process or do we need more action? It's pretty clear what's happened from the inquiry. It's now up to the people in positions of responsibility to make amends for it.
Cool, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, about savings.
Yeah.
Were you satisfied with the level of savings that public service covered for the budget?
The ACT Party will always want the government to save more than it ever will, but I also know that it's saving more than it would without us. So, am I satisfied? Not compared to my ideal. Am I happy with the contribution that I've made to the budget? Yes, and there's always be another budget to save more.
Can I ask how your contribution this time sort of influenced some of the changes or some of the savings that came in? Were there areas that you were particularly interested in? I mean, why was it different with you being involved?
Last year I was specifically asked by Nicola to save money around MB. This time it was broader across a range of ministries. And I think it's fair to say that some of them were really good and wanted to find ways to save money, others didn't. But it was pretty broad ranging, and look, we've saved some money, not as much as I'd like, but my contribution is to make the suggestions so that people can choose.
And I'm not going to ask you ahead of budget what you did say, but can you, is there particular sort of areas in particular work programs in different ministries that were targeted?
Oh, look, I just can't start talking about stuff like that, So no, we've saved some money for the taxpayer, but you know me, always keen to do more.
In terms of keen to do more, where were the areas you would have liked to push and prod a wee bit more?
Look, to be honest, I struggled to narrow it down.
There's been some criticism from opposition parties about the lack of a regulatory impact statement with the equity law changes bill equal to urgency. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I understand that, but they also know that the regulatory impact analysis regime allows to do analyses after the fact, and that's what's being used in this particular case. It's always been part of the rule. All governments of all stripes have used it, and ultimately, as long as it's been used for the right reason, I think there's reasons to do this rapidly, given that there's some people who are taking action or might take action as a result of the law change, then I think that's okay.
But you didn't get an exemption for it?
Well, I wouldn't get an exemption.
Sorry, Cabinet did not get an exemption from creating a RIS, did they?
Well, whether I'd have to come back to you on that exact detail.
It says it in the Cabinet paper.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not mega memory, but in any event, the question is whether it is acceptable, and I think the circumstances are met here.
Well, it's your ministry that grants the exemptions, right? So they've determined that you shouldn't have got an exemption from creating a regulatory impact statement from this. So why wouldn't you?
No, I understand that, but the point is that the Cabinet ultimately makes decisions, and as I was talking about this morning in relation to the regulatory standards bill, it's up to the people to judge whether that's acceptable. I think people will say, we understand that they didn't follow every rule in terms of RIS, but we think that's okay this time, for the reasons that I've given, that we are going back to an earlier law that's been widely thrashed out, that we're not creating new restrictions on how people can behave in our society, we're actually reducing restrictions, and I think that's acceptable.
What's the point in having these rules if Cabinet just makes decisions?
Well, the point of having the rules is that they allow the voter to understand how the Cabinet is behaving. If they follow a particular rule or if they don't. Beg your pardon?
Do you accept that it's badly this time?
Do I accept that what? Sorry?
That it's bad lawmaking this time?
No, I don't, for the reasons that I've given several times in stand-ups today. One is that we're reverting to something that has already been widely road tested. We're really going back to the criteria that we had 5 years ago, and that was extensively road tested. Second of all, We're not going out and putting a whole lot of new restrictions on what people can do with their lives. If anything, we're increasing the freedom to contract instead of having people pulled into what I would describe as quite an unworkable and calcified pay equity regime. So for those reasons, I think it's acceptable. MFR can make their judgment, but I look at the whole thing and say, okay, they make their judgment. The people ultimately make up their mind. Politicians have to choose how to interact between the two of those. Now, I've just realised it's actually, sorry, I don't want to say, I had to do a radio interview before this, so I was late, and I'm happy to come out and talk to you a bit later. But I had some experience of being late due to press conference, and I never forget. See you later. Geez, everyone gone home early. Well, the ACT Party has actually presented to the Representation Commission and expressed that while we welcome the very good people of Grafton, who we'd love to have included in the Epsom electorate because they're wonderful people, we also would like to keep the beautiful people of Montlegrand, Croydon and Dexter, because they're fabulous streets in the Epsom electorate where they should stay.
I think if those voters move into Mount Albert, ACT might have a chance of taking that.
Well, I think if those voters were to be moved into Mount Albert, certainly it would be very tough for them, but I would still reach across the electoral boundary and appeal to them to give their party vote to ACT. Thank you very much, guys. Hey.
Just wanted to ask if there's a bit of protest action scheduled for tomorrow. A lot of it focused on, or mainly focused on Brooks, outside Brooks electorate. Are you concerned about the risks of that, how that might play out at all?
Hey, look, we live in a democracy. People have got a right to express their view. The only thing I'd say to them is that, if you have to abuse someone, maybe you don't have a very convincing argument. But Brooke, I know, Brooke is a listener. She's a thinker. She's always been prepared to hear reasonable arguments, but she also gives pretty short shrift to people who are disrespectful or don't want to treat her with the same dignity she treats everyone else.
Do you know if you've, as a party, taken any security measures in advance?
Well, put it this way, if we had taken security measures, we wouldn't be telling everyone about them. Security measures work better when they're stealthy.
Will she be there?
Look, I'm not going to say where Brooke's going to be. If there genuinely was a concern about security, the last thing I'd be doing is telling everyone where she's going to be.
Would she want to engage, though? I suppose is the question.
Well, again, I don't want to speak for Brooke or put obligations on her, but I've known Brooke for 10 years. She's an incredibly kind and thoughtful person. She's a good listener and thinker, and I suspect that she will listen to people so long as they are as respectful as she is to everyone else.
A lot of national MPs are getting similar heat for it as well. How do you think that'll go down with your coalition partner?
Well, again, my friends and colleagues in the National Party, experienced politicians, they signed up to do the job. And of course, we're here to be representatives and hear people's feedback. What we're not here to have is people who, don't have a very good argument and hurl a whole lot of abuse. Because I tell people straight, I've never changed my mind because someone was rude to me. If you want to change my mind, try giving us some arguments or some facts or some reasoning. That can work.
You're known to go out to a protest though and engage and want to say your piece. So would you encourage your deputy leader to do the same?
Well, look, I don't put my deputy in a position where she feels obliged to do things because of me. Brooke's an adult woman who has the right to make her own choices, but she's someone I admire enormously, and I'm sure she'll do what's important to her in the circumstances. Well, I'll just tell you one example. I had some protesters about Gaza outside one of my public meetings, and they said, Dave, you can't hide, you're supporting genocide. So I walked up to them, I said, folks, I'm not hiding now, but can any of you tell me the definition of genocide? And I said, no, seriously, any of you know? And they all looked at each other, and they said, oh, why don't you tell? I said, I'm not the one shouting. And after a few minutes, one of them started furiously Googling because no one had a clue what they're saying. So look, we've dealt with a few Muppets in our day, and no doubt we'll deal with a few more.
Right, so bring your dictionaries tomorrow, is that the message?
Oh,
Are you saying
look,
they're Muppets?
these ones were. They were quite rude and abusive, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Yeah.
But the ones tomorrow?
Oh, well, it's possible the ones tomorrow will be Muppets. I mean, I'll have to get my Muppet meter out. Thank you very much. Cheers. Howdy, folks. Another week in parliamentary paradise.
How are you feeling? First day in the House as Deputy Prime Minister.
Pretty much the same as the last time I was in the House. I go to cut red tape, save money, and make New Zealand the country it can be.
On a boring logistical level, where exactly are you guys sitting? Have you moved next to the Prime Minister, or are you staying where you are?
Well, I understand we're swapping places with New Zealand First, but I haven't been in there. It's like the first day of school, I have to check which desk got my label on it.
So it's going to be awkward if Winston's sitting there, you're going to have to tell him to nap off?
Well, we just have to check what the label in front of him says, and I'm sure he'll figure it out.
During the Labour-led coalition, sometimes the Deputy Prime Minister would hold a post-cabinet press conference when the Prime Minister is away. Is that something that you'd be looking to bring in?
Oh, you know me, always looking to help the Fourth Estate with information about the government's activities and views of the day.
So that's a yes?
Oh, yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
When
Don't see why not.
do you leave?
I'm going over to Oxford tonight, so they're flying no cost to the taxpayer. I understand Willie Jackson spent 16 grand of taxpayer money, but I'm really looking forward to the debate all the same.
Did you see in the Financial Times the open letter from scientists essentially saying that New Zealand is cheating on what's doing with methane targets? And if so, what do you think of that?
Well, frankly, I haven't seen the letter. I don't read the Financial Times in England every day. However, New Zealand is different from the rest of the world in that we are highly exposed to methane. There are some countries in South America and some Southeast Asian companies that grow a lot of rice that also have high methane exposure. I believe that countries like ours have failed to make the case. The people that we send overseas to talk to these international institutions about climate have too often been coming back to New Zealand and telling New Zealanders what the international institutions think rather than telling them what New Zealanders think. Under this coalition government and with ACT, we have now started getting serious about the science of methane. It is significantly different, and if anything, I think New Zealand's been cheated, far from cheating, and it's time we started making the case for methane being different on the world stage, because scientifically it is.
ACT has a growing base in the rural sector. What kind of feedback are you getting from them around methane targets?
Well, it's pretty simple. New Zealand farmers are the most efficient in the world, so we can score a double own goal by putting New Zealand farmers out of business so the world can get milk from places overseas where actually they emit more methane per kilogram of protein produced. Why would we shoot ourselves in both feet putting Kiwi farmers out of business to raise global emissions with methane leakage out of New Zealand? No one wants methane leakage.
On Radio Wātea last week, you had said to Dale Husband that you agreed that there were some breaches of Te Tiriti or Waitangi. Could you clarify that for us?
Well, they've been well documented by the Waitangi Tribunal over many decades. I think it's a real point of pride for New Zealand that we've been prepared to document meticulously what's happened in our history and redress it where possible. Also, notice Dale's asked me on for a regular spot. It's now going to be appointment viewing on Radio Wātea, so kia ora.
Absolutely. And so what is your thoughts on Chris Bishop? And I know that you made a comment.
You're not seriously going to say that Chris Bishop breached the treaty by saying that a dance was crap, are you? I've seen the question you asked before. Okay, you go. Yep. What do I think?
What do you think of Chris Bishop's
when did he say it? When did he say it?
At the AMA.
When was that?
Thursday.
Okay, so what, 5-6 nights ago? You still ask me about that? Last week we had a Māori Party MP in Parliament saying that the rest of us are all lucky to live here, quote unquote. Why don't you do a story about that? That's what I'd like to see all you guys do a story about. You've got members of Parliament saying that other New Zealanders are lucky to live here. I think it's disgraceful and needs to be called out a lot more forcefully than what Chris Bishop did or didn't say at a music awards.
Well, it's a story for Māori. We are...
Oh, really? What, do you speak for all of us?
So,
okay.
Well, actually, I would speak for a majority of Māori.
Oh, okay, right.
So what I'm saying is...
How's Wātea's ratings?
Reflects. There are comments from Hapori Māori that say that his comments reflect the attitude that the coalition government have towards Māori.
Yeah, well, that's one person's opinion. I reckon a guy was just watching a stage performance and he thought it was crap, so he said so, and good on him. I actually think that's possible. I didn't see what he was watching, but maybe he was right, you know.
So you haven't gone and watched the videos since these comments?
No, amazingly, I actually think there's much more important things happening in New Zealand. But the fact we're still talking about this 6 days afterwards, the double standard that no one's asking questions about Te Pāti Māori, saying that other New Zealanders are lucky to live here, I think tells people everything they need to know.
Can I follow up on the response you gave just before about the Waitangi Tribunal documenting cases where there have been breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, could you explain in which cases the Waitangi Tribunal's got it right or not? And I'm not asking for an exhaustive list, but I mean, some of the responses recently have been that the Waitangi Tribunal, they have a view, it's not a final view.
Well, there are clearly times in our history when people's basic rights to property weren't upheld. Ironically, the very rights the Regulatory Standards Bill would like to uphold, but that's another story. And we've gone through and we've investigated what happened. Historians have been involved. They've figured out that this land transaction was wrong, or there was violence by the Crown, by that time the British Army. We said that was wrong, and to the extent we can redress it within the rohe of those people, we will do so. I think that's something we should be really proud of as New Zealanders. What the Waitangi Tribunal's tried to do more recently is said that Te Tiriti requires equity of outcome. That's a political question. Some people believe that all people should have equal outcomes in our society. A few societies have tried that. It hasn't ended well. I believe equal opportunity should be our objective, but equity of outcome and equity of opportunity, that's not something for the Waitangi Tribunal to work out, that's something for politics to work out.
Right, so the Waitangi Tribunal, we're speaking about land confiscation or...
There's something we all agree on is basically people shouldn't pinch your stuff. And they've forensically investigated times when that's happened and resolved it, and I think that's a really positive thing.
And why then are treaty settlements not included under treaty settlement legislation not included under the Regulatory Standards Bill that would require fair compensation for things like land taken, private property taken?
Well, basically because the treaty settlement process is there to solve a very specific problem, which is past breaches in our history. It's not about what should be the rules for building a fence in 2025, and we just felt that you could go through and do the problem definition. What's the problem? Why you're trying to put right or past wrong? That's a historical and a political choice that doesn't really fit within the regulatory economics of defining a market failure, for example. What's going to happen with property? There's lots of reasons not to do it.
Does that mean that then that specific principle around and I'm sorry if I phrase this incorrectly, but the taking of property, that only exists to legislation going forward, so you're not going to apply that principle retrospectively when you're opening up or looking back at legislation that already exists?
Well, the bill requires a review of existing legislation that's ongoing, but it won't reopen treaty settlements for the simple reason that, frankly, I'm really proud of what New Zealand's done. We've got the treaty settlements. I'm not really keen to reopen them.
Yeah, but on other property, though, would that be re-looked at in legislation where other property has been taken other than the treaty settlements?
Well, for example, if there was a piece of legislation, say, I don't know, something around building that restricted how you could build property on your home, and no one else was affected, it was just a restriction that was placed on people trying to get stuff built. I was actually talking to someone the other day who had to get consent to build a garage in the middle of their farm. There's no one else's business. You might look at the law requiring that and say, look, this law is impairing your property rights, but it's not serving any public interest. So you might look, the Regulatory Standards Board under the bill might say, well, what would be the act at that time, might say, well, we need to stop doing that.
And just on the treaty question, did you ever get any advice that potentially if treaty settlement legislation was included or was subject to the Regulatory Standards Bill, that requirement for fair compensation could cost either current landowners or the Crown a lot more money?
Well, no, because you'd be reviewing the Treaty Settlement Act itself, and so you wouldn't be reviewing the research and the circumstances that led to the Treaty Settlement Act. You'd only be reviewing the legislation that was in place.
Sorry, just lastly on truancy. What
very
feedback
bad.
have you had so far since making that announcement around prosecutions?
Look, not a lot. It's been over a long weekend, right? But my sense is that the feedback I got that led to it was from people, happy to put you in touch with them, by the way, who've told me, look, we're in the front line. Some people, we do everything we can, they don't take it seriously. We need another sanction. So that's the, I guess, pre-back that we had. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Hey, folks. Tēnā koutou katoa.
What do you make of? What do you make of the situation in terms of the ceasefire? We've got Donald Trump saying that there is one. We've got Iranian foreign minister saying there's not. Do you have any briefings as to what's going on?
Well, there's often a lot of fog and war. However, we've said we need dialogue and de-escalation, and we're a lot closer to that than we were 24 hours ago. New Zealand's message to the world is always that peace is better than war, and I hope that that's where the two parties are going.
But do you have any idea as to if there is a ceasefire or if there is not a ceasefire?
I can't tell you anything more than what you can already hear from the international parties, Israel, United States and Iran. But if we get that sort of information and we're able to share it, we certainly will.
Does New Zealand condemn Iran's attacks on US bases in Qatar?
Look, we have said to all parties it's better to have dialogue and de-escalation than to use violence. So yes, we think that it is wrong to be attacking anybody. However, we recognise that this is a situation which has been brewing for a long time, and what's more important is to focus on where we go next.
There's a protest outside with people saying that the government should have taken a stronger stance on the US bombing of Iran, saying that the US wasn't under attack. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, we acknowledge the United States have said that they've responded legally. This is collective defence in their view. We acknowledge that. We don't take a view on it. What we do believe is that rather than New Zealand rushing to judgment as they would like us to, we're far better to keep our counsel, assemble the facts and recognise that there's no premium on New Zealand arriving at a quick response. What is important is that we uphold our reputation internationally as an honest broker.
Have you spoken to Prime on whether it was illegal?
Beg your pardon?
Have you had any advice on whether the US attack was legal?
Well, we've had a lot of advice over the last 48 hours. It's commented on a variety of angles, but I mean, in terms of are we getting a legal opinion on it, no, not at this point.
Have you spoken to Prime Minister Chris Luxon about the developments?
No, I haven't spoken directly to him, but both of us are speaking to officials all the time.
Does the regulatory standards bill allow corporations to seek compensation if their property rights are affected in any way?
No, the regulatory standards bill is very clear. It requires makers of laws to be transparent to Parliament what their law does and who it affects, but it is also explicit that the regulatory standards bill, I think at clause 24, says that it does not give anybody any additional legal rights. The people that are saying that are either not capable of understanding what the law is about, or worse, are deliberately making mischief. What we need in this country is open and honest dialogue about how we get better laws with less red tape. What that really means, a stable regulatory environment, more investment. That could be another IKEA, another Costco, another supermarket chain, so that people can actually afford more stuff. People muddying the water with misinformation is not helping at all.
Willie Jackson says he doesn't acknowledge, believe or trust that section of the legislation. What do you make of that?
Well, thankfully it's not up to Willie Jackson to interpret the law, it's up to the courts, and I suspect that when they see in black and white there are no additional legal rights, the purpose of this law is to increase transparency to Parliament. That's what they will take it. The good news is I don't think Willie Jackson's going to become a judge anytime soon.
What about the concern that the legislation might create an indirect effect where it signals to the court that you need to take account of these principles?
Well, again, the legislation has been set out very clearly in its purpose statement. We've taken advice about the likely interpretation by the courts, and we're very satisfied that this is going to be a very strong guide to people making laws, but the accountability mechanism is through Parliament, and because the people elect the Parliament, it actually strengthens democracy. What weakens democracy is when people who should know better go outside their area of academic expertise, talk about bills that they apparently don't understand, or just plain misinform people, or go out and run campaigns that are really designed to rile up their members rather than seek a better truth.
Do you think would that outcome that James just outlined be a good or bad thing in your view if the courts would interpret it that way?
Well, it's certainly part of the purpose of the legislation is to make a statement that we should not take away people's property rights unless there's a very good reason or they're compensated. Now, that actually goes back through hundreds of years of common law. It was established by the Regulatory Standards Task Force that drafted the bill. It's formally appeared in the legislative guidelines that guide New Zealand. None of this stuff is new. It's actually been around for a long time.
Do you think enough is being done by the Parliamentary Service and other agencies to deal with online abuse of MPs?
Look, I see it, directed at some of my fellow MPs. Sadly, it tends to be directed disproportionately at the female members of ACT's team. I think it's a real problem. I'm not sure that the Parliamentary Service is really the right agency to address it, for the simple reason that if it's their responsibility to address it, they're going to need to have some control over how MPs use the internet, and that's the last thing I would ever accept.
So you wouldn't want them to have a role in, say, monitoring social media to look for threats against the MPs? Do you think that's...
Oh, well, if it's a question of seeking out people who are making explicit threats, sure. Sorry, I thought you were suggesting some sort of, censorship or monitoring of the MP's activity. But if you want to talk about looking for people that are making explicit threats and alerting security, then that's what they should be doing. Yeah.
What do you make of What do you make of Paul Goldsmith's comments this morning as Treaty Negotiations Minister that basically progressing settlements with iwi, the amount of time and money spent on that can't go on forever, it can't be open-ended?
Well, that's not a new position. I mean, as far back as 2008, I think it was the Helen Clark government set a time limit on treaty settlements. So we've had that position across successive governments for, 17 years. The question is, how do we fully and finally settle the remaining treaty settlements, such as with Ngāpuhi? And that's something this government's putting a lot of effort into.
Do you think that there needs to be a timeline put on Ngāpuhi so they know what they're working towards, and basically say, at this point, you guys have to have got around the table and we have to have come to a decision, or that's it?
Well, that's ultimately up to the Minister, Paul Goldsmith, but I would certainly support that. At the end of the day, we're talking about things that happened in the past. No new facts are going to come to light. What we do need is to get to a resolution. And I'll tell you why it matters, because there's so many young New Zealanders in Northland who need a better way forward. And one of the things that would really do a lot for them, as you've seen with Tainui, you've seen with Ngāi Tahu, if Ngāpuhi had a settlement, I think we'd be in a much better place.
How many years is reasonable on that then?
Well, I'm not going to get into spitballing a number of years, but the idea
Are
of
we talking like a decade, or are we talking like actually in 2 years' time it should all be done and dusted?
Well, if it could be done in 2 years' time, that'd be fantastic. But I don't want to start putting a time limit on people who...
Is a decade too long?
Well, I would say that a decade was too long, but I don't want to start putting a time limit on people who are much closer to the complexity of it than I am. Right, thank you very much, folks. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, you do think that legislation should be measured against our founding document?
Well, I don't understand how that is going to change the outcome. And again, my challenge is, if you can give me an example of what it would mean.
That you just said that was fair. It was a fair point to make, to expect that legislation would be. That's not what you just said?
No, I think you're mixing up two things I've said. It is true that it's our founding document, but it's not true that legislation must be measured against it.
So that's your position? You don't think the Treaty of Waitangi needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to legislation?
No, I'm open-minded. I'll consider it if people can give me...
So why did you put it into this legislation here, into this bill?
I'm open-minded, and I'll consider it if people will give me a practical example of how considering the principles of the treaty would change the law.
Because you've designed this piece of legislation, you determine whether the treaty should have a place in it. Why have you decided it doesn't?
Because I'm still waiting. I mean, you could give me an example right now, right? But you're not going to.
I think that the basic point is that it's our founding document.
Okay, but how does that change the practical outcome of the laws that people in New Zealand end up following?
If it doesn't change it as you suggest, what's the problem in putting it in there?
Well, first of all, I don't want people to invent a reason to further down the track. Second of all, why would you put something in for no reason? I mean, this is the kind of mindlessness.
The founding document of this country.
But the point of the law is to improve the rules that New Zealanders have to live under. This is actually a practical project. It's not a sort of spiritual exercise.
So it
it's actually
draws back to your idea that the treaty is in itself red tape.
No, I haven't said that at all.
Is that what you're suggesting, though?
No, I haven't said that at all.
What you're suggesting?
No, I haven't suggested that at all. That's what you'd like to report, I can tell.
I'm just
but
trying to interpret your comments.
well, here's the if you can find any person that will give me a practical example of how putting the treaty into the regulatory standards bill would change the outcome in a way that's better for all New Zealanders, then I'm open-minded.
So that's...
I have been the whole time. But so far, not a single person who's mindlessly said, oh, but it's our founding document, it should be there, can practically explain how that makes the boat go faster. Howdy folks, how you going?
What's
Hi. What's ACT's G'day. What's ACT's position on rate caps?
Look, you've got to be able to control the costs first. That's why we're dealing with traffic management, the RMA, the Local Government Act, health and safety. There's so many costs that are put onto councils. If you don't help them save the money and then you cap the rates, you're just headed for debt. So let's see where we get to. It's been considered, but I'd be really strong on let's make sure you're saving money before you cap the revenue.
Simon Corp saying that they're making a decision before Christmas. Is that the same timeline that you're working towards?
Oh, I think you mean Simon Watt.
Simon, yep, sorry, not myself.
Yeah, well look, I mean that's his area. He's floated it, he's gone away to do some work. The only thing I'd say, if you're asking me, is don't cap your income until you've got your spending under control.
And in terms of GST sharing, you also mentioned that in your speech. Budget 2026, is that on the cards?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a government that's been under pressure fiscally, so when we have a commitment like GST sharing with councils, we've been prepared to say, look, let's look at that next year. I think it's an important policy for New Zealand's long-term future, but again, so is balancing the books here in Wellington.
Do you think that they can get their spending under control without some outside central government influence?
Well, they're getting central government influence, new resource management, new temporary traffic management guidance. They're getting a simplified local government act. Right across the board, we're making it simpler for them to reduce their expenses, and then you can think about a rate cap. But let's not have out of control expenses, then cap the rates, because that's actually a recipe for debt.
Why didn't the ACT support the pay secrecy bill last night?
Sorry,
Why didn't the ACT support the pay secrecy bill last night?
The pay
transparency around getting rid of pay secrecy.
Well, it's very simple. If two New Zealanders want to sign a contract with each other, they're allowed to do it. And I don't see why we should outlaw a contract where one New Zealander signs a contract with another saying, yep, I'm going to pay you, but you can't go and tell people what I'm paying you. I think you should be able to sign a contract like that. You don't have to, but I don't see why you'd outlaw it.
Is it about market efficiency? More information means there's a level playing field?
Well, actually, it depends whose information it is. If it's your information, and it's only come about through a contract with another person, I think you should be allowed to control what that information is.
But isn't it, that's your information if it's how much you're getting paid?
Well, that's true, but it's only getting paid as part of a relationship with another person, and that relationship is set down in contractual terms, and I don't think that we should ban people from making that arrangement. You don't have to. If you want to sign a contract that says, I'm going to tell everyone in the world, you can do that too. It's about freedom and choice and tolerance, not outlawing two adults lawfully consenting into a relationship.
It creates an environment, doesn't it, where the employer could be paying one person unfairly more than another?
Well, it might create an environment where there's a reason for that. I mean, who knows what considerations a person has. The simple principle is that people do better in this world when they're able to live as they want to live, so long as they're not harming others. And when the government tries to impose its morality from one group of people onto another, actually you close down the range of options people have, and we don't do as well.
In that speech today,
Sorry, yeah.
At the local government conference, you were going to mention karakia, but you didn't end up mentioning it. Why didn't you mention it, and what did you have to say about it?
Oh, there's no particular reason, but it's true. I don't expect a priest to show up every time I break wind. I don't expect a priest to show up every time I break ground on a new building, and I don't think that you need a kaumātua to come and say karakia either. One of the reasons stuff costs a lot in New Zealand is that to build a new IKEA, to build a Costco or whatever, you require a whole lot of mana whenua consultation that doesn't actually make the boat go faster.
But how much does a karakia cost then?
Well, it depends. I mean, have you had to pay for someone to come along and do one in the middle of a project that you're responsible for?
Me, have I?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
No,
but
okay,
I'm sure you have.
well, if you don't know what the price is, just don't impose it on other people. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? Someone wants to build a building. It's actually no one else's business. They should be able to build a building without having someone come along and say a karakia, just like once upon a time you had to get your local Catholic priest to come along and say a prayer before you did anything. Now we've said, actually, we don't like that. We don't impose our morality on other people. And now we're saying exactly the same thing.
So when should karakia be used, in your opinion?
Whenever the people involved involved in the situation want to do one, not imposed on a third party because we're trying to impose our religious beliefs on someone else. It's pretty simple stuff. I mean, this actually happened hundreds of years ago. We moved past imposing one person's spirituality on another.
How often is Nicola Willis coming into your office to try and find money in the couch?
Look, that's budget sensitive information, but it's fair to say that she drives pretty hard on saving money. I just want to be clear for anyone who took that literally. Nicola Willis does not actually try and find coins behind the couch in my office, but that does reflect the intensity she has for saving taxpayers' money.
She tries to find money from ACT more than she does from New Zealand First Ministers?
Oh, look, that's just politicisation of the noble cause of saving taxpayers' money.
On boot camps, from an ACT Party perspective and in terms of measuring outcomes, does the ACT Party believe that the reoffending rate of those in the military-style academies should be published? Should that be public?
Look, I think when you've got 10 children, you need to be careful that you don't end up revealing information where there's so few people involved that statistics can be cast onto an individual. It may well be that even as the program expands with different locations, there's always going to be a restriction on how much information comes out because the privacy of the children comes first.
You can publish that information without identifying those children. Do you think that there is any kind of room in the future for when these future boot camps roll out? Do you think that should be something that gets published?
Well, I think you should take it on case-by-case basis, ask what the situation is in the future. I would just say that my starting point would be, privacy of these children first, then work on the other outcomes.
In terms of measuring those outcomes, though, and it being able to communicate to the public whether they're working or not, isn't that important?
Well, there's no question that it's important, but let's just make sure we're getting the right information used in the right context, because unfortunately, as we've seen, people are prepared to misuse this information.
If that information was safeguarded, you'd be okay with it coming out?
Well, my priority would be the privacy of the children, and then work out the safeguards from there, and maybe you can. But yeah, there's a possibility, of course.
LGNZ says that it's time for a review of the responsibilities of councils. Should some stuff be the national government's responsibility? Should stuff be councils, etc.? Do you think that's a wise call at this point?
Well, I think it's happening continuously. I mean, the local government reforms that Simon Watt's put in, getting rid of the 4 wellbeings, that's a review. The restructuring to local water done well, putting that in the right place, that is effectively a review of their responsibilities. The way that we're changing planning through the RMA. So, it's good they're calling for it, but I would argue the government's doing it continuously.
Is there no merit in it given
so
much is in flux? Is there no merit to that? To doing an overarching?
Well, I think that things are in flux because we are constantly reviewing the role of local government. If they want to say stop all the stuff we're doing and then somehow have a stock take and then presumably start again, I think it's that sort of stop-start that people are actually really sick of. They want some real progress in New Zealand.
Just back on the karakia, could you clarify what the main problem is? Is it the fact that it's a religious prayer, or is it the cost to bring people in, or is it the fact that it's culture?
Well, it's both those things. I mean, since we got rid of enforced spirituality, people have been much better off. I mean, a lot of the arguments for, say, the prohibition of abortion or euthanasia or even homosexuality were really spiritual beliefs imposed on another person. Now we say, look, we're not going to do that anymore, just let people get on with their lives. I'm saying the same thing with building stuff so we can have more affordable stuff in the shops. If you impose your spirituality and say you have to do it according to my spiritual beliefs, it's going to be slower and more expensive.
Who's enforcing it though? Because a lot of the
councillors
companies actually electively want to do it. They're not being forced to it in a lot of cases though.
Really? You don't think that it's actually criteria of their resource consent? Because that's exactly what Simon Court's demonstrated that it is. And of course they come and say, oh no, we're a responsible corporate citizen. We love this stuff, because they're not going to say anything else, are they? And that's why I'm standing up for them.
Do you think they're lying?
I think that they've discovered that if you've got a responsibility to your shareholders, taking on this battle against this pervasive insanity we have in this country is too expensive. That's why you need politicians to take it on.
Do you have a message to Judith Collins after her trip to the hospital?
Yeah, I was really shocked to hear it, and I hope that she has a fast recovery. She's a pretty tough battler. It'll take a bit more than a bit of vertigo to take her down.
Where is that on the amalgamation regional councils? You made some remarks today. The government obviously hasn't made any decisions yet. What do you think about amalgamation?
Look, I think it's horses for courses. That people say it's always good to amalgamate, it's always good to be local. That's not true. I think it depends on the purpose, and that's going to come out of the resource management reforms.
Do you feel like it should be done by a referendum first?
Potentially, but let's work out where we're up to and how much responsibility there is. Look, folks, I got to get going. Despite the fact that I'm only in Wellington to answer questions for Chris, and the opposition aren't asking any Prime Minister questions. Well, it's a very good example of the opposition wasting taxpayer money. See you guys later. G'day, folks. Due to my commitment to open and democratic government, along with my personal affection for you all, I thought, why not come and have a chat about some of the issues of the day. I think this NCA announcement is absolutely fantastic. Please don't think less of me or think it unusual, but it was actually the topic that first got me interested in politics was watching my school principal debate Trevor Mallard. And I just always wanted to say that my school principal was right and Trevor Mallard was wrong. And replacing the NCEA is one of the most important things that we can do as a country, because if you don't have a compact body of knowledge rigorously tested that you're passing from one generation to the next, I'd argue you're not doing education the way that you should. So this is something that I think the government should go hard on and take no backward steps. Other than that, happy to talk about whatever you like.
I wondered how this new system, how you took the new system, which seems to reduce some of the flexibility and introduce a lot more rigour, fitted with your appreciation of charter schools that offer kind of the opposite and offer a lot more flexibility. How do those two worlds fit with you?
Well, actually, charter schools offer a lot more flexibility in how you run the school, but they're a lot tighter on the outcomes that you have to get. So charter schools say you have to be able to demonstrate academic achievement and advancement, and that actually requires a rigorous system to do the testing. They have the flexibility. They could use Cambridge, they could use IB, they could use the New Zealand government qualification, as a lot of state schools do, but there's no inconsistency between being tight on the outcomes and actually allowing a bit more innovation on the way you actually run the school to get the children there.
Why not reform NCA instead of scrapping level one altogether?
Well, I think NCA was initiated on a principle that you should have a whole lot of unit standards or achievement standards, and then you measure how successful people are based on how many standards they accumulate. And the fundamental objection to that is that while NCA can be a great scheme if you're in a supportive community that pushes you hard to do intense credits, there's also other easier and softer options. So you have to ask yourself, are you tweaking something, or are you fundamentally changing back to saying, this is the body of knowledge you need to know, here's the tests you've got to take, and here's how you're going to be graded. That's actually a different type of system, and it almost, by the sounds of what's proposed, a reversal of what happened in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Do you see the problem is that at the moment that you can effectively get a certain number of credits for doing, I guess a lesser known subject, etc. I don't know, picking music off the top of my head compared to that of English. Is that your central concern at the moment?
Well, it was one of the original criticisms that John Morris made, 25 years ago, is that not all credits are equal, and if you are not pushed to do the really robust credits, I've heard of a school that lets kids go skiing every Wednesday afternoon in the winter term, and they say that that's equal to getting to grips with Newtonian, mechanics or physics. That's one of the criticisms that's always been there, and I just make the point that NCA could still be a good qualification, but it's what the students make of it. I think for the country, you've got to have something that is strict and requires one standard right across the board.
Isn't the problem though that that's kind of exactly the same scenario with the new model? You still need to pass 4 out of the 5 of your subjects, and you can effectively pick 4 weaker subjects as soon as you get on to year 12, etc.
Well, bear in mind that the government, and this is Erica's thing, they're going to consult, and I completely support what she's doing, so I'm sure she'll address issues like that. But I just make the point that when you have just about any possible constellation, then you don't have a standard, and when you don't have a standard, then you take away the contestability, and you take away the resilience that you build from having to go through some narrow gates and pass or fail.
Are any subjects currently being taught in school potentially going to be stopped? For example, music or anything like that under the new changes?
Well, again, Eric is rolling out a curriculum as well, so that's a separate issue. But I can't imagine that that's in the offing. But of course, we go out and listen, see what people say.
And what can you tell us about the lead up to today in terms of the government's work around consultation with teachers? Could you tell us a bit about how long this road was to get to this announcement?
Look, I think whatever level of consultation you do, there'll be people say you took too long, people say you should have asked more people. I actually think Erica's done a really good job with the level of engagement that she's done with people. So, it ends up being a how long is a piece of string argument.
What level of consultation was done?
Beg your pardon?
What level of consultation was done?
Well, again, that's for her to speak to. I'm here to offer my wholehearted support to the initiative. I think, one of the things that first got me interested in politics, and it's something that I think is essential that we get done.
What do you make of the opposition's response to this?
Well, the opposition need to be a bit constructive. I mean, ultimately, people know New Zealand faces some real challenges and they want to see problem solving, particularly when it comes to this question of passing knowledge from one generation to the next.
Do you see this as the changes as widening the equity gap, or do you think it will close it?
It's interesting. The old left knew that the pathway out of poverty was an education. The new left, they wouldn't recognise the old Labour Party that wanted poor kids to be able to foot it with the best with high academic standards. They decided to take away the high academic standards and actually took away the ladder of opportunity that poorer kids had traditionally had. So I believe that actually having a strong academic standard, it doesn't discriminate if you're rich or poor, you have the opportunity to succeed. You take away the standard, and how does a poorer kid prove themselves? What ends up happening is that you get judged on where you went to school, what's the reputation of the school, who do you know? As soon as you take away rigorous academic standards, you take away opportunity for a kid who might not be from a rich household, but wants to really work hard and make something of themselves. They should be able to do that.
Is that not happening already in New Zealand?
I think it happens a lot less there will always be, with 5 million people, you can find an example of anything if you want. The question is, what type of system is more likely to promote meritocracy? And I would argue it's exactly the kind of system that Erica's announced.
So you see it closing the equity gap or providing a more equal playing field?
Yeah, I do, because if you have an academic standard where you can prove yourself no matter who you are, then you can foot it. If you have a system where there's lots of different standards and people end up using other examples. In fact, I was talking to a principal not so long ago who said one of the things that astonished her was the lack of entrance exams to schools, because if you don't have entrance exams, how do you pick people? Well, who do their parents know, for example? So that's how you end up with a lack of meritocracy if you don't have academic excellence.
Potentially raising the age that students can leave school?
Well, it's not something I've thought about lately, but I just make the point that we keep raising the amount of time that students spend at school, and I actually don't know that that's going to make the world a better place. The goal should be to get prepared for life, learn as much as possible, then get out and make the most of it. Whereas we've added several years to school over the last couple of generations, and I don't know that that's actually left us with better outcomes.
What would be your message to schools like your old school, Auckland Grammar, that have that Cambridge qualification? Is it your encouragement that you would want Auckland Grammar and others to move across so that everybody in New Zealand comes under your new model?
Well, the government's obviously going to create the best model it can, but there's a lot to be said for contestability and choice, right? Like, if people have different options, that keeps the pressure on to make sure that the government's offering is good. It keeps pressure on Cambridge, it keeps pressure on IB. I've always personally been in favour of the government doing its best with its model, but also having competition and choice to keep itself honest.
You've had a couple of senior staffers leave your office recently. Do you think, does it suggest anything about perceptions within your office about electoral prospects at the next election?
Not at all. We have one of the most stable, low turnover workforces anywhere in Parliament in the ACT Party. Yes, we've had 2 people that have left within a couple of months of each other, but in both cases there's reasons for that. One of them came on basically on a promise to work on one policy for 3 days a week. She ended up working about 6 days a week, and after 18 months she said, well, look, I got to look after me a bit, and I respect that. Also, at the end of a critical phase with charter schools, it's basically running now. It's not being set up anymore. So that makes sense on its own. And then, my good old friend Stuart, who I've known since, I don't know, I think Richard Prebble might have still been the leader when I met Stu. He's done 5 years. He's done 2 election campaigns. At one point, he actually got hospitalised because he drank far too much V and Red Bull managing the election campaign. So, there's a limit to what you can really sort of extract from people, and I reckon he's at it. So, yeah. All right, thanks. Well, with that delightful story, I thank you very much for coming out, and I hope that you have a great day. I'll see you later.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, that's all right. Hey guys, how you going?
Is it true that you're holding up the government and declaring a Palestinian state?
No, that's what Chris Hipkins says. Chris Hipkins doesn't know what's happening in Cabinet because he got voted out of government for being useless. What's actually happening is we're working through a process of making a decision. It's impossible to hold up a decision that no one's actually making yet. This government thinks carefully. We're aware of the really horrible, grotesque scenes that people are seeing on social media and on the TV every night. But we also know that New Zealand has to act with maturity, and our government is going through a process of working out what's the right thing to do and then starting to think a few steps ahead of what happens next. That's how a mature government operates. I think Chris Hipkins has just shown that he wasn't a mature government last time and he hasn't matured since.
Do you have a position on it?
Do
you have a position on it?
Well, my view is that we should first look to what the Arab states around the region are saying very strongly to Hamas and take their counsel, because they're not experiencing it on TV or on social media. In their region, it's a reality. Once we understand where they are, then I think we can work towards a position. But their position is Hamas, get gone.
Would recognising Palestine be a reward, though, for terrorism?
Well, it very much depends on what the conditions are. If the conditions are the terrorists get gone, that's not really a reward for them. There does need to be a reward for all the people in the region who I believe should have the benefit of universal human rights. We're far from that right now, and getting there is going to take some pretty tough work.
So what are Act's prerequisites? Would you need Hamas to release all the hostages before you would agree?
Well, I mean, from my point of view, releasing the hostages should be an obvious precondition to any change. But like I say, the government is working through a position, and we will hang together on that position as we work it through.
Do you believe the coalition will come to a unified position?
Yeah, I do. I think our government will work very well together, and ultimately will support a position that is well discussed and in the best interests of New Zealand. But the idea that I or anyone else am holding up a decision that hasn't even started to be made yet is a little premature.
Why has it taken this long to get to this point?
Well, my question back to you is, why have others jumped in so rapidly? I've always believed in New Zealand exceptionalism. Just because the rest of the world jumps in doesn't mean we need to test the water with both feet.
So who has moved rapidly in your view?
Well, you follow the news better than me, or at least I hope you do, because it's your job.
Well, are you talking about France and the United Kingdom? Is that who you're referring to?
Well, I would just ask myself, are they ahead of or behind the other Arab countries in the region? Those people know the reality because they live beside it.
Would ACT consider using the agree to disagree clause if you don't?
Well, it's part of our coalition agreement. It's always possible, but I don't think it will be necessary in this case.
Practically, what would recognising Palestine look like?
Well, I mean, that's the question. Who are you recognising as it currently exists? You'd be making friends with terrorists. And here's the reality. You listen to these people like Debbie Ngāti-Wapaka, Chloe Swarbrick, Marama Davidson. If the Greens and Te Pāti Māori were in charge, we would be making friends with terrorists right now. It's so naive, and that's what Chris Hipkins is trying to deflect from. He's trying to talk about our government because he doesn't want to talk about the people that he's in bed with on the other side of the aisle.
What's the feedback? What are you hearing from constituents?
Look, clearly passions and emotions are high. There's grotesque imagery, there's terrible abuses of people's basic rights, but there's also a range of understanding of who's responsible for that. In my view, it is the terrorists who, by the way, are homophobic, are misogynistic, are using people as human shields and killing a huge number of people. It's all very well for people to blame Israel, but you need to take a balanced view of this and try and seek universal human rights for all as the outcome.
But do you think the Israel government's approach is still proportionate to the original offence from Hamas?
I think Israel, like us, has an imperfect democracy. I think it's easy for us on the other side of the world to judge. It's not 1,500 New Zealand citizens, perhaps somewhere like Rhythm and Vines at New Year's Eve, getting attacked and kidnapped the way that they were. How would we respond? Easy for us to say that we would be better, and perhaps we would be, but I also am just always a bit cautious about jumping in without all the knowledge and without being prepared to put myself in someone else's shoes. And that's why we're taking a careful and considered approach to this issue.
Do you think that declaring a state might be the first step to helping get the Palestinian Authority in power and getting rid of Hamas?
Well, that's something you'd want to consider, but of course, like I say, there's people that want to politicise this, there's people that want to emotionalise this, and then there's people in our government who are sitting down carefully and calmly talking through the issues so that we can uphold human rights for all. That's got to be the ultimate goal.
What would be the cost or the problem with New Zealand accepting the credentials of the Palestinian representative in Canberra, who would effectively become the ambassador if we were to recognise the state? And that's probably the main way that New Zealand would recognise the state.
I think you're probably the only person who's thinking about money on this issue, but I don't imagine a great amount.
I don't mean cost and money.
Oh, okay. What do you mean?
Reputational, like cost and what's the harm in doing that at this moment?
Well, simple fact that you're basically getting into bed with a terrorist organisation, which might no, that is Hamas, who are effectively controlling the area. Might I remind you, these are a group of people who are homophobic, who are misogynistic, who have very little regard for the rights of women and children, that have carried out a hideous war crime and are frequently breaching international law themselves. That's something people seem to forget.
No one's saying here recognising Hamas as the leaders of the state of Palestine. It effectively would be the Palestinian.
Well, you'd want to recognise people that are effectively in control, and who's that right now? It's Hamas.
Not in the West Bank, though, right?
Well, if you want to recognise the West Bank, then that's a different issue. But the fact is that right now, everyone is focused on Gaza. That is the issue that people are trying to address. And no one, if you go and recognise any kind of state, whether it's the Palestinian Authority or whatever, is going to think that this is about the West Bank. They're going to regard it as being about Gaza. That's where the eyes are, and that's where the image of every country is going to be judged, if that's your question. All right, folks. Well, thank you very much. Hope to talk to you about domestic politics tomorrow. Thank you. Hi, folks. Another day of democracy.
The Black Ferns are off to the World Cup. Have you got a message of support for them?
Oh, okay. They probably don't need my support. They'll blitz the field, but all I'd say is go the Black Ferns. After their outstanding performance a few years ago, can't wait to see them in action again.
Do you think it was right for Chloe Swarbrick to be kicked out of the House yesterday?
Well, the Speaker is always right. What's wrong is to publicly criticise the Speaker. The fact is, if you can't follow the rules in your own workplace, how are you supposed to advocate for a rules-based international order? And the thing about extremists all over the world is they believe they are so right, no one else's rules apply to them. Well, actually, in many ways, Chloe Swarbrick's as bad as the people she's criticising.
Is she an extremist?
Well, she's showing the behaviour of someone who thinks that she is so right that she doesn't need to follow anyone else's rules. I actually think we may have reached peak Chloe. You've got maximum moral virtue signalling, maximum theatrics, and as usual, zero actual achievements.
Is it theatrics, or is it just her convictions, her showing her principles?
Well, there's lots of ways you can show your convictions and principles, usually by being persuasive. Nobody is persuaded by someone who needs to break the basic rules that we all rely on for our parliament to function to get her point across. I just make the point, our parliament has evolved over hundreds of years so that we debate the people. Our parliament has evolved over hundreds of years so we debate the issue on behalf of the people we represent, rather than just attacking the character or motivations of other people's representatives.
The punishment would seem to be disproportionate and quite inconsistent with other rulings recently. Is that fair?
Well, again, the Speaker makes the ruling. I'm not here to criticise the Speaker, but the fact is that she was asked to leave, And she said gladly, so I guess she's accepted it. I don't see what her problem is. I don't know why she's still here.
Why is she getting a harsher punishment than any other MP?
Well, that's your assertion. Actually, it's up to the Speaker to judge what sort of sanctions are needed to maintain order in the House. And I just make the point that if everyone decided that they were going to wave their banners, do their haka, attack other people's character and motivations, we would no longer have a parliament of debate, something that people around the world are fighting very hard to have. Parliamentary democracy that she's been lucky to be born into, that she benefits from, gets a decent salary from, and yet can't follow the basic rules of being respectful. How can we believe that she's going to bring peace to the Middle East?
Do you believe that the standing orders empower the Speaker to remove an MP from the House for more than a day over something like this?
Well, the thing is, she's actually accepted what the Speaker said herself, so it's sort of moot.
You're on the Privileges Committee. Do you know if anyone's put in a Privileges complaint about her behaviour?
Well, I'm not on the Privileges Committee, but even if I was, it would be the Speaker who would receive it. The Speaker then goes back to the member concerned, decides what ruling he's going to make and if he's going to refer it to the Privileges Committee, and it would be wrong for anyone that had put one in to discuss it before that's happened.
Okay, so you don't know if anyone from the ACT Party's done that?
Look, even if I did know that, the rules are, if you put a privileges complaint in, that's for the Speaker to consider. It's not for other people to speculate about.
Chris Hipkins says there's an unfolding genocide happening in Gaza. Do you agree?
Well, you know, the International Court of Justice has been asked that very question, and they've said that it may be likely, but they haven't said that it is. So unless Chris Hipkins knows something more than the International Court of Justice, I'm not sure. But the next question is, what do you actually do about it? And the fact is that the government going off and recognising Palestine without any conditions is rewarding terrorism. I think we've got to be a bit clear about that. What our government is doing is working through the issues and coming to a sane, sober solution where we put our position forward to the rest of the world in full knowledge of the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta go and talk to that guy, I know. Hey Chris, how you going?
Good, buddy.
Good. Yeah. Hey, how you going?
David, just quickly, you can obviously hear this noise going on in the background. What do you think of the protests that's going on today?
Well, you know, it's a little bit like the person they're trying to support, noisy and ineffective. The facts are the best thing that New Zealand can do is come to a sensible set of conditions that will actually enhance human rights in the world. Simply running out and trying to be the most morally supreme person doesn't help. But as I say, I think we've reached peak Chloe Swarbrick, maximum self-righteousness and moral supremacy, maximum theatrics, and as usual, no actual achievements or results from it.
David, the majority of the public in a Les One News poll say that they would like to see a rates cap. What would you make of that?
I want to see council costs controlled. If you can control the costs by getting rid of the expensive RMA, dealing with the costs put on councils by regional councils, which make it more expensive for them to get consent to do everything, focus the councils on just doing the things that they actually need to do, not everything they dream of doing, then you can get your costs down. Same with temporary traffic management, same with health and safety. All of those things are being done to get the costs down. If you can get council costs down, you may not need a rates cap. If you put in place a rates cap without getting the costs under control, they'll just go into debt.
What do you say to councils that say that this is completely unpractical?
Well, the fact is, they've got crumbling infrastructure. They need a way of fixing it. If you cap the rates before you figure out how to control their cost, then you're just going to have a collision.
Chloe Swarbrick has essentially sort of implied that ACT has written a sort of contempt or put to the Speaker that she's been contempt of the House.
Well, the rules are very clear. If there is a privileges complaint, then past speakers have ruled you shouldn't be publicising it. If she's saying that, and it may be true or it may not be, then that's on her. But we're actually trying to uphold the rules of Parliament here. It's an institution that, for all our frustrations, actually does pretty well for New Zealand and many countries would like to have. The thing about extremists around the world, they always believe that their cause is so important that they don't have to follow anyone else's rules or actually persuade anyone else. It's always their way or the highway, and the means justify the ends.
Do you party has sent a letter?
Well, again, if we had, we wouldn't say. If we hadn't, we wouldn't say, because the rules are very clear. And, some people think upholding the rules of Parliament isn't that important. I happen to think it is.
Do you support the removal of the books that have too many kupu Māori in them, like at the marae?
No, they haven't been removed for that reason. They've been removed because this government is introducing structured literacy where students can sound out the words and actually learn to read faster so they have foundations for the future. Now, if it is a kura kaupapa Māori or they're teaching in Māori language, they're not compelled to put English words in. If it's an English language medium, they're not compelled to put Māori words in. And the reason for that is if you're trying to get students to learn to sound out words, having two languages with different pronunciations of each vowel just confuses these 5-year-old children. Now, it's also an important point Erica Stanford's made. If you talk to people who teach in Māori language medium, they say we would not put English into Māori language medium for the same reason.
That's anecdotal, but I'm pretty sure there's actual educational studies looking into this, and it shows that it's easier to learn two languages if you are around 5 years old. Have you looked at peer-reviewed evidence here?
Well, it depends if you're talking about learning two languages or learning to read and recognise words and sound them out. If you're trying to do that, then the people who advocate structured literacy, and they do rely on peer-reviewed literature, have said that it's much simpler if a word has one pronunciation. If you have multiple languages with different pronunciations on the same vowel sounds, it's much more difficult for them to learn.
Is it still?
Erica Stanford is talking about that for 5-year-olds, but for older children, that they'll work on a program where they will be able to learn Māori words in with English. Is that the right approach? Not at 5, but potentially from year 2 onwards?
Well, look, if you want to get into a debate about the ins and outs of pedagogy and curriculum, then I'm probably not your guy, but it makes sense that structured literacy is good. The experiment of whole language has let down a generation of children. This government is now reintroducing structured literacy for the good of those children, and it's probably true that as time goes on they become more capable of learning more languages. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I'm running away.
Oh.
Kidding, that's the other guys.
David, Chris Hipkins denies that he's dodging public accountability, despite refusing to give oral evidence before the Royal Commission. What do you make of it?
Well, he was happy to be in our living rooms at 1 p.m. every day from the so-called podium of truth. Where's he gone? What's changed? I would have thought if you cared about this country and responding to its next pandemic, which will happen, then you'd want to front up and tell your story. I think the contrast between his behaviour during the pandemic, when they do anything to get in front of the cameras, when we had to endure a 20-minute lecture before they gave us the daily numbers, compared with this behaviour we've learned about today, I think that contrast speaks for itself.
He says that he's answered already all of the questions that that need to be answered. Is there any problem with that?
Well, of course, they could have just given us the COVID data at 1 o'clock every day, but they were happy to talk for 20 minutes before they actually gave us the numbers. And I just ask, what's changed between when they were happy to invade our living room every single day and when they're being asked to do something for New Zealand by a Royal Commission and they're nowhere to be seen? I think that's really disappointing. I think it's important that we recognise the size of the challenge that they put in front of New Zealand. Shutting people down. I mean, school attendance is still on the recovery path from the 2022 plummet that it got after years of COVID lockdowns and disruption. People are still traumatised from missing out on seeing their dying loved ones or missing the birth of their child because of the restrictions that these people put in place. I don't think it's unreasonable to show up for an hour or two and actually give your side of the story for the posterity of the nation. It's good that they've cooperated, in privacy, we're told, but I think the New Zealand people deserve them to show up.
He had some concerns about public safety at those hearings, or his safety, at those public hearings. Do you agree with that there could be some people who would heckle him or abuse him or possibly even attack him?
Well, if he has a genuine reason to be concerned about his safety, then as a parliamentary colleague, I am right beside him and any other colleague. But if he's using public safety as an excuse, well, that is lower than the low.
The Royal Commission said that there were safety concerns raised by people who had appeared at the previous set of public hearings, that they had since been subject to harassment and threats and so on. How should the former ministers factor that into their decision on whether to appear?
Well, let me ask this question. Are we going to let a small group of antisocial people stop our great nation from having a democratic discourse? I think the simple facts are we don't decide that because there's a few crazies out there we're no longer going to have a parliament. But actually, when you lock people down, when you segregate them by their vaccine choices, when you stop people coming in and out of the country, even at critical times with life, death and birth and sickness in their family, then of course there is going to be anger. But the right way to address that is actually to listen, to dialogue and to talk, not to hide away, especially when you're someone who is very happy to be in our living room at 1 p.m. every day, day after day after day after day after day.
Do you think this will damage public trust?
Well, absolutely it damages public trust, because for all the people who are out there saying, I don't believe that these guys really have our best interests at heart, I was told something by a very wise man at his 90th birthday. He said, no one's out to get you, you just have to show them who you are. And I think there was an opportunity here to come and explain their perspective. Maybe we have it wrong, but they're not doing it.
Are they running scared?
Well, I don't know what their emotional state is, but I would have thought that they have a public duty for the power they wielded and their demonstrated predilection for public attention, which they've gone after day during the pandemic, to front up now.
Does it look like they're running from accountability, though?
Unfortunately, a lot of people will see them as running from accountability, and that's what erodes that trust.
What did you make of what happened in the House, Chloe Swarbrick getting suspended? Do you think it was the right move?
Well, it's very, very simple. She was told to leave. She said she'd leave gladly. Then she wanted to come back, so she wasn't leaving gladly, it seems. Then she said she wouldn't apologise. Then she was asked to leave and she had to be named. Now she's been suspended. I mean, Chloe Swarbrick is the author of all of this. And as usual, we're seeing absolute classic Chloe. Lots of theatrics, lots of self-declared moral supremacy, but no achievement out of it.
Were you surprised Winston Peters came to her defence?
Well, he made a point that he thinks the place is robust. He's right about that. But I think it's important to just go back to what the purpose of this place is. The people out there who pay the bills through their taxes send people like me to speak on their behalf. Now, if we who are sent here spend our whole time trying to discredit the character and motivations of other citizens' representatives, we're not going to get through much business. And that's why this does actually matter. It's about whether we are playing the person or the ball.
Is the speaker targeting Chloe?
There's absolutely no reason to think that he is targeting one person. He said, you're out for the rest of the week, and as he said himself, and she said, I'll go gladly. Now she says she doesn't want to go gladly. She's the author of this.
Prime Minister Christopher Luxon says that Benjamin Netanyahu has lost the plot. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't know what his basis for saying that is. However, all I know is the whole situation is very sad, and our government's working carefully through how we respond to it.
He says that Netanyahu isn't listening to the international community. They're continuing forward with their new military operation and attacking Gaza, and that seemed to be the basis for him just saying that. Would you agree with it on that basis?
Well, I'd want to find out exactly what his full basis for saying that is, rather than respond to quotes which, for all I know, may be selective. So no offence.
Would you view it as a breach of the coalition agreement? New Zealand First had not voted with the government on that motion to name and suspend.
Well, the coalition agreement requires the government to vote together on procedural matters.
Great.
All right, folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, you look diminished in rank.
Sorry, what was that? We looked diminished in rank or in rank?
Diminished in rank.
Oh, okay.
Cool. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, and I want to thank the people at the Ministry of Health for the great work that MedSafe's doing. For the second year in a row, they've dramatically reduced the time taken to consent new medicines. It was 330 days to consent a new medicine just a couple of years ago. Then they got it down to 275. Now they're down to 216. So, they've nearly taken a third off the time to consent a new medicine in the last 2 years. There's a whole lot more progress to come with that. I'm encouraging them to use AI. They've got to be on the technology frontier. And the government's bringing in its rule of two, so if something's been consented in 2 other countries, it's ready to go in New Zealand in 30 days. I think this will be very helpful for things like the questions around today about Trikafta for 2 to 5-year-old patients. That was only given consent in March of this year. Pharmac are now assessing it for funding, but the faster we can do the consenting and assessment processes, the faster we get to a decision about whether we can afford these things. And then the question is, can we put more money in to afford the medicines that people have overseas?
Last week you wouldn't say whether you agreed with the Prime Minister about whether Benjamin Netanyahu had lost the plot. Have you looked at his comments now and do you have an opinion?
Look, I think basically those are his personal comments. I just take the view that when you're dealing with any other leader, unless it's someone like Vladimir Putin, then it's better just to keep your thoughts to yourself, which is what I do.
So you don't
But I respect his right to express his opinion, as he said.
You wouldn't use those terms about Netanyahu?
Look, I don't think it helps. What we have is a world with a lot of pain, a lot of suffering. We want the conflict to end, and we want human rights to be upheld. And so I just say, it doesn't really help. If you're making fun of Kim Jong-un, then maybe, but I don't think it helps.
Israel had a pretty strong response to the Prime Minister's comments. What did you make of that?
Well, I think again, once you get into a war of words, you're not really solving any problems. So I respect the right, his right to make a personal comment, which, now that I've looked at his comments, that was the context. But personally, I don't generally get into that.
Do you ever fall asleep in your car at the airport when you're waiting around?
Look, Bish has said that that's a very old photo, and I take his word for it. But look, Chris Bishop works hard, and we should maybe cut him some slack.
I mean, he says he still does it. Has a 20-minute nap at the airport. Is that something you do?
Well, look, I don't do it myself, but I would say so long as Chris Bishop's car isn't moving, he can sleep as long as he likes. All right, thank you very much, folks. Thanks. Thanks. Tēnā tātou katoa. How can I help?
You previously suggested that school students who go on strike should be marked as absent for that. What's your take on the teacher strike today? Do you reckon any, punishments should happen for that?
Well, the thing about going on strike is you don't get paid, so that's the obvious punishment. I just wish these teachers would do their strike on one of their teacher-only days so they could make their point without inconveniencing children's learning or their parents.
Do you think they have any leg to stand on here? Do you think they are making a legitimate claim that they deserve to earn more?
Well, look, we value teachers. That's why they've had 14% pay rises in the last 3 years. Most New Zealanders who are paying the taxes for it have had nothing like that. They've also got additional funding to help with teacher aides. There's a lot of things being done for teachers that have really tried to ease the burden. Now they have 6 days of negotiation and go on strike and put everybody out. I think that's a bit unreasonable. This is a time when all New Zealanders are trying to pull together, and yet these guys get one offer, couple of days of negotiation, and they're off. I'm not sure that that's being a team player.
Of that 14%, how much is this government responsible for?
Well, you can argue about who's responsible, or you can look at the problem for New Zealand, which is everyone's doing it pretty tough. Teachers in the last 3 years have had 14% and a half. I think that's reasonable. I think it's worth noting. 60% of teachers are over $100,000. This is a pretty good place to be for most teachers, and I think we need to start recognising that a bit. I'll let you go. There you go. Yeah. What was that? No, you're all good, mate.
Yeah, very good. Good to see you, buddy.
I've answered all the questions, but have a go. Thanks. Hey guys, how are you?
Good, thank you. Your comments on the OCR decision today?
Well, it's another relief for mortgagees, for people who are paying rent to people with mortgages, for businesses that are trying to keep their cash flow going. Lower interest rates are a dividend for everybody, and while there's many things that influence interest rates, the government's restraint on its own spending means it's taking less and leaving more for everyone else. When the government borrows too much, spends too much, it's effectively competing to borrow, pushing up interest rates on everyone else. So I think the government can take some credit for its restraint that's allowed these lower interest rates. If you look at when we came in, 5.5%, people paying 8% on their mortgage. Now you're back down to 3%, it's nearly halved, and you start to see the prospect of 4% money.
The Reserve Bank's clearly concerned about the forecasting, though, and the global headwinds we're seeing. What do you think the government can do about this?
Well, the Reserve Bank makes its own decisions, but I just make the observation that if there's global headwinds, then cutting rates and letting people get access to cash at a lower interest rate is actually very helpful. This will help, along with all the other cuts we've had from 5.5% all the way down to 5 to 4, now 3. and let's hope the commentators who say they'll cut again before the end of the year are correct.
Well, the Reserve Bank is saying there are suggestions for further cuts, essentially saying if inflation remains under control, that could well be the case. What do you make of that?
Well, it's critical to keep inflation under control. I mean, 7.3% inflation under the previous government really hurt New Zealanders and their farms, their firms, their families. It was all really tough. Inflation's now back below 3%, where we want it to be. Now it's about the interest rate relief, so people actually have some more cash to take on prices that are still high when they go shopping or whatever they're trying to do.
And how much of a difference do you think this OCR cut will make to people?
Well, I mean, you just do simple maths. I mean, a 1/4%. If you've got a $500,000 mortgage, then that's $1,250 a year. That's just over $20 a week from this cut alone. In total, we've had 2.5% cuts again. If you've got a mortgage at $500,000, sorry, then, that's $12,500 a year. That's $50 or $500 a week that people are no longer paying in interest thanks to those interest rate cuts.
And are you aiming to take this as a win for the coalition government, or are you sort of taking the side that the Reserve Bank should be independent and we should stay away from commenting on whose fault it is, I suppose?
Well,
the OCR is down.
The Reserve Bank's choices on the OCR are absolutely independent. I believe that strongly. But one of the biggest influences on what they choose is actually the pressure that the government puts on inflation with its own spending and borrowing. Because we have removed that pressure from the economy by being a lot more careful with spending than the previous guys, that means that the Reserve Bank has room to make the choices that we support them making.
What about the concerns about the labour market at the moment?
Well, clearly, there's only one thing that people worry about more than inflation and high prices, and that's not having a job. Unemployment, is about where it was forecast to be 2 years ago, and it's forecast to fall from there. So it's one of the few forecasts of the last few years that seems to be accurate. And I believe that if we stay the course, keep the government spending under control, keep seeing inflation under control, keep seeing interest rates fall, then you see households with more money in their pocket, businesses getting more revenue, that leads to more job creation. Unfortunately, there's lots of people who want this whole thing just to go faster, but there are no shortcuts. You have the inflation, you have the interest rates, you have the unemployment, and then one by one, all of those conditions improve. And that's the cycle. It would have been better if we hadn't had such an overheated government blowout during COVID, which I think people now accept they did too much, but now we're recovering from that.
And you've previously sort of suggested that there is room for further cuts in terms of wasteful spending. Is that something that you're still in support of, going further on this?
Yeah, 100%. Look, the simple fact is Labor left 47,000 public servants in 2017. Then, after 6 years, there were 63,000. Our government came in, there's still 63,000. So I believe that there's still too many people, and we're not necessarily delivering better services than in 2017 when there were 47,000 people. I believe that there's still too much borrowing and too much expenditure. So I would go further, but I just make the point. This government is not saving money as aggressively as the ACT Party would, but I can point to examples of where it's saving more money than it would without the ACT Party.
You'd say you'd go further. How much further would you go?
Well, our alternative budgets that came out, now a couple of years ago, but they gave you an indication. They showed expenditure reductions in the order of $7 to $8 billion each year. It sounds like a lot of money when you consider that the government's currently spending $142 billion. What we're really talking about is about a 5% reduction, and I still think that's necessary.
You've been quite outspoken in terms of your views with regards to the COVID inquiry and how Labor members should show up. Winston Peters has written to the inquiry saying that he will show up. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, the inquiry time frame doesn't include the time that he was in government. So, I guess he could do that as a private citizen, but we all could. I think the point he's trying to make, and I support the point, that anyone else is prepared to show up. Surely the people who made these decisions, which dramatically affected people's lives, and that we're literally still paying for in debt, if you made those decisions, shouldn't you be prepared to appear before the record? And having an open public discussion has got to be better than being told months later that questions were asked and questions were answered, but you'll never really know which ones. All right. Thank you very much, team. Hi, folks.
Valley Sawmill and closure near Nelson. What does that tell you about the economic picture, and is the government going to be providing any help?
Look, it tells us that for too long we've said no to too many things. Now we don't have the generation, we don't have the electricity, and the prices are too high for some industries to be viable. I mean, if you're in the sawmill or the pulp and paper, you're basically using electricity to break up wood and turn it into more valuable products. If electricity is more expensive, the business is not viable. What this tells us is the government has to deal with consenting for generation, maybe some tweaks around how the electricity market works, stop saying no to just about every type of energy that works, and allow some more generation to be built. Those are the sorts of things that will make a difference here. People say, oh, there's an easy fix, the government can go in and save a business. Maybe sometimes, but once the government gets into the business of saving businesses, it's just a question of where do you stop doing that?
Does it concern you, though, that this could just contribute to an even higher unemployment rate?
Yeah, it's massively concerning when anyone loses their job. But if you look at the New Zealand economy, in my lifetime, most of the jobs have probably gone and been replaced. If you think about how many different industries, we used to assemble cars in New Zealand, we used to make TVs in New Zealand. Now we get that done overseas, we do things that we're better at. We have industries that no one could have dreamed of a generation ago. So what you really want is continued innovation, continued job creation, so that you can replace jobs with better jobs. That's the long-term solution, but it doesn't mean it's okay to lose jobs just because electricity is too expensive, because for too long governments have stopped people building generators.
Does New Zealand have any enemies?
Sorry.
There's a video circulating which seems to have Penny Henare confirming that Labour would repeal the gang patch ban if they got into power. What do you say to that?
Well, sounds like Penny Henare is going after the gang vote. My experience, those guys aren't always very good at getting organised to go and vote. But hey, look, if that's whose side he's on, I would say the rest of us are in favour of every other New Zealander being able to go about their business without being intimidated by groups of people who dress up and behave with the intention of intimidating people. You might notice in the last couple of years, these big gang convoys, this intimidation that people were totally sick of, it's actually stopped. And why anyone would think it's a smart political move to campaign on going back to gangs running rampant in New Zealand, you have to ask Penny Henare.
I mean, Chris Hipkins said that he wouldn't repeal the ban. You've got Penny Henare now saying the opposite. I mean, what does that say about communication inside the party?
Well, it sounds like Labour are just as disorganised in opposition as they were in government.
Does New Zealand have any enemies other than cats and possums?
Well, unfortunately, there are bad people in the world and they are seeking to do harm to us. Even as we speak, there are people online who are trying to disrupt New Zealand politics. They go into our communities and try and incite people. This kind of thing, unfortunately, is a reality. And
why would we need helicopters with a precision kill system?
Very simply because we are part of an alliance of countries who share our values, who value democracy and universal human rights, and we need the ability to deter people who might try and attack us. Now, can New Zealand defend itself alone? No, it can't. Can we defend ourselves in an Anzac alliance? Maybe. Can we defend ourselves as a wider democratic alliance? Definitely, but we have to play our part.
So it's about deterrence rather than actually going out and killing things?
Well, of course, one of the deterrents to people who would attack us is that if they attack us, we might kill them. That's how wars work, unfortunately. I'd rather not have one, but that's how they work.
We've had a significant announcement from the government today in terms of defence spending, and some of that spending will be, buying these Seahawks from US makers. What kind of impact do you expect that to have in terms of our trade deficit and tariffs potentially?
Look, the ACT Party campaigned for and won more defence spending. We have to pull our weight in a democratic alliance. Will it affect our trade balance? I'm certain that making a substantial purchase from American businesses will have an effect on the trade balance. But I think we've got to be clear. We're buying these helicopters to protect our sailors and our ships as they protect our country. Whatever comes as a consequence of that is secondary.
What's driving the improved attendance data at schools, do you think?
Look, a few things. Frankly, it's partly just a change in attitude. We had a couple of years of saying, stay home, save lives. Subtext, education's not really that important. Now we have a government that gets up every day and says, going to school is the most important thing you can do for your future, because getting knowledge from school is important, and the number one determinant of how much knowledge you will get from school is how often you're actually there. We've also put more funding into the attendance service. We've also started publishing the data daily. We've issued new health guidance. We've started investigating prosecutions. We haven't made any yet, but it's very clear the ministry is willing to take prosecutions if people don't come to school. And we've also made sure that people can see every day what the data is, and I think I might have already used that example, but that's okay.
It's still not great though, right? If you look back, the numbers are still worse than any year before 2019.
Yeah. So look, first of all, if we're getting better every year by 5%, I think we should celebrate that, and we should be grateful to the effort of educators, parents, and the students themselves for showing up. However, 58.4% is 21.6% less than the 80% target we have, and that's why it's critical that we keep going. At the start of next year, every school by law will have an attendance action plan, be rolling out the STAR, the Stepped Attendance Response Scheme, so we're going to have a strategy for every child at every level of attendance. If they're over 90, that's fine. If they're 80 to 90, that's a problem. If they're 70 to 80, that's a bigger problem. So we're going to get even more equipped to deal with attendance. We're rolling out a brand new system of IT so that it's easier to trace the students who aren't there, and we're also creating information sharing agreements between different departments, because attendance officers say we spend a whole lot of time chasing a student when actually another government department knew where they were. So all of those things will keep the progress going, I'm sure.
Why haven't we seen any prosecutions?
Simply, it's up to the Ministry of Education. They've made it very clear to schools, if you've got someone who's not a can't, but a won't, that go to school, then we're open to prosecuting them. Then the Ministry of Education, I understand there's been about 15 examples of this. They start assembling the information, but like any prosecutor, whether it's the police or anybody, you've got to actually know that the prosecution will stack up. There's no point going to court and getting laughed out of court, and they haven't taken one to court yet, but I'm sure they will. It'll be a matter of time.
What regulatory or legislative change needs to happen between now and the beginning of next year in order to put in place your frameworks and stuff?
The Education Training Amendment Bill already passed. That mandates that there has to be an attendance action plan for every school.
Okay, so no further regulatory changes?
There will be a bit more. I think it's the Education Reform Bill. We may make some more amendments as that goes through the committee stages, but they'll be relatively minor.
Okay, and do you still stand by your comments that sushi is a woke food?
No, I've been interviewed about this, and well, look, I just normally, no matter who makes the mistake, I cover it. This one I'm disowning, and I feel so relieved by this.
So you eat sushi?
I love sushi. I actually love sushi.
What's your favourite type of sushi?
Look, mainly anything with salmon. So look, that was a comment that someone whose name will never be known put on my social media. It seriously pissed me off. Normally I defend them. I did for a while. Now I'm free.
Because did you see that there was a recent kind of census or survey that was done of students, and their number one favourite food that came out across New Zealand was sushi?
Well, that just sounds like woke kids to me. Just kidding.
Can I ask you, there are renewed calls, as there often are, for universal dental care. What's exposition on the topic?
Anyone that still wants that policy should go to the UK and check out people's teeth. Seriously, as soon as you say that we're going to have government dental care, the government might pay, but the government also decides how much you get, how long you wait, and how good it is. And the answer from the United Kingdom, which has this policy, is it's not very good, and neither are your teeth. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Did you see that there was a recent kind of census or survey that was done of students, and their number one favourite food that came out across New Zealand was sushi?
Well, that just sounds like woke kids to me. Just kidding.
Can I ask you, there are renewed calls, as there often are, for universal dental care. What's ACT's position on the topic?
Anyone that still wants that policy should go to the UK and check out people's teeth. Seriously, as soon as you say that we're going to have government dental care, the government might pay, but the government also decides how much you get, how long you wait, and how good it is. And the answer from the United Kingdom, which has this policy, is it's not very good, and neither are your teeth. You know, it's interesting, the old left knew that the pathway out of poverty was an education. The new left, you know, they wouldn't recognise the old Labor Party that wanted poor kids to be able to foot it with the best with high academic standards. They decided to take away the high academic standards and actually took away the ladder of opportunity that poorer kids had traditionally had.
Is it true that you're holding up the government and declaring a Palestinian state?
No, that's what Chris Hipkins says. Chris Hipkins doesn't know what's happening in Cabinet because he got voted out of government for being useless. What's actually happening is we're working through a process of making a decision. It's impossible to hold up a decision that no one's actually making yet. This government thinks carefully. We're aware of the really horrible, grotesque scenes that people are seeing on social media and on the TV every night. But we also know that New Zealand has to act with maturity, and our government is going through a process of working out what's the right thing to do and then starting to think a few steps ahead of what happens next. That's how a mature government operates. I think Chris Hipkins has just shown that he wasn't a mature government last time and he hasn't matured since.
In the House, Chloe Swarbrick getting suspended, do you think it was the right move?
Well, it's very, very simple. She was told to leave. She said she'd leave gladly. Then she wanted to come back, so she wasn't leaving gladly, it seems. Then she said she wouldn't apologise. Then she was asked to leave and she had to be named. Now she's been suspended. I mean, Chloe Swarbrick is the author of all of this. And as usual, we're seeing absolute classic Chloe. Lots of theatrics, lots of self-declared moral supremacy, but no achievement out of it. I think it's important to just go back to what the purpose of this place is. The people out there who pay the bills through their taxes send people like me to speak on their behalf. Now, if we who are sent here spend our whole time trying to discredit the character and motivations of other citizens' representatives, we're not going to get through much business, and that's why this does actually matter. It's about whether we are playing the person or the ball. The fact is, if you can't follow the rules in your own workplace, how are you supposed to advocate for a rules-based international order? And the thing about extremists all over the world is they believe they are so right, no one else's rules apply to them. Well, actually, in many ways, Chloe Swarbrick's as bad as the people she's criticising.
Is she an extremist?
Well, she's showing the behaviour of someone who thinks that she is so right that she doesn't need to follow anyone else's rules. I actually think we may have reached peak Chloe. You've got maximum moral virtue signalling, maximum theatrics, and as usual, zero actual achievements.
What's your take on the teacher strike today? Do you reckon any, I suppose, punishments should happen for that?
Well, the thing about going on strike is you don't get paid, so that's the obvious punishment. I just wish these teachers would do their strike on one of their teacher-only days so they could make their point without inconveniencing children's learning or their parents. We value teachers, that's why they've had 14% pay rises in the last 3 years. Most New Zealanders who are paying the taxes for it have had nothing like that. They've also got additional funding to help with teacher aides, and yet these guys get one offer, couple of days of negotiation, and they're off. I'm not sure that that's being a team player.
What's driving the improved attendance data at schools, do you think?
Look, a few things. Frankly, it's partly just a change in attitude. We had a couple of years of saying, stay home, save lives. Subtext, education's not really that important. Now we have a government that gets up every day and says, going to school is the most important thing you can do for your future, because getting knowledge from school is important, and the number one determinant of how much knowledge you will get from school is how often you're actually there. At the start of next year, every school by law will have an attendance action plan, be rolling out the STAR, the Stepped Attendance Response Scheme, so we're going to have a strategy for every child at every level of attendance. If they're over 90, that's fine. If they're 80 to 90, that's a problem. If they're 70 to 80, that's a bigger problem.
Well, the Reserve Bank is saying there are suggestions for further cuts, essentially saying if inflation remains under control, that could well be the case. What do you make of that?
Well, it's critical to keep inflation under control. I mean, 7.3% inflation under the previous government really hurt New Zealanders and their farms, their firms, their families. It was all really tough. Inflation's now back below 3%, where we want it to be. Now it's about the interest rate relief, so people actually have some more cash to take on prices that are still high when they go shopping or whatever they're trying to do.
Sawmill and closure near Nelson. What does that tell you about the economic picture, and is the government going to be providing any help?
Look, it tells us that for too long we've said no to too many things. Now we don't have the generation, we don't have the electricity, and the prices are too high for some industries to be viable. I mean, if you're in the sawmill or the pulp and paper, you're basically using electricity to break up wood and turn it into more valuable products. If electricity is more expensive, the business is not viable. We are part of an alliance of countries who share our values, who value democracy and universal human rights, and we need the ability to deter people who might try and attack us. Now, can New Zealand defend itself alone? No, it can't. Can we defend ourselves in an ANZAC alliance? Maybe. Can we defend ourselves as a wider democratic alliance? Definitely, but we have to play our part.
So it's about deterrence rather than actually going out and killing things.
Well, of course, one of the deterrents to people who would attack us is that if they attack us, we might kill them. That's how wars work, unfortunately. I'd rather not have one, but that's how they work. Well, here we go, Bridge Run, another day in parliamentary paradise and another day of David versus media. Howdy, folks. How can I help? Kia ora tātou. Hi, folks. Feel like I'm early. How's our Wokatarian? Howdy, folks. How you going? G'day, folks. How you going? It's like a Canadian salmon river. Hey folks, happy Tuesday. Hi folks, how can I help? Howdy folks, how can I help? Seriously? Howdy. Hi folks, how you going? Kia ora tātou, how you going guys? Hey folks, how you going? Tēnā koutou katoa. Howdy folks. Another week in parliamentary paradise. Hey folks, how you going? How you going? How you going? Geez, everyone gone home early. Hi folks, well it's another wonderful day. Hi folks, another day, another dollar. Welcome to another week. G'day, how are you? Kia ora tātou. Howdy folks. Hi, you look diminished in rank. Tēnā tātou katoa. G'day folks, how you going? Hey guys, how are you? Hi folks. Hi folks, another day of democracy. Oh hey there, hope you enjoyed that bit as much as I did. Howdy folks, how you all going?
Hello Mr.
Minister,
Seymour.
build jobs are down again, but not as much as last time. Does that suggest an improvement?
I think there's a recovery underway. Obviously, we've had to go through inflation, interest rates, recession, unemployment, but as the government gets its hand on the tiller, we are turning the ship around and outcomes are getting better. It's not instant. I understand that there's an awful lot of pain through an economic cycle like this, but I believe the government is doing the right things, saving money itself, cutting red tape, and you're starting to see that confidence return.
Mr. Seymour, the threshold for Māori seats has risen to 8. What do you make of the number of Māori that have swapped roles, and now we have 8 seats?
Well, of course, you've got an enormous growth in the population who identify as Māori, so that in itself is not surprising. I'd be surprised if actually the number of seats has kept up with the number of people who identify as Māori. You've now got 20% of New Zealanders who identify as Māori, however 8 is just a fraction over 10% of the seats, so it's about half the people. That doesn't really seem to have changed.
Do you think that we should have that 8th seat in 2026?
Well, frankly, I think you've got to follow the electoral law. You can't always make the change before each election. It's important these things are done really well.
With your ACT Party leader hat on, can you quickly just remind us of your position when it comes to the Paris climate change?
Look, we're part of a government that's committed to the Paris Climate Agreement. However, we also see that the world is changing, and we're going to be working on the basis going into the next election. Paris needs to change or New Zealand needs to leave. That is a matter for the next election. We are keeping our commitments to this Paris commitment that we made at the last election.
In terms of climate change causing a lot of disasters here though, do you think there's some tension there with perhaps pulling out of Paris and the disasters that we're seeing here?
Well, the issue is New Zealand being in Paris doesn't make a blind bit of difference to disasters in New Zealand. What does make a difference is actually investing in the local infrastructure. For example, I was down in Hawke's Bay just after the disaster 2 years ago. On one side of the river in Taradale, everyone was fine. On the other side, apple orchards devastated. What was the difference? Having proper stop banks. That makes a difference. Being involved in some sort of foreign agreement, which other countries that emit far more than us are ignoring, doesn't make a blind bit of difference.
Stop banks don't stop the natural disasters from coming, right? They might
Well,
mitigate the effects.
Yeah, but stop banks do stop things. That's the whole point of stop banks. And as you saw on the Taradale side, it mitigated the effects. And if it saved your home, then that's important. And you're right, adapting and mitigating is a far more powerful thing that the New Zealand government can do to protect New Zealanders against the effects of climate, whether it's changing or not. What you've got to remember about Hawke's Bay is that in 1938, there was an almost identical disaster and sequence of events where people died. It is critical that we adapt as much as we try to mitigate.
But can you do both things? Can you try and lower emissions as well as,
Well,
adapt
as a matter of fact, the world doesn't work like that. If you do one thing, that takes away from how much you can do the other. And I think for too long, New Zealand governments have thought that they could actually do anything they wanted. What happened is New Zealanders end up paying the bill. So if we're going to put devastating costs on New Zealand households, that reduces our ability to pay for things such as stormwater management. You know, where I live in Auckland, having blocked drains costs people their houses. So actually sometimes what you need is to clear the drains.
Just a couple of comments ago you said something along the lines of, and do excuse me if I slightly paraphrase here, but the climate, if it's changing or not. Can you return to that?
Yeah, my point is that regardless of what you think about climate change, adaptation makes sense because bad weather will always be a danger to people.
What is the climate change?
Well, I could give you a chapter.
Is the climate change?
Oh, undoubtedly so. But the question you want to ask is what's the anthropogenic contribution to that? That's a whole other debate. Thank you.
David.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister said yesterday that he expects to announce the new methane targets, etc., very shortly. I understand Cabinet has discussed them. Are you on board with the Cabinet paper? And are those recommendations at the lower end of the Shadbolt recommendation?
First of all, I would never confirm or deny if Cabinet had a discussion. Second of all, I wouldn't divulge the details. And third, I always support Cabinet unless ACT has explicitly said it agrees to disagree.
So therefore, the policy that you released last week is something that you're planning to go into the election with rather than action now?
Well, if I was to answer that, I might confirm or deny if there'd been a discussion in Cabinet. Now, Richard, you've been a journalist for a very long time, and you're very, very wily, but I'm onto you.
What's your position on New Zealand First's pledge to make KiwiSaver contributions not only mandatory but 10%?
Well, the fact is you can do 10% on your KiwiSaver right now, but many people choose to pay down their mortgage, invest in their kids' education, invest in their business. I'm not sure it helps to force people to put that money in one particular investment scheme where the rules will always be set by politicians at the end of the day.
The United Nations Special Representative for Disaster Risk Reduction is in the country looking at our response.
I'm delighted.
He hopes we continue to stay on the path of science and evidence-based policy making when it comes to climate change. Do you think that's at odds at all with the announcement?
No, I think for too long we haven't been on the right rail when it comes to science and evidence-based policy making. For example, for too long we have failed to account for the fact that methane is a different gas from carbon monoxide. As an agricultural nation highly exposed to methane, I think we need to have honest conversations about how methane is different from CO2 because we're a country with lots of cows feeding lots of people that live outside our country. I think we've had a raw deal as a result of that, and we should be forming alliances with like-minded countries who are also heavily exposed to methane emission costs. So,
how close is the coalition government to making a decision on whether or not to officially recognise Palestinian state?
Well, the government's policy remains as it has always been. There is active consideration of whether that should change. An announcement will be made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but I can't say when that will be right now.
And just on Paris, you were saying that in terms of mitigation and in terms of adaptation, it's difficult to kind of do both at once. Are you saying it's impossible to do both at once?
No, I'm just saying if you spend $1 on one thing, you can't spend it on another thing. That's just basic opportunity cost. So if you've got to spend it on something or the other, I would say oftentimes, if not most of the time, actually protecting New Zealanders against the kinds of disaster effects that we've seen is better value than reducing emissions when other countries aren't doing so.
But the government doesn't have just $1; it has more than that to spend. So
Well, what we need is a government that spends each dollar carefully and decides, is this dollar better used on one thing or the other?
Are you saying we should be putting all of our money towards mitigation, or?
No, I'm saying we should make sensible decisions at the margin, dollar by dollar. And I just say, look, having seen my suburb flooded because they didn't clear the drains, sometimes things like that matter a lot more. All right.
Can we get your reflections on the result of the Tamaki by-election?
Yeah, look, I think it's a real worry for New Zealand. It shows Labour cannot vote. Sorry, it's a real worry for New Zealand. It shows Labour cannot govern without the Maori Party. That means that all of the antics that they've got up to, openly calling people invalid, saying that you're not enough of a Maori, that you can't contest an election or you shouldn't contest an election because you're black or Asian or Pākehā. I mean, this is just outright racism. And the idea that someone can behave that way, 35,000 voters in the Tamaki Makaurau electorate stayed home instead of coming out to oppose that. That really worries me, and it worries me for New Zealand because it also means if we ever get a Labour government, it will most likely be dependent on Te Pāti Māori and all of the racist rhetoric that goes with that.
Do you think that Labour needs to be clearer to voters now what that relationship might look like if they were in the position to govern?
Look, first of all, Chris Hipkins can't say what a woman is, now he can't say what a racist is. I mean, how hard is it for him to say what Taka Tawhera said is disgraceful? All right, thank you very much, guys. Cheers. Bonjour tout le monde.
More job losses in Tokoroa, does that concern you?
Yeah, it does, and it's why energy matters so much to the New Zealand economy. At the end of the day, there's all sorts of speculation, all sorts of direction. You've got to make it easier to build more generation capacity, and that's what the government's committed to doing.
We've also seen that food prices have gone up again, not as much as they were previously, but obviously the cost of living is still pretty tough.
Yeah, it's part of a story that prices are high, although the rises have largely stopped. The big exception here is dairy, because dairy prices have risen. That is good for New Zealand overall because of more revenue for farmers. It's very tough for households and families looking at the price of butter and milk and cheese. The real solution to all of this is for New Zealand to become a wealthier country. That means less red tape, less government waste, more foreign investment, all the things that raise wages.
Is that satisfied at the moment with where Cabinet is sitting in terms of whether or not to recognise Palestine?
Look, Cabinet has the issue under consideration, so we can't really be satisfied or unsatisfied with considering something. It's just a process that we're going through.
Were you satisfied with the in-principle decision made?
Well, again, if there was an in-principle decision made, I wouldn't be here to commentate on it. What I do respect is that we're going through a procedure of thinking about this really carefully. What country are you recognising, which boundaries, which government, and what are the implications of recognising it? As the government works through that, the right minister at the right time will make an announcement.
Has Winston Peters been given delegated authority or been empowered to make that final decision?
No particular individual has been given the power to make that sort of decision. This will be a decision for the government.
Have you seen Simon?
Sorry.
Have you seen the comments that Simon Court made on X over the weekend?
Yeah, I have, and I thought his commentary on terrorist chic was actually quite timely. I think a lot of people probably got a little tired of seeing that sort of get-up.
Well, the Prime Minister said those comments were unhelpful this morning. Is that a bit of a contradiction?
Well, I don't think he was trying to help. I think he was trying to express the views that many New Zealanders hold.
Is it your view that people at that pro-Palestine rally are supporting Hamas?
Well, many of them are. Obviously, when you take a group of people, they'll have a spectrum of views, but there seems to be a real lack of understanding that this is a terrorist group. You know, these are people that did horrendous things and would like to do more horrendous things. That's why we have this conflict.
Do you think the Greens are dressing up in terrorist chic?
Well, I don't want to try and give them fashion advice, even if they may need it. The fact is that, I'm worried more about fixing what matters here in New Zealand, and that is how do we make life more affordable, generate more electricity, cut red tape and stop government waste so people can get ahead. That's, I think, ultimately where most people want to go, but you guys can ask as many questions about the other side of the world as you like.
Can you please explain why stereotyping a cultural wear worn by many people, not just terrorists, and saying that is terrorist chic isn't racist?
Well, first of all, it's not in any way attached to a race of people. It's actually a criticism of a group of people, Hamas, who wear something that has been attached to terrorism because they're deemed a terrorist group by the New Zealand government.
It's not just the group wearing that though. So why is that type of clothing associated with terrorism, and why is that?
Well,
okay
because terrorists wear it. Now, this is very simple. There's two possible explanations. It's because terrorists wear it, or because you want to do the usual tiresome thing of saying that you're racist. And I tell you what, one of the reasons that people are getting a little tired of media and some of the narratives is this instant jump to the worst possible conclusion. Actually, most people, most of the time, are just trying to get by and make the world a better place. And a bit of mockery for people that dress up in the uniform that is actually a terrorist uniform, I think deserves a bit of mockery, and they got it.
Could you speak to ACT's general position on the conflict in Gaza and your party's concerns about any future leadership in that area?
Well, I think the starting point is it's terrible. I mean, you see these people suffering, and then you ask yourself, what can practically be done about it by a government like New Zealand? And what we are doing, first of all, we've condemned some of the Israelis, we've demanded the return of the hostages, we've sent aid, which is having difficulty getting across the border, we accept that everyone's having that problem, and we've said that we are prepared to recognise Palestine as part of a two-state solution, but that is a matter of when the conditions are right, and at the present time there are serious questions over whether the time is right, given the issues of, well, who's the government, what are the borders, what does it mean to recognise people, which could be seen as a reward for terrorism. These are serious questions. I think when you look at the position of the New Zealand government, it is by far the most sensible and nuanced position that there is. And the people who on either sides of the debate have absolute certainty of who is right and who is wrong, I just say to them, it's been going for 4,000 years. If there was an easy answer, I think someone would have figured it out by now.
Are you keeping track of the conversation at the UN in terms of the two-state conference there, and are you looking for anything in particular out of that in order to meet those qualifications you're giving?
Well, to answer your question in a word, no.
Why not?
Well, my views on the UN are fairly well known.
Right.
So.
But I mean, in order to meet those qualifications, how are you going to identify when that happens?
Well, we're using a range of sources, and mostly it'll be advice from our own agency, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
And do you see a need for the hostages to be released in order for recognition to occur?
Yeah, we're not going to recognise a state that's currently weaponising hostages, holding people for years on end in absolutely inhumane conditions. I mean, who would recognise that?
MPs from the Greens, Labour and Te Pāti Māori were at that Palestine protest in Auckland, that rally. Do you think that some of them condone the actions of Hamas?
Well, I don't know what their motivations for being there. All I'd say to them is, look, there's a few challenges here at home. What I'm doing every day is trying to get more students to go to school and try and unite New Zealand around our shared challenges. There's the people out there like John Tamahere who are entirely fixated on where we've come from. I'm worried about where we're going as a country. For students, that's going to school, and for the economy, that's going ahead with higher wages. Those are the challenges that we've had as a country.
If you don't know what their motivations are, how can you say that they're dressing up as terrorists?
Well, because they're in the dress of an organisation called Hamas that is a terrorist organisation that has the same thing as its uniform. So I don't know how many other ways I could explain it to you.
If you don't think that Palestine should be recognised as a country until the hostages are released, does that mean that realistically Winston Peters isn't going to declare that New Zealand's position is the recognition of Palestine next week because the hostages won't be released by then?
Well, they might be. I mean, I would hope that they will be. If you're assuming they won't be, that's very sad for those people. And actually, you don't need to know what someone's motivations are to criticise their dress. Nice try, though.
What do you make of the latest statement from John Tamahere with regards to the situation with Taipei Defence?
Look, John Tamahere and the Māori Party are focused on where we've come from. I'm focused on where we're going as a country. There's far too much division based on identity, not enough problem solving with New Zealand working together. And I believe that what people are starting to see is what I've been saying for a long time about Te Pāti Māori. They are absolutely obsessed and fixated with identity, and when you're more focused on what separates you than what unites you, you don't solve any problems.
Minister, when can we expect the cabinet paper for the possible merge of NPP and Ministry for Women, etc., to be presented to cabinet?
Well, if that was going to happen, it would most likely be presented by the Minister for Public Service. I'm not aware that she's planning to bring a paper, but she could be. I don't know what lots of ministers are bringing papers to Cabinet, but I don't know what they're planning at the moment. I will see the paper when it comes to Cabinet. All right. Thank you very much, folks. Cheers. Hello. Hey folks, it's a great day in New Zealand with youth crime having fallen by 15% in the last 2 years. I think it's in tribute to the police, also to Karen Chua as Oranga Tamariki Minister. Once upon a time, youth offenders were basically being tagged and released. With a lot more security and OT facilities, we're seeing that youth crime trending down. It's a very good thing for so many people, shopkeepers and the like, who were terrorised for too long.
How much of this decrease do you think is linked to the piloting of the military styles?
Well, only 10 children were involved in that, so that can't make a statistically significant difference. But I believe the changes to Oranga Tamariki are just simple things like you don't get KFC for getting up on the roof. The locks actually work. The staff are in uniforms. Those are the kinds of changes that have been made that I think are making a significant difference.
Given this decrease then to persistent and serious youth offending, do you think you still need to go forward with that broader rollout of the military style?
Yeah, I do, because while you've got a 15% decrease, that's great. That still leaves 85% there. And there are some offenders who are just so persistent, they have such a long history of offending. If you want to give them a pathway back to a law-abiding life, then you actually do need some other initiatives.
And when will we see further details around the broader rollout of that program?
Well, that's up to Karen Chua. You're better to talk to her about that. But overall, I think it's a positive thing.
Minister, the UN has used the word genocide when it comes to Israel's war against Hamas. Do you agree with that, and what do you make of it?
Well, I mean, that's under adjudication by the International Court. I would ask them.
So you don't have a position on it? Do you think New Zealand would ever follow suit and use that language?
Look, a huge number of people have argued about the language, but in my view, what's important is how do you get peace? How do you get those hostages released? How do you allow people to actually move on with their lives without the terrible violence and starvation that's occurring?
Minister, were you involved in the decision to investigate changing Eden Park's rules?
Well, I was involved in the sense that I'm a member of Cabinet. I know you're going to ask if I accepted hospitality from Eden Park. Yes, I have, and those are always cleared as the Cabinet Manual requires with the Prime Minister's office.
What are your thoughts on this ad? What are your thoughts on this ad from Labor that compares the Prime Minister to an egg? Do you think they should be focusing their time on this?
Well, I once saw a politician say you can't be a very good debater if you have to throw an egg at someone, and I guess Labor can't be a very good party with policies and ideas if they've got to make fun of the shape of someone's head. I mean, far out. If you want to criticise someone, it should be on their policies and ideas, not the shape of their head.
Have you seen this issue with Keisha Castle-Hughes and the struggle that she went through in terms of getting her child citizenship in New Zealand, and this idea of if you are Māori, you have citizenship?
Yeah, look, I think Keisha Castle-Hughes, frankly, should stick to whale riding. I mean, the problem is that we are all New Zealanders. We all have the same rights before the law. What is important is that Brooke van Velden, as the Minister for Internal Affairs, has dramatically reduced the wait times to get a passport under her leadership. That means everyone, no matter what your background is, can get their citizenship quicker.
Do you have any sympathy for the argument, for the argument that she puts up that she was born overseas, but obviously relocated when she was young, considers herself a New Zealander, and then her child was born over in New York, but they're based in New Zealand, that kind of thing?
But the rules apply equally to everybody. When some people try to say I have different rights as a New Zealander because my ancestors got here at a different time, that's what I'm opposed to. Actually, we should make the law work better for everyone, which is exactly what Brooke van Velden has done with faster citizenship processing times.
What are your thoughts on a capital gains tax on investment properties?
I completely oppose capital gains taxes. You pay tax on the income that you get from owning an asset. I don't believe in double taxation. More generally, New Zealand needs to generate more wealth, not find new and magical ways to divide that wealth up.
How confident are you that your party supporters support that stance?
Well, look, I wouldn't be surprised if there were people who wanted a capital gains tax. One of the things about the ACT Party is that we ask ourselves, what is the right policy, and then how do we sell it? We don't put our finger in the wind and then try and design policies to be popular in the short term. We want New Zealand to grow wealthy in the long term. Capital gains tax does not make housing more affordable. That's been shown around the world where it's been tried. It does not make you wealthier. It actually is all about dragging people down, taxing them more, rather than how do we push everyone up.
So no CGT on the cards for the ACT Party?
Look, I don't see that happening. We, in fact, as a matter of our constitution as a party, are opposed to taxes on capital. All right.
Can I ask about the citizenship issue that was in the news this morning?
Yes, Keisha Carr, I said she should stick to whale riding. Yep.
Sorry, just one more on the Eden Park decision. You said you're involved in as much as you're a member of Cabinet. Does that imply that there was a decision made at Cabinet to do something here? It wasn't just a ministerial decision taken by itself?
Well, I mean, I'll let the minister responsible speak to that, but the convention is if you think something is significant enough that you would want to know, you should take it to your cabinet colleagues. You can judge for yourself whether Chris Bishop would do that. I'd say he probably would. All right, thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. I just want to thank Stuff in Hamilton for reporting on this terrible story of the Hamilton City Council attacking a guy who's actually got cancer for having his garden shed in the wrong place, especially when the government's about to remove such a stupid rule possibly within weeks. It shows a real lack of prioritisation by councils, and I certainly hope that someone at Hamilton Council will show some common sense, leave the guy alone. If they don't, we're going to change the law in a few weeks anyway. Please do that. You say that, but you should say that in a more venerated way. It's the Waikato Times.
Speaking nationally, what did you make of the GDP print today?
Well, I think it showed us what most people knew. The period from April to June going into winter was a tough wintry time. I note that if you look at GDP Live, up-to-date forecasts of where GDP is, it's actually at 0.7 for the quarter to date, and that is a much more positive picture, which probably reflects the last couple of months as opposed to the time from April to June. And you've got to remember at that period, the largest economy in the world had just said that they were going to effectively renegotiate their relationship with every other country. That's going to have an impact. What we can control here in New Zealand, manage our own spending carefully, get interest rates down, that's happening, get inflation under control, that's been done, cut red tape, that's been done. All of those things improve our long-term prospects as a country.
On that first point you were making about getting costs down, Minister Willis was just making the point that actually the government is currently deficit spending to be stimulatory. It's investing money, but it's borrowing from the world. It's getting more, it's more what it's taxing. Are you comfortable with that? Do you like the government talking about deficit spending?
Well, no, I mean, I would like to see the government paying its way, because every dollar it borrows has to be paid back, mostly by young people. Borrowing money is actually an IOU from your children. So I want to see the government balancing the books, but actually the government does have a forecast to balance the books in just a few years from now. What we are also doing is reducing the percentage of the economy that's spent by the government. That's come down from a high of around 35% under Grant Robertson down to 31% by the end of the current forecast period, by the end of this decade. And that, I think, is a very positive development.
Do you think you can stop blaming Grant Robertson for the economy?
Well, I'm not blaming him. What I am doing is just pointing out the basic facts that, government spending as a percentage of GDP was as high as 35%. We're getting it back down to 31%. That's the track. Now, the fact he was the finance minister at the time, you can take or leave, but the fact is that we are dramatically reducing the share of the economy taken up by government, and that allows us to get into surplus, which was your original question.
What would you say to a business who's kind of holding off on investment right now because of all the uncertainty? Is certainty here? Trump's still in the White House. There's an election next year. Is New Zealand feeling like a certain place to invest?
Well, there'll never be total certainty anywhere in the world, unfortunately. What I do know is that New Zealand is a good bet because we have a government that is committed to opening up to the rest of the world, cutting red tape with new resource management law. We've actually set up a Ministry for Regulation. We're passing a regulatory standards bill. In terms of a good bet, a country where you have some certainty, actually doesn't get much better than New Zealand right now. We're also heavily insulated from the rest of the world by our giant oceans. So in terms of investment and certainty, New Zealand's a very good bet right now. Sorry.
Called out by Winston Peters on the Middle East.
No, I don't.
He said this morning in response to your statements about it that you've broken an agreement, or the agreement that the cabinet went to in terms of how it would approach that decision, and also that it was no time for novices, and basically criticising you for speaking out.
Yeah, well, he's welcome to make whatever comments he likes, but I just make the point, I said very clearly, This is the process for the government making its decision. I was asked what I think. Actually, I think that we should be very cautious about recognising a country that's holding hostages. I mean, that's your basic issue. And I don't think anyone disagrees with that. So again, I think the real question is why are people trying to make a mountain out of this particular molehill?
Well, he's the one saying that it is a decision that it will be, widely covered as it's an important decision and it needs to be done the right way in his view.
Yeah.
He's the one that's going over to New York to take the temperature on it. So why do you feel it was important to step in before that process happened?
Well, basically you guys asked me about it, and frankly I haven't stepped in. I've actually described the exact process. I think you'll recall I said that the right minister at the right time would make the announcement. That's consistent with what he's saying. And if you ask me my views, they're pretty widely known.
On that GDP stuff, you said that the insulation of New Zealand was a good thing, but Nicola Willis said that's why we were so badly hit by Trump's tariffs, our distance from the world. So is that a good or bad thing?
Well, they're both true, that our distance from markets and our small effective market size means it is harder to grow large productive businesses in New Zealand than, say, the middle of Europe. That's always been true. But it's also true that the middle of Europe's been torn apart by war twice in the last century. New Zealand has escaped that thanks to our isolation. So, there's swings and roundabouts here, but I would say in a more disruptive time as the world is going through right now, unfortunately, being down here is not a bad thing.
Why is it that New Zealand has been so badly hit being compared to Australia with Trump's tariffs?
Well, I think there's always going to be different factors there's always going to be different factors influencing how an economy performs. If you want to get into the nitty-gritty of which industries are doing well in Australia, which ones are doing well here, you can. But I would just say that the government's policy settings are a net positive, and that is what is going to count in the long term. Other things will go up and down. Sorry, I'll give someone else a shout.
Is Nicola Willis the right person to be the Economic Growth Minister?
Well, absolutely. If you look at the energy that Nicola Willis has brought to the role, she's absolutely determined. She's got these economic growth committees set up. We're meeting regularly. We're putting in place policies. We're getting a whole group of ministers focused around cutting red tape. As a finance minister, she's managing our finances as a government, so yeah, no question.
Would growth be better for you with the Economic Growth Minister?
Well, I think growth is going to be driven, first of all, by policies and second of all, by economic conditions, much less so driven by personality.
So you couldn't say it would be better for you in that role?
Well, you've got to remember that I and ACT have a pretty big influence on the government's policies right now, so you can talk about whose name is in which slot. But I'm pretty happy with the influence that ACT has on this government's economic policy.
Just on regulation, the Regulation Ministry has released this report about RISs. It shows that there's a growing percentage of them that aren't meeting all those quality assurance criteria. What's your thoughts on that?
My thought is it's long past due to replace the regulatory impact statement system. They're widely disregarded by people right across Wellington. They don't answer the right questions. They're far too long. And that's why we soon will have a regulatory standards bill that will specify the contents of consistency assessment statements that will largely replace RISs.
If you put on your education, If you put on your education hat for one moment, Minister, the Kohanga National Trust says the wait list for Kohanga has grown to 2,000 and it doesn't have the funding to meet that demand. What is the government doing to help bring those wait lists down?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, they're funded based on the number of students that they get. When it comes to investment in their capital, most early childhood centres have to do their own investment, but in last year's budget, we gave, if I recall, and it's off the top of my head, $26 million to Kohanga for investment in the property. So, I think it's fair to say, first of all, good. Obviously, they've got lots of demand, lots of people want it, they're doing well. We will fund them for every student hour by hour. That happens automatically. In terms of investment in capital, we've done a bit there. Maybe we'll do more in the future.
Yeah, because the Trust has asked for about $100 million to address that issue. Are you considering anything, an increase of that size?
Well, that's a lot of money. In the context of the budget, we had only about $15 million extra uplift last year in total. So, let's think about it, but that's a lot of money.
You said that Palestine is holding hostages. The government of Palestine is the Palestinian Authority. Are they holding hostages?
Well, no, Hamas is, but who's really running the place?
Well, in the West Bank, it's the Palestinian Authority or the Israeli government, right?
Well, in the West Bank, you're talking about it. I mean, Gaza is the focus here. We wouldn't be talking about this if it wasn't for the conflict in Gaza. All right, folks. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks. Hi folks, how you going? I know you're all going to ask me about the excitement of 90,000 building products being allowed in New Zealand. It's something the ACT Party's campaigned for a long time to open up the supply so Kiwis can get the kind of affordable and quality building products for more affordable housing that other people are used to. Also very exciting to see 83 contracts for better use of taxpayer money on attendance services, because despite everything else we'll talk about today, nothing matters more than how many children actually get to school. Anyway, how you going?
What's that going to mean for project costs for builds and that sort of thing?
Well, it means that there's going to be downward pressure on costs at the moment. We've basically had 67 different councils all deciding what sort of plasterboard you can use. As a result, you get limited cost, and when there's a shortage, the prices go through the roof. At one point, there was a black market for plasterboard in New Zealand because we just have third world levels of choice. Opening up and having the central government saying, no, you can use these materials, means more choice, lower cost, more affordable housing. Ultimately, that means lower mortgage payments and lower rents for future New Zealanders.
You're confident that quality control's still there?
Yeah, I am, because the rest of the world doesn't have a big problem with building materials. We've just been a bit superstitious about it and put councils, who are the last people who should judge building materials, by the way, in charge of limiting people's choice and supply.
About the Go New Zealand for St. Peters. What is your...
Look, I believe that it's a low for New Zealand politics. You can't bring about peace in the Middle East by bringing political violence right here. In fact, if you have to put a crowbar through someone's window of their house, you can't be very good at persuading people. In fact, if you find yourself vandalising a politician's house, you've actually lost the argument. And I think the reason there was a lot of quiet relief at the government not recognising Palestine is that most New Zealanders were sick of this lot before this incident. Now people will have absolutely had it. And as for the Green Party, who have weaponised victimhood throughout their political careers, to be now trying to duck and weave when they've been out there cheerleading this for so long, I think is a real shame.
Abuse against politicians was something that the Speaker and Justice Minister were looking at with that protest bill. Is that something that you would like to see sped up, or do you have any sort of thoughts about that?
Yeah, look, we'd be open to that law being sped up now. We need people to be able to stand for public office. You look at how many councils are having uncontested elections where someone just gets put in because they're the only person there. The more you intimidate people for being in public office, the harder it is to get people to stand. Now, I expect a tough rap. We have a lot of power in this building and people should hold us accountable, but not by taking on their house or their family, let alone their dog.
The Free Speech Union has come out saying that it would limit free speech, though. Do you not agree with that?
Free speech always has limitations. The question is, are they arbitrary and are they justifiable? So you're not allowed to say things that are suppressed by the courts for good reason. You're not allowed to threaten people with violence. If we judge as a society that being outside a judge's house, for example, is going to intimidate them and stop us getting justice, I think that's a conversation we should be prepared to have.
Do you agree that the New Zealanders who were detained in Israel and are being deported, that taxpayers should foot the bill for them coming
Well,
home?
many New Zealanders would love to afford a trip to Europe right now. These guys all got one, then they ignored MFAD advice, went into a war zone. I think it's on them now. They can get their own way home if that's what they want. All right, thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
Hi, folks, how are you? Good.
Do you think that political violence in New Zealand has gotten worse over recent times?
Well, I think smashing a politician's house window is a new low. I haven't heard that. But you've got to remember, these things do come and go. I mean, there's been incidents in the past that I'm sure people were worried about. At one point, a foreign power bombed a protest ship in Auckland Harbour. So, these things have happened before. What's important is that everybody renounces what has happened and says we must move forward. Frankly, focus on more urgent issues that affect New Zealanders in New Zealand, rather than people whipping up crowds about things that are happening on the other side of the world.
And what steps are
Parliament political parties taking to ensure that MPs and political representatives are being kept safe?
Well, we do take safety precautions, but I generally don't discuss those because if we told you what they were, that would make them less effective.
But from a more general perspective, are you updating policies? Are you working with parliamentary service, the Speaker of the House, things like that?
Well, we believe that we're in a good place already, but obviously if someone's got some suggestions, we might take them on.
Do you fear for your safety?
No.
Jerry Brownlee mentioned a few weeks back now that he wanted to see politicians in the chamber thinking about how they interact with each other because that influences how people act outside of this place. Do you think that is something that's being followed within the House?
Well, Simon Court asked him to reflect on that yesterday and he just flippantly rejected it. So I think you might like to go back to Jerry Brownlee and ask him if he really believes that. Why did he not respond more constructively to the point of order Simon Court raised yesterday?
So you think that the use of the term genocide shouldn't be able to be used in Parliament? Is that?
Well, frankly, it's not something established by a court, but members of the Jewish community have said this is leading to people targeting us. They believe that we are somehow responsible for a genocide and that they believe therefore it's okay to persecute us. So that's what people in the community are saying. Then that would be a good example of where people should urge themselves to be more cautious. And I would just make the point too that free speech is a privilege of Parliament, but Parliament only has its privileges because it is respected by the community and acts well. That's an important balance that sometimes people forget.
My understanding is the UN has used that terminology now, though. Does that not make it legitimate?
No, there's courts, and the UN, frankly, has not always been the most reliable body on this issue because, frankly, it just depends on a majority of countries voting for something, which, as we know, has been done for all sorts of reasons. And often, the people advancing the agenda are not always the people that you'd want to listen to. I mean, listen to some of the countries that have made big calls on women's rights in the UN over the years. Gee, you wouldn't want to live there as a woman.
In 2021, I believe it was, your Deputy Leader Brooke Van Velden took forward a motion in Parliament that sought to declare a genocide occurring against the Uyghurs in China. Can you explain how you see that as being different in this current context and the points you're making today?
Well, for the very simple reason that she was relying on strong authority to do so. I don't believe that there is authority in the case of these claims being made today.
Your response to the poll, the TPU poll that shows. Are we going to swap out? Sorry.
No, you guys go for it. All right, guys. See you later. Cheers. Good luck, Chris. Sorry about that. Thanks. Yeah.
Just get a comment from you. The PM has ruled out that there will be an MPP merger this term. What's your reaction to that?
Sorry, an MPP?
Ministry of Pacific Peoples. It won't be merged. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I don't know what you mean by merge. The proposition has always been that it should be abolished. So I don't know it's a strange question. But, frankly, I didn't think it was going to be abolished. I think it should be. I'm not really sure how it's news.
I'll just get you back to that question. I was starting there, sorry. The TPU poll shows, in particular, National down below the 30% mark. What's your reaction to that? I mean, it's not good news for the government overall.
Well, I think for a long time people have been voting on the economy. Difficult economic conditions have continued through the winter, and so I believe people voting on the economy now will be voting on the economy in a year's time. The difference is that there is a flow-on effect from economic policies. At the moment, we are still affected by a period of high interest rates that were designed to slow down the economy. They certainly succeeded. We are now putting in place policies of fiscal restraint and deregulation that are designed to stimulate the economy. I believe those will succeed as well.
Do you think National will therefore have a corresponding benefit, or ACT will have a corresponding benefit? And why does therefore New Zealand First seem to improve in the polls given the economic conditions, as you say?
Well, I guess you'd have to ask them that, but all I can say is that we're there in the engine room making hard decisions about the economy, and as a result, people are holding us accountable for it. I understand that, as long as they hold us accountable when it improves too. Thanks. All right, thanks folks. See you later. All right, I could give you some reckons.
OCR cut, 50 basis points.
Look, half a point will make a massive difference for so many New Zealand families. We're going to see about $400 a fortnight for someone with a $500,000 mortgage That's making a real difference to the amount of money people have left at the end of the week, and it frees them up to drive an economic recovery that leads to job creation. It'll also show up in rents, which we've already seen falling as landlords pay less on their mortgage. All of this is good news, but it's only possible because the government is saving its own money. When the government wastes less, the people eat more, and that's precisely what we're seeing transmitted through interest rates right now. I reckon that's enough. Oh, sorry, yep.
This boost in households may translate into feeling a better sentiment coming into the next year.
Yeah, look, it's been a very hard recovery from too much government waste, too much inflation, too high interest rates. Those dominoes are now falling back up so that people can have some relief and breathe at the end of the week. That can only lead to greater optimism for New Zealand households and businesses, leading to job growth. But all of this is possible only because the government is managing its own books the way that so many households had to, while we had a government that was spending and wasting too much. Very simple equation: the government wastes less, the people eat more. Right.
Would you expect more cuts if inflation rises above 3%, or should that be a signal to the Reserve Bank to stop?
Well, the Reserve Bank's got a mandate to keep inflation between 1% and 3% in the medium term. We'd expect them to do that. But what they've shown today is that they've got confidence in the government's fiscal management, that we're not going to blow out the way governments have in the last few years. Therefore, they can afford to be looser on interest rates, and that means effectively money is being transferred from government, which has been far too wasteful, to households and businesses, which are desperate for that drink after a long time.
Are you happy with inflation at 3%? Is that okay with you?
Inflation is the government's official policy to be between 1% and 3%. So yes, I'm happy as long as it's between the target band of 1% and 3%.
Can the government get re-elected if national polls in the 20s?
Yeah, absolutely. The government is at present three parties. It needs at least one party, but likely two and maybe three, that together have a majority of seats in the House. My goal is to keep making the case that the ACT Party is a party that helps you keep this government, but also make it better. Right now, people are feeling a tough winter. We get that, but they're also going to be voting on the economy as some of the work that we're doing to cut red tape and cut government waste pays off. All right, folks. Well, you talk directly about it. See you later.
Te Karere. What do you make of Te Karere having its funding cut?
Well, again, that's a decision, I assume, for New Zealand On Air. As long as they're making that decision according to good principles, then we're very happy.
And the Hui's also being cut, so two Māori shows being cut. Is that fair?
Well, again, so long as New Zealand On Air are making these decisions based on sound principles, then yes, it is. And I think what people sometimes forget is that there are a whole lot of New Zealanders who are sitting there asking, what is on TV for me? You're seeing plummeting viewing rates. If they're doing something that will actually make sure that what people see on TV reflects their preferences, that might not be such a bad thing.
Had Te Karere turned into a bit of a mouthpiece for Te Pāti Māori?
Well, I don't actually watch it. I mean, for one thing, it's not in English, so that doesn't really make it very accessible for someone like me. Nonetheless, I think it's critical that Te Pāti Māori are answerable to all media. I see these false accusations that you've been jumping out of bushes. I mean, I've never known you to jump out from behind a bush. Maybe you're so effective I didn't even notice you do it, but it seemed to me to be a fairly BS accusation.
Te Pāti Māori's got their reset plan tomorrow. What are you sort of hoping comes from that?
You know what? I don't really have any hope for Te Pāti Māori.
And do you have any thoughts on the Stuart Nash texts? I've got them here if you'd like to see them.
You were like a one-woman News of the World embedded in News Talk ZB. Look, I
don't know if that's an insult.
It's a compliment of the highest type.
Is she spying on people? Is she hacking people's phones?
Well, she's only just starting out. I mean, come on.
There's an allegation that there was a deal with Peter Crisp in here about the way that this sort of news story was handled. I mean,
Yeah.
did that concern you?
No, look, I mean, I tell you what, the things that concern me today, more kids going to school, lower OCR with lower mortgage payments, greater opportunity for New Zealanders to actually see their efforts in life paying off. A lot of this other stuff, if you want to talk about something on the other side of the world, what Stuart Nash is texting, as if anyone cares. I mean, I don't know, you can focus on that if you want. There's so many things that this government needs to fix and is fixing that matter to New Zealanders. I'd rather talk about those.
Do you reckon though he's fit to be an MP for New Zealand First?
Well, I mean, first of all, he's not an MP. Second of all, that's another party. And third, there's an election next year for which at this point he's not even a candidate, so who would know? Fair enough. Cheers. Hi, folks. How you going?
Minister, are you feeling confident about a potential peace deal in Gaza?
Well, I'm feeling hopeful. It's been a long, harrowing couple of years, and for the first time it looks like a peace deal is imminent. I just hope that this turns out to be the beginning of a long, stable peace where hostages can be released, aid can flow, and rebuilding can happen. Not just rebuilding of physical things, but rebuilding of a proper state in Palestine that's not dominated by terrorists who just as soon hurt their own kids as other people's.
Do you think if we do get towards a peace deal, your government might be more open to the idea of recognising a Palestinian state?
Yeah, if you look at the reason the government didn't recognise, it's who are you recognising? We can't do that with Hamas. We can't do that while they're holding hostages and threatening other countries. If those guys are out of the picture and you actually have the chance to see a true, sustainable, democratic state in Palestine, then the New Zealand government's long-term position is a two-state solution is the answer.
Do you think that Donald Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize for this?
Well, that's up to the Swedish Parliament, but I just hope that those people who've been calling for a ceasefire now, breaking all sorts of normal rules and norms here in New Zealand, will show a bit of respect for the job that Donald Trump has done and note that he did it without actually recognising Palestine symbolically first.
Core Crown expense. Sorry.
Oh yes, I have many. Which one? I thought you got moved to Auckland. What happened?
Thought on core Crown expenses being down as a percentage of GDP.
Well, this is what we've been working on for a long time. You know, $915 million less on contractors and consultants, more nurses, more teacher aides, more prison guards, more frontline workers, less contractors and consultants, a lot of saving, 5% less in the public service. All of this saving contributes to government taking up less of the economy, and when the government wastes less, the people eat more. The main way that's transmitted is through these lower interest rates, which mean lower mortgage payments. You know, $400 less on the $500,000 mortgage, $400 less per fortnight. That makes a big difference to people, including to renters, because often landlords are paying mortgages too, and we've seen rents come down as well. So all of this saving at a government level makes a big difference to the kind of Christmas that New Zealanders can look forward to.
Would you like to see expenses come down further, and by how much?
Well, everyone knows that ACT has gone into this government as the one that wanted the biggest savings. We put that in our alternative budget. I just look at what Grant Robertson spent before COVID. He was spending 28% of GDP. We're still significantly higher than that, partly because of health interest costs on the debt that Grant Robertson borrowed later on, and also on pensions. But I would like to see it come down to a level of spending similar to pre-COVID Grant Robertson, who was actually a little bit responsible before he lost the plot. However, I know that this government is going to do not as much as ACT would do, but more than they do without ACT.
The government is still perspective on whether Fonterra should sell Anchor and mainland?
Look, that's up to the Fonterra shareholders. I try not, as a politician, to get involved in other people's business. If they believe it's a better deal to focus on their core business rather than making ice cream, I think they should be allowed to do that. I don't think politicians should try and tell business people how to run their businesses, because if I wanted to be in business, I would be. It turns out I'm a politician.
That's exactly what Winston Peters is doing. He's questioning the sale.
Well, he's got free speech, doesn't he? But as far as the ACT Party is concerned, and as far as the position of the New Zealand government, we support businesses' ability to make their own decisions. Fonterra shareholders deserve the right to make their own decisions. If somebody wants to get involved and buy some shares, you can influence it. Otherwise, I'd leave it up to the people whose money's on the line.
Minister, what do you make of the Pacific Island Ministry?
Fonterra, much like other businesses, though, I mean, it's creature legislation. It's a gigantic part of our economy. Is it really like another small business deciding to sell it?
Well, I think the fact it's so important is exactly why the people who have their money on the line should be able to make the decisions. If something's really important, that's probably more reason for politicians not to call the shots, frankly.
And the Ministry of Pacific Island Affairs, now that was an issue that you were very adamant about. So are you disappointed that the Ministry of Pacific Affairs is going to remain as is?
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows what the ACT Party thinks about the size of government. There's too much government, there's too many departments. We would go down to a much smaller government, everyone knows that, but we've settled to be part of a three-way coalition where we don't get everything we want, but we get a lot more than we would if we weren't in the government.
You seem to have singled them out, though, earlier on. You seem to have singled them out.
It seemed to, but that's just because you're not following the story. If you look at the comprehensive alternative budget, we actually removed a range of departments that we don't believe add value. If you want to say what it seems to be, that's fine, but I got to talk to these other journalists.
The goal in terms of cutting spending on contractors and consultants, that was 400 million. You've now cut, or the government's now cut 915. How much are you celebrating that? I mean, how significant is it that you've gone so far past that goal?
Well, it's massive, because when the government wastes less, the people eat more. That's why we're able to get lower interest rates while also containing inflation. It's because the government has worked really hard on reducing its spending. The ACT Party go even further. Yep, has the government gone further than it would without the ACT Party? Yes, it has.
I mean, it's close to $1 billion. Should we just, you know?
Well, it's an editorial decision. I mean, sometimes the characters at ZB are pretty fast and loose. Maybe you should round it up.
Are you happy with the government procurement rules being slashed by more than a third? And what are your thoughts on that economic benefit to New Zealand test that's been introduced?
Well, look, first of all, government procurement is one of the most calcified and difficult issues that we faced. I'm really pleased to see the simplification, so that if the government has to buy something on behalf of the taxpayer, we just want it done at a good price, good quality, get it done, no messing around. I think the benefit to New Zealand test is something that a lot of people will value, because ultimately if you buy Kiwi made, then you'll start paying tax to the New Zealand government, so you've got to factor that in. But it shouldn't be the only thing. You know, I mean, there's some things that just aren't made in New Zealand, or perhaps aren't made well in New Zealand, and the ultimate objective has to be the taxpayer getting value for money. Doesn't mean we shouldn't think about the New Zealand benefit along the way.
And Minister, ultimately the government is still borrowing billions of dollars to keep the lights on, essentially. Are you comfortable with that?
No, I don't think we should be running deficits, and that's why I believe there should be more reduction. But hey, look, I have my arguments in the tent, and then I support the government's position. I think I've done a pretty good job of that so far, and we're going to be arguing for more reductions this budget.
As Minister for Regulation, how fast do you think RISs should come out after major government decisions are announced?
Look, to be honest, I don't place a lot of store in RISs. I'm looking forward to replacing them, and that's what we're doing towards the end of this year. But I just take the view, generally, if you're doing good work, why wouldn't you want more people to know about it?
So within a week, within 2 weeks?
Look, I don't see a problem with that, but I'm not really involved in those decisions. With the stuff that I do, if anyone ever wants information about what I'm doing, as you know, I'm generally pretty eager for people to know more about what I'm doing, because I'm proud of it.
On the Fonterra deal, one of the claims that New Zealand First or issues that they've raised is the potential for big bonuses to come from that deal, and then for Fonterra executives to leave shortly after. Do you think that there's any argument that Kiwis would be concerned about that, given Fonterra's
Well, it depends. I mean, this is not a socialist country, right? Like, Fonterra is a company owned by Fonterra shareholders. It's up to them. We don't all own it. If we did, then we would be a communist country, and I'm opposed to that. So look, it's up to the shareholders. It's up to people's individual circumstances. If they've done a really good job, they get a bonus and they leave. I guess that's up to them. All right, thank you very much, guys. My favourite thing about David versus the media is how it's changed the journalists' behaviour, because they're now on notice. They no longer have a monopoly on the power to edit. Keep on watching. Hey folks, it's a great day with some very uplifting educational results. It really shows what happens when teachers are unleashed to just teach the knowledge that the next generation needs in an efficient way, and I think that uplifts the whole country.
A lot of that would go to credit towards Erica Stanford, right, as Education Minister. Do you think she'd make an effective Prime Minister?
Well, look, first you'd have to be the leader of a political party. Right now, everyone in our government is trying to get the best policy and largely succeeding at that. So, you know, people could argue about politics if they want. I'm here to talk about policies that fix the problems that matter to New Zealanders.
Do you think Christopher Luxon is an effective Prime Minister?
Well, I look at what this government's achieving right across the board. Earthquakes, methane, Holidays Act, red tape reduction, right across the board. This government is being highly effective, and if he's the guy leading that government, then I'd say he's effective.
And New Zealand First seems to be doing quite well in the polls. What do you think they're doing right?
Well, I think that they're talking about a lot of issues that people care about. I think what people will judge in the long term is delivery on those issues, and on that I think the ACT Party is also doing a very good job.
ACT has slipped in some polls, so what do you think you're doing wrong?
Well, I actually don't think we're doing anything wrong. I think at the moment we have a very challenging environment economically. People are voting on the economy, but people are also watching who's making the difference, who's driving the change around methane laws, Holidays Act, earthquake laws, red tape reduction, saving money. All of those things add up to an economic recovery, and I think that's what people want.
Do you think our fines and penalties for driving offences need to be increased?
I haven't seen a good case for that. If somebody wants to show the evidence that people are driving badly because the fines are too low, we'll look at it, but I haven't seen that case. I know the very, very occasional times I get a fine feels like enough of a penalty to me.
What do you think of body cameras on police officers?
Look, I think unfortunately it may be something that's necessary given the amount of abuse and difficult situations police officers face. I always just defer to the police minister on that because he is a former police officer. But one thing everyone in our government agrees on is that no one wants to be put in the situation that police are put in. We should all be trying to support them, even though I have to say not everyone in Parliament can really stand up for that.
Even if it cost about $300 million to roll out, do you think it's...
Well, obviously, any policy you've got to weigh up, is this the best use of a taxpayer dollar right now? So, of course, we'd do that sort of analysis, but no proposition like that's been put before us yet.
The Speaker's promised to, crack down on the dress code. What do you think about that?
Well, look, if you asked me 10 years ago, I would have said what a fuddy-duddy idea. But I look at the way that behaviour has slipped just as the dress code slipped. I look at the fact you have to wear a suit in court. I look at the way that a lot of schools insist on uniforms to keep their standards up. And maybe it's time for Parliament to pull its socks up too.
Do you think a stricter dress code would actually improve behaviour here?
Look, I think it's easy to put too much emphasis on the dress code aspect. It's one of many things that I believe need to change, and I fully support our Speaker in bringing that change as he promised yesterday.
But will it actually make a difference?
Well, let's put it this way. If you never do anything unless you're absolutely certain, you'll never do anything.
Hey, I'm a little bit late to the RSB party, but doing follows today.
Oh, well, welcome.
Hey, it's a long party. Hey, so there's been, a lot of criticism online that there was such a massive amount of people who opposed the bill, but yet it's still going through. Your reaction to that?
Well, a lot of those people who opposed the bill went on a website like Greenpeace, clicked on a couple of statements which were completely factually untrue, and then got a printout that was their submission. They sent it in and that counts. When I look at people who are seriously engaged in regulatory economics, I look at people who actually have to follow these rules, especially in the business community. They're saying, look, New Zealanders spend too much time following rules or being stopped completely by red tape. Anything we can do to free up people to provide for themselves and those they care about has got to be a good thing. Anything we can do to protect property rights so people actually have to trade and exchange rather than take from each other, that's got to make us a wealthier society. It's actually something in Te Ao Māori. If you're worried about property rights, this bill's for you.
Have you spoken to New Zealand First? Are they happy with its current or any amendments that needed to be made for it to go through its second reading?
Yeah, everything that we're doing has been agreed by Cabinet, so that's our position as a government, and we're looking forward to carrying out our Q4 plan, which says we are going to pass the bill this quarter.
And I guess just a message to people who did put in a submission, who may not feel listened to, your message to people partaking in the select committee processes.
Well, it depends what the submission was, but if you were set up by somebody who was really just trying to collect your email address, who gave you false statements to send in, then I feel sorry for you.
Hey, long shot, but D'Angelo passed away today. Do you have a D'Angelo favourite track?
Look, I tell you what, you've got me, I can't believe you managed to do this, but you've managed to get me out of my musical knowledge sphere. So, yeah, I know, I can see. I tell you what, maybe the real answer is we're losing the D'Angelo vote. We'll see you guys later. Howdy folks, it's a windy day and tragically so. We just hope that everyone is as safe as can be for the rest of today.
Would the ex-party be pushing for asset sales next year?
Look, I think we've got to ask ourselves, $500 million worth of assets the government owns, but we still can't get vital infrastructure like roads and hospitals. Yes, I think we do need to ask ourselves, should we be selling some things we don't need to buy things we need more? That's what any responsible business or household does.
What assets would you like to see up?
Well, we own a huge number of commercial companies that aren't really a government thing, they're just companies that sell products and compete with other companies. Is it worth the government owning those when it could own a road or a hospital, say?
Can you give me examples of those, more specifically?
Yeah, well look, I mean, we own majority shares in 3 power companies that compete with each other and aren't too easy on the prices, so it's not clear what the public benefit of owning those is. Maybe someone else should take the risk. People won't know, but it's a small one, but we own Quotable Value, which does property valuation, including for the Government of New South Wales. Is that something that the government needs to do when it needs to actually build schools, hospitals and roads? I would say probably not.
How do you think your current coalition partners would feel about asset sales?
Well, their feelings are not my responsibility. I think my responsibility is to present to New Zealanders a way forward so our country can prosper.
Have you had any conversations with National about the possibility of asset sales, either this term or next?
Well, not really, because it's no mystery what the ACT Party thinks about this. We are a country that faces some serious challenges. We can't afford luxury beliefs like owning things for the sake of it. If we've got $500 billion, $600 billion worth of assets, we've got to ask ourselves, are they the right ones? Because we've got hospitals falling down, roads that aren't complete, and we're busy owning property valuation companies. I think you've got to have an honest conversation. And I'm a little bit tired of this idea that we can't have honest conversations about our future in New Zealand because everyone's too prickly or afraid.
Who's afraid to have a conversation?
Well, every time you make an announcement like this, you go on social media and you see people losing their rag about the simple question, $500 billion of state assets on the government's books, are they the right ones?
Would you prefer to see those assets recycled, basically turned into new state-owned assets, or just literally
Well,
CapEx?
Well, I'm not saying the government should reduce the overall size of its balance sheet, because there's so much stuff that we need, especially if you look at different types of infrastructure, roading, hospitals, schools. There'll never be a shortage of stuff that we need. So I don't see the government's balance sheet getting smaller, but I could see it containing different stuff. If there's a business that really is just a business that competes with a lot of other private businesses, does New Zealand need to have a government putting taxpayer money into that? Or clearly not, because other businesses can provide the same service. On the other hand, there are some things that only the government can do, and that tends to be things like roads to connect actual businesses together so that New Zealanders can make money and have opportunity.
What about a national carrier?
Well, once again, you ask yourself the question, there's a whole lot of people trying to compete to fly within New Zealand and in and out of New Zealand. Is it necessary that the government owns an airline to do that? I think that's a question that people should be allowed to ask. At the moment, it's almost as though you're not allowed to ask it. Certainly, there's a decent question, do we need to own more than 51% of it? If you want to keep control at 51, that's one question. You want to keep negative control at 25, that's another question. So there are actual options that need to be debated, because the idea that New Zealand can just keep sleepwalking in its current direction, I think that's going to become unrealistic. It's actually becoming unrealistic for countries around the world who are looking at the amount of debt. They're looking at what bond vigilantes are prepared to pay for their debt, and at some point you've got to have honest conversations.
If the Crown was to hang on to these assets, does it make sense to ring fence the dividends and so the money is spent on infrastructure, for example?
Oh, well, if you're talking about Labor's future flop, I mean, let's be honest, they're going to give up $1 billion a year of dividends that can be used for schools, hospitals and roads. They're going to give a punt on investing in a bunch of other businesses, and when they lose all that money, they'll say sorry and we'll be back here trying to clean it up again. And then the truth is, if Chris Hipkins knew what to invest in, he wouldn't be here, he'd be rich. But the reality is he's still here making a fraction of what successful investment bankers make, because he doesn't have a clue what to invest in, but he's quite happy to have a punt with your money, and that's what it is. It's taxpayer money currently used for schools and hospitals that would be taken and put into this boondoggle and wasted on your behalf. I mean, they did this with the Green Investment Fund, lost hundreds of millions compared with just putting it in KiwiSaver. They did it with Kiwi Build, thought they could do a better job than private developers. I mean, they're not called the Business Party for a reason. The reason they're called the Labor Party is that I wouldn't trust them to invest an instant Kiwi.
What would you make of an MP sharing policy with a media platform without telling their leader that they were going to share that policy?
Oh, well, look, I mean, the ACT Party's got so many policies that I wouldn't be surprised if some of our MPs had let some split. There's more where that comes from. Well, look, I mean, look, Labor haven't released a policy for 2 years, so if I was a Labor MP with a policy, I probably would release it.
Could I please ask about Sisters united?
You absolutely can.
Look, we actually think on the Hapori that it's a magnificent idea given the rangatiratanga of our kōrero in Samoan as well as the Cook Island as well as Māori. What was the selling point for that particular charter school?
Well, Sisters United have a strong track record of empowering young Pacifica women in South Auckland. They said we can do better if we run a school and take care of all their education. And we said, look, proven track record, good proposition to run a school. That is a great charter school, and we're really proud to have Sisters United opening a school for young Pacifica and Māori women in South Auckland from next year.
But for some of those that might push back on that, that's no different from a school like Auckland Girls, Epsom Girls, and anything like that. But this is specifically targeting an all-round educational package.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, these schools have to reach high academic standards. They're the only schools contracted for the students to pass their exams. If they don't reach the academic standards, the school can be shut down. Similarly, if a student goes from, say, Auckland Girls Grammar to Epsom Girls Grammar, actually the funding goes with the student. If they go from a state school to a charter school, the funding goes with the student. So there's no extra money here. It's just the money that those girls already deserve because they're citizens of New Zealand entitled to a state-funded education.
What do you say, though, to some of those that do push back on the initiative that it is separatist because it is for...
Well, again, everyone has the right to be extended to the full extent of their academic powers and make the most of the opportunities that this country gives them. I don't think we're going to say that you can't have Catholic schools or you can't have private schools or you can't have a state school that's a bit different from the others. So why are they suddenly opposed to a charter school? I think really it's a fear and lack of acceptance of people being different. I think we should celebrate difference so long as there's some core things like learning to read, learning to count, learning the skills that allow us to participate in our society.
But the success rate for kura haurua under the last initiative, particularly those around Māori and kura, very high achievement rate. So that is a plus to have.
Yeah, look, I mean, Te Kapahu Whetū was the second highest achieving school in Northland according to university entrance, and they did that as a school with entirely Māori students. I mean, that's phenomenal, and we want to see a lot more of that success.
And Labor has reiterated that they won't have charter schools if they get back into government. So what happens to those specialist schools like the sports academy that's starting in Upper Hutt?
Well, just to be clear, you know, Labor talk a big game, but they kept every single charter school going last time they won an election. The way things are going, I'm not sure that that's going to be relevant anyway.
Has it had any effect on applications? Are people concerned at all about, you know, the future of their school?
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, when you have an opposition that is negative on everything, they're negative on oil and gas, they're negative on charter schools, they're negative on investment from overseas, they're negative on landlords. Everything Labor does actually, has a negative effect on New Zealand because people have to price in the remote chance they might win another election and bugger everything up again.
If they were to keep the schools but change the structure to say to state integrated or so something different, special character, how would that be disruptive, or could those schools kind of continue business as usual under
first of all, I think it's pretty remote, but let's have a hypothetical conversation. You look at what they did last time. They said, right, you close one day, you open the next day as a state school, you have union contracts, you have the cookie cutter school board governance system framework that often doesn't work for poorer communities, and you no longer have contracts for attendance and achievement. Now, what's interesting is that none of the former charter schools applied this time, and frankly, a lot of them wouldn't have been welcome to apply because they've deteriorated under the standards that Labor set for them. Under our system, some of them may have been shut down, or I suspect they would have met the standards. So look, it is a real problem when they come and interfere. I would hope that they'll actually respect the contracts signed. And there's a few things that are different. There's a lot more of them. There's a lot wider range of people invested in them. The contracts are for 30 years instead of just the 5 that we had previously. So there's a few reasons why things might be different this time too.
When you've been out in your electorate and around meeting people, what has been the feedback around this week's industrial action, the so-called strike on Thursday?
Look, there's a range of views. I mean, people care deeply about these professionals. They love their teachers, they love their nurses, they want to see these people rewarded. But people equally recognise that everyone in New Zealand's been doing it tough, and most workers haven't had the kind of increase in payment that some of these professions have had in recent years. I mean, 14.5% in 3 years for teachers. You know, nurses, 2,000 extra hired, now $127,000 top of the scale. Salaried medical specialists, $340,000. I mean, that's big money for most New Zealanders. So yes, people love those professions. They also recognise that, you know, there are challenges for just about everyone, including those paying taxes, to pay those salaries.
And what do you think needs to happen now? Obviously, there's a lot of discussion leading up to Thursday. You know, both sides have taken quite a hard line. How do you break through that impasse, that roadblock? What do you think?
The fact of the matter is there's only 5 million of us and we've got to work together. The people that are striking need to know that it's not out of a hard heart, it's about a serious challenge that everyone in this country is facing, including the government. The people in the government need to know these are not bad people. We actually do all ultimately want to work together and deliver the services as best we can.
And do you think that you've still got a good faith relationship, that after all of this you can get back around the table and actually negotiate a way forward?
Yeah, look, New Zealand's worked through much tougher issues than this, so I don't think it's a major problem for the long term. All right, thank you, folks. Hey folks, if you don't mind me saying, how good is Karen Chua? A 14% reduction in harm in youth residences under her leadership of Oranga Tamariki. It's the first time that's happened, and it's because she's taken tangible steps to raise the standards, proactively manage behaviour, ensure there's consequences instead of waiting for kids to get up on the roof and then feed them KFC. It's a very good example of taking a practical approach, fixing things that are actually important to New Zealand's future. I'm just really proud of Karen and wanted to say that.
Have you had a chance to look at Labour's latest policy today? They've announced an expansion of subsidies for the gaming sector.
Yeah, if you look at what our government's doing, we're trying to save money and make services more efficient. There is not the money to go and speculate in something that sounds sexy to politicians. The truth is, if politicians knew what to invest in, they probably wouldn't be here earning a fraction of what investment bankers earn. And this is not new either. I mean, in the 80s we had the Development Finance Corporation, you know, Helen Clark had the New Zealand Venture Investment Fund, Ardern had the Elevate Fund, James Shaw had the Green Investment Fund. You know what they all have in common? They all involved political investment in things that sounded sexy, and they all lost money and we're all paying for it. So I just oppose the idea that politicians should try and be venture capitalists. If you want to be a venture capitalist, do it yourself. But you tell me one example of where anyone in the Labour Party has made money by investing in technology with their own money. If they can't do that, why on earth would you give them yours?
The coalition government has rebates, film industry subsidies and gaming industry. What's different there between that and Labour's policy?
Well, it's no secret what the ACT Party thinks of those policies, but I just make the point that if the choice is to do more of this or less of this, I would favour doing less of it.
And have you had those discussions with your coalition partners as well, heading into, ahead of next year's budget?
Oh, I can assure you that not only do we have those conversations once, we have them frequently, and I just wish that I could get a commission on all the money that I've saved the taxpayer by stopping certain ideas. So.
Just going back to, are you still on rebate?
No.
Just on the comments, Karen Chua, right, this is quite a significant drop. What do you mean by the practical solutions and moves? What has actually caused this drop?
Well, if you think about it, I mean, she's visited nearly all 68 of the Oranga Tamariki facilities. In many cases, they've never seen a minister before. It's simple things like you actually got to wear a uniform, you've got to have management, you've got to have people who aren't performing out, you've got to strengthen the buildings and facilities, decorate them so they actually look respectable. You start doing a whole lot of little basic management things like that were neglected while they were talking about ideology and colonisation. Suddenly you actually reduce the harm to children. And I think this is critical because there's no culture, there's no language where hurting children is okay. These are universal values that she's bringing to the table.
Can you just explain that though, because this is a drop in reported harm, so this is the children themselves reporting instances of abuse, sexual or otherwise. So how does changes like that to the building stop people?
Well, this is in the facilities, so it's actually abuse and harm in youth facilities. As far as we're aware, that's never dropped before, and it's particularly poignant after the Royal Commission reported earlier this year, that it's the harm that takes place after people are taken into the state that is critical. There's also been a drop in youth crime generally, but this is harm within facilities.
I just don't understand what you mean by in terms of like tidying up the facilities or things or uniforms. How does that stop the harm happening to children or that they are reporting?
Well, I'll put it this way. I actually went to a boarding school, and if you have a strong leader who sets high standards of behaviour from the staff to the children and the children to each other, then you get less violence. If it's all a free-for-all, there's no standards, there's no uniforms, the locks on the doors don't work and the kids get up on the roof and they're bribed down with KFC, then you get something a bit more like Lord of the Flies. And what Karen's done is said we start by setting high standards, and that actually leads to less harm. Anyone that you talk to who leads a school or any kind of youth environment will tell you those are pretty basic things that were neglected for too long. None of this is rocket science, and I'm really proud she's done it.
There's been some concerns about the boot camp program and the potential for abuse in that. Do you think this data shows that those concerns may have been a bit overblown?
Well, bear in mind the boot camp was only ever 10 people, so it wasn't going to drive the concerns, but the boot camp program actually had a lot of learnings, and they were able to take things they learnt from that program into the rest of the system, so it's been useful in that sense, but it won't have driven the statistics itself.
Just on the Marine Coastal Areas Act, the former Attorney General Chris Finlayson says that the amendment is a Hobson's Pledge-inspired cluster that has nothing to do with restoring the original intent of Parliament. Is he wrong?
Chris Finlayson is wrong about that, and he knows he's wrong. He's made statements himself that said that the way the Act was being interpreted before we amended it was wrong. I think Chris, I like Chris, but I think Chris likes attention more, and he's just seeking a little bit of that, I'm afraid. I tell you what I think is interesting is these climate-related disclosures mostly gone. ACT alone voted against that policy, and now it's going to be pared back to only the very largest firms. The savings to New Zealanders will be significant. Businesses can focus on their core business and yet still be worried about reducing their emissions because they still pay ETS fees, so I chalk that up as another massive victory.
Ultimately, on the climate-related disclosures, would you like to see them removed altogether? Because there are some prominent directors out there who have called for that.
Look, I support the government's policy. I think we've made a really massive improvement. Remember, ACT alone opposed these climate-related disclosures. Now the rest of Parliament has moved towards our principled position. But yes, I suspect in a future election we will campaign to get rid of the remaining ones too. For now, we're very happy to support this massive progress by the government.
What are your thoughts on
Sorry, yeah.
Party Māori burning legislation out in forecourt? What are your thoughts on that?
I try not to think about whatever Te Pāti Māori's latest hijinks are. I just make the point they ripped up the Treaty Principles Bill, now they're burning this bill. The only thing Te Pāti Māori won't do is actually engage in constructive debate about our future, and that is why I think they're in real trouble. Thank you. Come over here, Chris. They'll tell you what. Tag team.
Well, you're waxing
yeah, good idea, right, cheers.
Sorry, I missed you in the scrum. Just quickly,
Sure.
Your thoughts on burning the bill on the forecourt by the Party Māori?
Look, they burnt this bill, they ripped up the Treaty Principles Bill. They'll do anything to a bill except debate it intelligently. And that's why I think it's so important that they think hard about what is their contribution. Because right now, the ACT Party is opening charter schools for young Māori up and down the country, and these guys are just performing stunts. I mean, who's doing more for Māori right now, ACT or Te Pāti Māori? It's clearly ACT.
Yeah, sorry, I know you probably said it in the scrum as well, but
I get another go.
Yeah, driving up the stairs, would you argue it's the same thing there?
Well, I raised nearly $100,000 for children with heart problems. If they can point to a positive benefit of what they've done, then that's fine. But actually, I don't think they can, and you can report that if you want. But hey, look, massive fundraising for children with heart problems versus just being childish.
And for the record, you wrote an apology letter to the Speaker. Did you do that the day of or the day after? I can't quite recall.
Look, I'd have to go back, but I think it was immediately after. Because bear in mind, I was not aware that the Speaker had forbidden it. As soon as I was told that, I actually stopped and then apologised to him. So,
Were you told by security?
Not that the Speaker hadn't done it. And by the way, not that the Speaker had said it, and just for RNZ's purposes, nearly $100,000 for children with heart problems. You want to cover that bit too? Well, yeah, but you haven't reported it yet. That's the problem.
Just in terms of the Mecca bill, the Hungaroa Māori Law Society has come out saying it's extinguishing Māori rights, eroding Māori rights. What would be your response to that?
Well, actually, what we've sought to do is uphold the original Ngāti Apa decision. that if you can show continuous exclusive use since 1840, then you may have a right to customary title. We thought the Foreshore and Seabed Bill under Labor was wrong. We thought that the Marine and Coastal Area Act was the right way to give Māori a day in court so that people could establish what rights they genuinely had according to Ngāti Apa. Then the courts took it too far and we brought them back. So, let's have a more constructive debate about this, not just burn stuff.
Yeah, it's becoming quite unattainable though for Māori to be able to, argue from 1840 though, right?
But before 2003, there was no argument at all. I mean, it's, not everyone has a right to customary title. It only arose because there was a very specific case upheld by the courts 22 years ago. We've preserved that. We don't have an obligation to effectively give customary title to anyone that asks for it, which is a position no one supports, but where the law was going under the previous interpretation. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Thank you.
Hi folks, I'm sorry to see you've been depleted in numbers, but I guess a lot of your colleagues must be staying home and staying safe as people are being forced to do up and down the country.
Laura McClure's deepfake bill has been pulled from the biscuit tin. How important is it, and how important is it as well that we get people from across Parliament to support this?
It's important to the victims of deepfake porn. These are images that would be illegal if they're real. They're fake, but they look real and they embarrass, harm and humiliate the people who appear to be in them. That's why it's critical that we extend the Harmful Digital Communications Act so that a fake pornographic image of someone is as illegal as a real one, because it's doing just as much harm to a lot of young people.
And do you wish that this was a government bill rather than one that had to be pulled out of the biscuit tin?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I wish it was a government bill, but of course, the government has a very full agenda. Every second Wednesday in Parliament is members' bills, and important business can be done then too. I mean, I legalised euthanasia on private members' bill day, and maybe Laura McClure is about to make a big difference for a lot of young people there too.
What sort of consequences would there be for people who did engage in deepfakes?
Well, it depends on the judgment of the Harmful Digital Communications Act. At the very least, they can be forced to take it down. They can face further sanctions if they don't.
Yesterday you were talking up the results of the Oranga Tamariki, the number of children harmed in care. But the Children's Commissioner and the Independent Children's Monitor are both saying that the number of children in care in total has increased. How do you explain that?
Well, simply the fact that the likelihood of being harmed is lower, and yet we've got the number of people being harmed we've got the number of people getting harmed going down. If there's more people in care and the number of people getting harmed is down, then the results are actually better than we thought. So maybe they need to look at, well, what are the numbers actually saying? I think they've misinterpreted them.
They say the number of children in residences who were harmed is largely the same as the previous year, dropping from 118 to 115. That's just 3 children.
Well, just a second. You've got fewer people being harmed as a percentage of the people that are there. Now, you can hardly say that because there are more people there, a drop is not a drop. The fact is, if you are a child in care, you are safer than you were before. That's a massive achievement. Now, to have people coming out, and trying to do that kind of manipulation of statistics is just really irresponsible. The facts are that if you have more people, then the chance of being harmed is higher. We've actually lowered that chance by taking a series of steps that reduce the chance of people being harmed.
They're also saying that 13% of those in the return home care were harmed, and that's the highest rate in that category since 2019.
Well, obviously there's going to be subsets, and if you break down through a data table, you can find examples that are against the run of play. But overwhelmingly, if you are somebody in a care home in New Zealand, you are now less likely to be harmed than 2 years ago. That chance has never dropped before, and in the wake of our Royal Commission on Abuse and State Care, I think it's a really important achievement that Karantua has made tangible changes. That means that even when the number of people has gone up, the number that are being harmed has gone down, and the chance of being harmed has reduced significantly. Now, if people in the, whoever you said, Children's Commissioner or whatever, if they can't just focus on getting really basic statistical understanding right, then we've got bigger trouble than I realise.
Those numbers come from the Oranga Tamariki's.
Well, no one's denying that, mate, but you actually don't seem to understand what the numbers mean. That's my point.
What's the position on the other members' bill the social media ban for 16s, I think it is.
Look, we think the amount of harm that is happening online to young people is enormous. The will to try and fix that is admirable. However, the simple act of banning is something that is running into trouble all over the world. Even since that bill was drafted, we've seen a lot of problems with it. I don't believe that a simple ban will fix the problem. That's why the ACT Party called for an inquiry at Select Committee that experts from all over the world have been called into. That inquiry will report back at the start of next year. By the same time, we will also have a lot more knowledge of how it's going in the UK, how it's going in Australia, and then I think we'll have an opportunity to do something that will actually work, because if saving children from online harm is worth doing, it is worth doing right.
Will ACT be voting that members' bill down then at the first readout?
Well, I think it's unlikely that we'd support a bill while there is still an inquiry underway. It's tempting because we know how much people care about this. It would be easy to just stand here and say, hey, we're supporting a solution, but we're not convinced the solution will work. The situation is moving very rapidly. I don't think the law is keeping up with technology, and it would be a mistake to be implementing something just as the Australians and British are having serious trouble making it work.
We've got thousands of workers on strike today exercising their right to strike and protest. Have you got any problem with that?
No, I think people have a right to strike, and I believe in freedom of association. It's in the Bill of Rights. I think, frankly, the weather has kept more people home than the strikes today. Nonetheless, I also make the point that there is a disconnect between what these union organisers are asking for and the challenges that most New Zealanders are facing. You look at nurses, $125,000 at the top of the scale, start off at $75,000. A nurse by next June could be getting $86,000, having started on $75,000 this year. And yet they're rejecting that. Well, not a lot of New Zealanders have a starting salary of $75,000 and expect to make $86,000 next year. You look at teachers, 2 out of 3 teachers earning over $100,000. They've had 14.5% increase in the last 3 years. A lot of the people who are paying tax and having to reorganise their day so that their kids can be cared for after school or during school today, those people haven't had that sort of increase. So we need a bit of a connection between the challenges and the wages that most tax-paying New Zealanders receive and the demands being made by these union organisers.
But beyond the reason why you support their right to strike today?
Well, I support people's right to strike for the simple reason of freedom of association. I think people have a right to form an alliance, and if you and Benedict want to sit there and say, I'm not going to work until he works and vice versa, then you have a right to do that. That's a basic human association. Look, you guys are thinking about it, aren't you? He's off. Come on. You got to go too if he does that, right? But so it's a basic human right to be able to make a contract with another person and say, I won't work if she doesn't work, or vice versa. On the other hand, it doesn't mean that it's always right to do it. And I would just say the offers on the table are pretty generous, and more so than a lot of New Zealanders who pay the taxes to fund it and need the healthcare and need their kids at school today are actually getting themselves.
Is it fair though to focus on the pay when it's clearly not just about the pay, especially for the healthcare workers? It's about safe staffing, and these are issues that they've flagged for years and years.
We have a government that's hired 2,000 nurses since the last election. I don't think that's been widely appreciated. Yes, there are challenges. There's been challenges, as you say, for years and years. But this government's taken healthcare funding from $30 billion to $32 billion. We've hired another 2,000 nurses. A nurse at the top of the scale is getting $125,000. We've offered an increase on top of that. A nurse is paid the same as a nurse in New South Wales, where they have generally a much higher wage rate. So, I think you have to put these things in a bit of perspective.
But don't you need to do that just to be market competitive? You have to be able to compete with, especially Australia, right?
Well, I think that's the challenge that all of New Zealand faces, is that wages on average are higher, and that's something that got me interested in politics 20 years ago. That is something I think we need to focus on as a country, is closing the wage gap with Australia. But we won't do that in the time that we need to conclude these negotiations and get our nurses, doctors and teachers back to the workforce.
Just back on those questions that Russell was asking you earlier. So the Children's Commissioner is saying, hey, it is good to secure abuse and secure care went down. But they're saying that overall, the number of children in state care being abused or neglected has increased. This is unacceptable.
Well, according to the numbers that he just gave, have actually gone down slightly, even while the number of people in state care has increased. So as I interpret what Russell's saying, that's the opposite of that.
Oh, I think they're saying the opposite. I think they're saying it's going.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
going
either they or Russell are wrong, but if you've got a 14% decrease in the number of people being abused, that is real progress, and that comes from making sure the contraband's kept out, asking the people to actually wear uniforms, having proactive intervention and misbehaviour. All of these changes that have been made are very positive. I think it's a real shame that people are trying to dice and slice statistics to try and present the most negative possible view, when in actual fact the chance of a child being harmed in state care has gone down 14%. That's an enormous achievement.
Do you think the way that the government or that the minister or that you spoke about it yesterday was in any way kind of slicing and dicing those statistics?
No, because the simple question is, if you're a child who goes into state care, what's the chance of being harmed? That's gone down 14%. That's a fact. Now, of course, you could always say, oh, but there's more or there's less than last year. As a total number of people who have the potential to be harmed, that's true, but what is the rate of harm? That has gone down. Why? Because the culture's improved, because the surveillance of contraband's improved, because there's consequences and accountability for misbehaviour that there wasn't before. These are all enormously positive things. To make the argument, oh well, yes, there's less people being abused, but there's more people in care, I mean, well, that is slicing and dicing. All right, thanks folks. Cheers. G'day folks, how are you?
Thank you very much.
Oh, pleased to hear it. I was just reflecting on the momentous change that is removing the treaty requirement from the obligation on state school boards. Taxpayers don't fund education for adult political purposes, they fund it for children's education. And I think it's fair to say that there's enough parents out there who are tired of feeling like their kid's school has become an eternal marae visit. It is possible to respect the Māori language and culture without artificially inserting it into every aspect of life with a karakia before each lesson or Māori words through their entire maths lesson. These things are actually doing more damage to the relationship and respect for the culture than good, and I think taking those requirements out of the law so that schools can choose to teach Mataranga Māori, Tikanga Māori, Te Reo Māori if their community wants it, but not engineering it on the whole country, is a massive step forward.
How are you to determine, though, what is the right amount of reo or the right amount of karakia to be used in schools?
Well, the whole point is that it's up to the boards. We're not requiring them to teach in a certain way. So I'm actually saying let's end the culture war, get the decision making away from politicians, put it back with school boards and communities, as has always been the intention. And there'll be some people who want bilingual, that's fine. There'll be some people who want full Māori immersion, good for them. But there's also people that want different choices, and they equally should be able to choose what they want.
Could you argue, though, that the same argument goes the other way, though, that this is culture wars in a sense, and that why not leave the obligations for the treaty for a crown entity that is a school or that is a school board?
Well, the culture war was forcing people to do things they might not otherwise choose. What we're doing is calling taiho on that, calling peace on it, and saying it's up to each community to choose how it wants to bring up its children based on parental demand, rather than using politics to push a certain approach on the parents when they may not actually want it, and many of them don't. They're actually quite tired of it.
You mentioned the harm being done. What harm are you talking about?
Well, it's very simple. Nobody wants to have to do things that are not in their interest for someone else's political purposes. If you believe that it's okay to force your views on other people, make people live the way you want them to live rather than the way they want to live, then you are doing harm, whether you recognise it or not.
Is it not politics taking it out, though?
No, it's taking it out leaves the choice, and that's the difference. Any school can still do as much te reo, tikanga, and Mataranga Māori as it wants, but they don't have to. Previously, everyone was forced down the same track.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, having the treaty obligations clause in there, that didn't mandate how much schools had to include, right? It gave them, they still had choice, school boards and communities.
Well, no, the wording was very clear. It required that in their policies, programs and curricula, they would incorporate Mataranga Māori, Te Reo Māori and Tikanga Māori. Now, of course, once you put that in there, there's going to be a certain amount that you can't avoid doing, otherwise people would say you're not taking the law seriously. You take the law out, people can still make the choice, there's no compulsion.
Right, so under this change, schools could choose to do none.
Well, if it's not important to you, you shouldn't have to. I mean, the idea that people should be compelled to think in a certain way for their own good, that's one of the things we're trying to stop in a free society.
And is that appropriate, given that, like Marnie was saying, that schools are Crown entities and that there is a Crown Māori?
No, I'm sorry. Schools are there to serve the students. They're not there to serve your or anyone else's political purposes. So you might have a view that we should all think a certain way, but actually schools are run by communities. If the parents and the community don't want it, they shouldn't be forced to do it for someone else's purpose.
What
Very
about
simple.
prayers and stuff? Will you stop schools from forcing prayers onto people?
Well, New Zealand has a long history of allowing religious independence and tolerance. So, for example, if you're at a school that has religious lessons, you're allowed to opt out of that, and I believe that should always be the case. I wouldn't support a school, a state school at least, that compelled students to pray in any language. New Zealand's history of this goes back to the 1870s.
Do you think there are deserved questions to be asked around the Andrew Bailey resignation matter?
Look, I don't think about that at all. I've known Andrew for a long time. We came into Parliament together in 2014, but just watching from a fair distance, I don't understand what he's up to right now.
So you don't think that there's any real reason why he should be feeling as though he needs to clear his name?
Well, I don't know exactly how he feels. I haven't actually discussed it with him, and I haven't been involved in the situation, so you can ask me what I think, but the truth is I don't really have much to think on that.
If he's saying that that there wasn't a proper investigation into what happened and there wasn't an actual complaint and that he was misled, do you think that his complaints have value?
Well, I think the National Party should work that out. I mean, they run their show, we run ours, and I generally don't get involved in others' kupapa or kaupapa.
Is it useful for the charter school movement to have Bangers Education Trust try to take over a school against the wishes of the principal?
Well, people are allowed to have a discussion about converting a charter school, and sometimes it might be that the community does back the conversion over the existing principle. It seems in this case there's a lot of feedback in all directions. The government is not endorsing a conversion here. It'll be listening very carefully to what the community is saying before it goes any further.
And what exactly is the process for ascertaining whether the community wants to turn into a charter school?
Well, in order to make an application, they'd have to demonstrate that there is community support. The authorisation board, which is arm's length from me, would then go and talk to more people to verify the claims that were made, if there were any, and then if they didn't have community support, no go. If they do, and they have a good educational prospect, maybe.
Have you had any feedback from the Kelston Boys School that's at the centre of this about any disruption to have you had any Yeah. Have you had any feedback or any dialogue with the principal?
No, I haven't. I haven't been in touch with Kelston. No, it's possible that it's possible. Well, I'm not involved in any of the authorisation board or the charter school agency's decision making, so I wouldn't even know exactly which schools are applying right now. I only find out at the end of the process, and that's deliberate. But obviously, in this case, they will be listening very carefully to what the community is saying. There's clearly some strongly held views, and that's okay. People are allowed to have strongly held views, disagree, and as long as we have a process that gets everyone to the same place in the end.
On the treaty obligations clauses on, obligations on schools, question: why was this why is this being done now through this amendment rather than as part of that broader treaty principles review process?
That's ultimately a decision for Erica Stanford. She's the minister and shepherding the legislation through. There was a suggestion back in July that the wider treaty principles review would do it. Erica's chosen to do it now, and I fully support that. I think it's one of the best things that we can do, along with getting academic achievement to be the paramount goal of schools and putting attendance in there. The transformation is from culture wars and identity politics to getting kids to school and excelling academically. That is a massive shift for New Zealand and a massive investment in our future.
And you've obviously spoken about the feedback or the comments that you've had from parents who aren't happy with the amount of te reo and mātua Māori and things that are taught in schools. Have you, what kind of consultation, if you know, has been done around this change across the board, or have you kind of relied on the feedback that has come to you?
Well, I as a politician listen to New Zealanders. That's my job. In terms of consultation, it's pretty simple. Nothing's been taken away from anybody. You can still do whatever you like. You're just not compelled to do certain things, and that's a big improvement. In a free society, all New Zealanders should be able to self-determine.
No, I understand kind of the outcome or the intended outcome, but in terms of the actual process of getting here and making this decision, because obviously the work that Paul Goldsmith is doing on the treaty clause review, there's heavy consultation work that's being carried out by different agencies.
I understand what you're saying, but for me it's pretty clear. You don't have to consult people if you're increasing their freedom. If you ask people, would you like more choices and to be able to live how you live, we just take it as a given that that's what people want. If you're going to put new restrictions on how people live their lives or how they use and exchange their property, then you should be consulting to ask whether or not these new restrictions are justified. You see, freedom is actually the starting point. We don't assume that everyone's compelled to live in a certain way, and if we want to make them freer, we've got to ask permission.
So that will be your stance for all legislation?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's only if there's a restriction on the freedom you don't consult to figure out and potentially...
Yeah, New Zealand is not a giant school camp, right? Like, we're actually a nation of adults who have limited time on earth and the right to make the most of it so long as it's not harming anyone else. It's when the government comes along and tries to restrict your freedom, that's when things like the Regulatory Standards Bill are required.
So you don't think a select committee process is a need when there's legislative change that gives people, in your words, more freedom?
Well, it's not in my words, it's just, is the government putting in place laws that restrict what you can do? Because remember, the law in a free society says you can do anything you like unless explicitly restricted, not the other way around. That's how they do it in, say, communist China. In my view, it's critical that we start with freedom as the assumption. If you want to restrict that, that's when you've got to consult and justify.
Hey, what did you mean by calling Te Pāti Māori kupapa this morning?
Well, kupapa is an old word for traitors and people that you can't quite trust. Kaupapa is what a political party should have, a policy program and an agenda to make the world a better place. Just seems to me Te Pāti Māori right now have a lot more kupapa than kaupapa.
Do you think that they're traitors to Māori?
Certainly traitors to each other, and they're all saying that themselves. Don't need me involved. Thank you, guys. See you later. Hey, folks, how are you all going?
Right. How are you?
Oh, couldn't be better.
What do you make of the unemployment numbers?
Well, clearly this remains a challenging time for a lot of people. A lot of people have been anxious about losing jobs. However, I note that going from 5.2 to 5.3, that feels like a flat bottom. Meanwhile, you hear people saying they believe a recovery is beginning, and so I think it needs to be acknowledged, but there's also signs of hope out there.
This is as bad as it's going to get, you reckon?
Look, it's always possible that in another quarter it could be down another fraction before it goes up, but it doesn't feel like it's going to get dramatically worse. If anything, it feels like it's going to get better. I'll just give you one example. I was at McDonald's the other day. I was talking to someone. I said, "What do you do?" They said, "I'm a accountant in Taihape." I said, "Oh, yeah, so all your clients must be farmers. How are they going?" And he said, "Look, it's interesting. They're getting good meat prices, sheep and beef in that part of the country, but they're not actually spending. They're doing deferred maintenance. They're shoring up their bank balance. They got run down through COVID, run down through bad prices, run down through the recession. Now they're just steadying themselves up, getting ready for a recovery." And I suspect there'll be a lot of that around the country.
What was your McDonald's order?
Look, I don't want to lose votes, so I don't want to tell. I know how divisive it can be.
How concerned are you about the state of negotiations for an Indian FTA?
Look, I'm not concerned at all. I know that Todd McClay has worked very hard. He's been up and down. He's going to have some incredible air miles. He even went over to New Delhi just for dinner. That's how hard he's worked on building that relationship. Sometimes it's darkest before dawn with these negotiations, but I'm confident we'll get there because it's in both countries' best interest.
So are you saying that negotiations at this point are the dark before the dawn? Like, are they not good at the moment?
No, I'm just saying that even if you did think it was bad, it's likely to get better.
Is it a good sign that we've got the Prime Minister leaving here to go and help things out? Surely, does that not suggest that there are issues?
No, it might just mean that it could actually be very good news. You'll find out very soon.
Well, do you know which it is?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't be here to scoop everybody, would I?
Speaking of Ian Miles,
that's why I've been speaking in riddles for the last 30 seconds to not give anything away, but it'll come out.
There's been criticism pushed back from some around the changes being made to the Zero Carbon Act and the government's plans for climate policy. What's your response to that, and why has the government taken this route?
Look, we're doing a few things. First of all, we're acknowledging that there are other ways to do carbon removals than planting trees. Sure, trees are great at soaking up carbon, but they also have a lot of other impacts, particularly in rural New Zealand. There may be other ways that you can reduce carbon or suck up carbon, sequester carbon. We should be open to those kinds of technologies, so that I think is a really big positive. We're taking the ETS reviews down to once every 2 years. One thing about any kind of market is people want certainty and stability, so again, I actually think that's a really positive thing because you're not going to make a big change every year, so let's give people more certainty. So yeah, there'll be people that try and criticise reflexively, but I'm not seeing why this is a step backwards.
Speaking of certainty and stability, there was a lot of work done to get kind of cross-party consensus around that framework in the Zero Carbon Act beforehand, but opposition parties say they haven't been consulted, that they weren't worked with through these changes. Why is that?
Well, in fairness, the opposition have been a lot less collegial in recent times. If you look at some of the rhetoric that you get from the likes of Chloe Swarbrick, I mean, that's a very different person to deal with than James Shaw, who was always very scientific and considered. So frankly, they should maybe take a little bit of advice from Michael Jackson and start with the person in the mirror.
What's the government working on in regards to homelessness in Auckland CBD?
Well, the critical thing is making it easier to build more homes. We're taking homes that are in expensive areas that actually don't hold many people, have the wrong number of bedrooms, and we're investing in homes, and particularly in community housing providers, that are in the right places with the right number of bedrooms for the right people. That means that you have fewer people on waiting lists. Remember, we've got up to 25,000 people on the waiting list for Housing New Zealand under the previous government. We've actually got that down. So, the key issue for homeless people is a home and the support services that surround that, and Chris Bishop's work and Tama Potaka's work is delivering on that.
Are there moves underway to effectively ban rough sleepers from the Auckland CBD?
No, it seems to be that the Labour Party knows more about it than we do. You might have heard Chris Luxon, the Prime Minister, in Question Time yesterday say, look, we actually don't have any cabinet discussion about this. I certainly haven't heard any cabinet discussion about this when I've been there, which is all the time, so not clear what he's on about.
Mark Mitchell said this morning that it's something that Goldsmith is considering.
Well, I tell you what, he's a very considered guy.
So who's right? Are there discussions being had about it or not?
Well, Paul Goldsmith could be considering it, doesn't mean that he's discussing it, so I guess both could be right.
So there's been no talk with Goldsmith or between the parties about a measure like this?
No, Goldie talks about a lot of things, hasn't talked to me about that.
Is there something that ACT would be open to?
Well, I just asked the question, what happens next? Things have to be practical, they have to work. So if you ban homelessness, where do people actually go? And that's why I said, you're better to actually build homes, engage community housing providers, get people a place to go. That's what actually works. Right, thank you very much, folks. See you later. G'day, folks. How you going?
Do you support a fireworks ban?
Look, I'm an animal lover, but I also love the Kiwi childhood. Most of the fun stuff's already been banned. Do we really want to take that away from them too?
What do you make of...
No, it's just I think at the end of the day, so much stuff has been banned that used to be fun. Most people are going to go to public displays anyway, but do we really need to ban the last few bits of fun that Kiwi kids have?
Do we think that it was fun as kids because we didn't really understand some of those impacts, like the harm done to animals?
No, I think they were just happier and simpler times.
What do you make of? Sorry.
Don't worry, it doesn't.
What do you make of?
The Buzzy Bees, probably.
Oh, you
yeah,
know I was going to ask the Buzzy Bees. Got you.
What do you make of a New Zealand First strategy of kind of taking out and reinserting members' bills at will in order to get media attention?
Well, they want people to know what they stand for, and I guess people are going to ultimately make up their mind, are these the issues we think are important for New Zealand? For me, it's actually fixing the economy, it's fixing education, it's health. These are much bigger tasks than putting a bill in or out of the ballot for a short time.
Can MPs say that they really stand for something if they put a bill in and then are quite happy to take it out to replace it with something else? If they care about it, wouldn't they keep that bill in and see it through to the end?
Well, I mean, I had one member's bill, it was in the ballot for years, it got drawn and then we legalised assisted dying. I've used the member's bill process for what I regard as very serious topics, and I worked on that issue for 5 years. That's how I do it, others may have different ways.
Are you implying that banning fireworks isn't a serious topic?
Compared with the right to die, I would say it's probably in a different category for most people, yeah.
The government looks today show that corporate tax is lower, health expenses are rising. What do you have to say about that?
Well, what we see is that the government has stayed within its spending limits. Tax has actually been slightly lower, so we've taken less money out of the economy. We've managed our spending carefully. I would rather we were shrinking the deficit faster, but altogether it shows that the government is being very cautious and very careful through difficult times. That's exactly what New Zealand needs. We cannot afford another blowout because that means inflation, that means high interest rates, it means all the misery and the loss of jobs that we're still dealing with from last time we had an irresponsible spending government.
Labor has announced a new policy today to expand free eligibility for cervical screening. Do you think that's a good idea?
Well, I think it's a good idea to get cervical screening. There's no question about that, but there are also different likelihoods of developing cervical cancer at different ages and stages of life. And so if you spend more money on expanding screening to an age group where maybe you don't actually have a high chance of getting it, remember, we're taking that money away from other things like treating people who do test positive now. So all I would say to them is, look, I don't think that these kinds of decisions should be made as bumper stickers in political campaigns. That's why I support the Farmake model. Let the experts make the decisions like that.
Do you think National were wrong to promise those cancer drugs in the last campaign?
Look,
was that also a bumper sticker policy?
Well, it's pretty clear what's happened. The government has kept the Farmake model, and I'm very proud of that.
Just on the cervical screening, my understanding is Labour's policy is not to change eligibility or change who would be screened, but to make sure that all of those who are being screened can do so for no charge. Would you support that?
Well, I mean, anyone can get a cervical smear any time they want. Well, any woman anyway. But this is a funding question, and if you fund one thing, then you're funding things that you're taking away from funding for other things, and that is the challenge here.
What do you make of the overall policy of creating a card, a single card which has all your medical information on it? You can always use to get a test or get a GP visit. Absent the funding question, just having a single card.
Look, again, I'm a politician too. I can see why they're doing it for political communication, but the serious challenge with health is actually getting into a GP. That's why we just increased capitation funding by 16% at the end of June. People actually need to get an appointment. Having a card, well, it sounds good, but if you don't fix what really matters, your card might be declined. Thank you, guys. Cheers. Hey.
Sorry, real quick. Are you still an Associate Minister of Justice?
That is a very good question. I certainly haven't done anything in that capacity for almost a year.
Yeah.
Well, since April, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the paperwork's gone in to make me not one. I mean, given that the only thing I was delegated to do no longer exists, I'm kind of,
Here.
I can find out if it's important to you.
I was just purely curious, nothing more.
Yeah, I am too now.
Can we ask you about Lifeline? They've announced that they've had to reduce their hours. They were 24 hours.
Yeah.
Now they're not operating between midnight and 7. They're saying it's because of a lack of government funding. What's your take on that?
Well, bear in mind, Lifeline's not the only organisation that New Zealand funds. I'm actually a former Kids Line buddy. I used to volunteer at Lifeline, so it's close to my heart. But I'm not close to the funding decisions. I just point to other phone services that are funded by the government, and that's something you'd really want to talk to probably Matt Ducey about.
What was it like working on the Lifeline?
Well, I wasn't working. I was a volunteer, and I went back to Kids Line to give all my money. Sorry, I went back to Kids Line and donated all my money from Dancing with the Stars. So I've had a long connection with telephone counselling and Lifeline. I volunteered for them. I donated to them, and I'm sorry to hear they've lost a contract or don't have the same funding they used to, but I understand the minister responsible has to make tough decisions sometimes. Thank you. 5 hours? You must be a Labour voter. Get a job. G'day folks, how are you?
Seymour, do you see a case for reforming the Hartlepool Digital Communications Act following the revelations yesterday?
Well, I voted against that act alone when it came out in 2016. I've always believed it's wrong to criminalise people for opinions. So yes, I do, having seen it be weaponised the way it was and the way it's been weaponised against journalists in the Chinese media in New Zealand recently. Yes, I've long thought there's a case for reforming it.
Is it something you'd put forward to Cabinet? Or?
Well, bear in mind that it's the responsibility of the Minister of Justice, that's not me, but it's certainly something I would strongly support and encourage the person who is the Minister to do something about.
What will you explain how you think it was weaponised?
Beg your pardon?
Can you explain how you believe it was weaponised?
Well, first of all, there's been widespread reporting recently of how a complaint under the Harmful Digital Communications Act was used by people who were frankly trying to cover up much worse crimes. Secondly, in the case of Auckland reporting, you've seen Portia Mao, the Chinese journalist, have it weaponised against her for criticising the Chinese government, and frankly that's the kind of behaviour that belongs in China, not in New Zealand. We don't want it imported here.
Does Andrew Costa have to go?
Well, Andrew Costa is an employee. He's got an employment relationship and he's got rights to due process, so I'm not going to jump in boots and all. I tell you what I really think about him, but I don't think that's going to help.
What do you make of, what is your assessment of the conduct as laid out in the IPCA report?
Well, as it's laid out in the IPCA report, it certainly sounds damning, but again, that's for a proper employment process. I don't want to try and prejudice, the rights that he's still an employee, he's got rights to a fair process.
Do charges need to be laid for New Zealand to regain its kind of anti-corruption reputation here? Do charges need to be laid against any of the other policemen?
Look, again, if you want to uphold New Zealand's anti-corruption reputation, you don't want a minister telling the police which charges to lay. But what I would just make at one point, besides the woman at the centre of this, it's critical that victims and complainants feel they can trust the police in this country. Restoring the trust in the police has to be the main objective. That's why the government is going to strengthen the IPCA. And also just make the point for the average beat cop out there, in my experience, are salt of the earth great New Zealanders. They don't deserve to be dragged down by this behaviour at the top that just makes you angrier and angrier the more you hear how people in trusted positions abuse their power.
What did you think when you read that report?
Well, I don't know if I thought a lot, but I got angrier and angrier as I read. Some of these contents are disgraceful. These people are put in a serious position of trust. They've abused that trust. And I think what's really critical is that people who may be thinking of making a police complaint are aware that they can trust the police, because it was other police that blew the whistle. And by and large, in my experience, the frontline cops in New Zealand are great people. Thank you, guys. Cheers. Hey folks, it's a great day for it, with a 20-year campaign to pass the Regulatory Standards Bill expected to come to fruition this afternoon. For a long time, politicians have passed laws while hiding the true costs on New Zealanders and their property. That will end with the Regulatory Standards Bill. If you want to pass a law, politicians will have to show the costs they put onto New Zealanders. For example, the earthquake laws put billions of dollars, bankrupted people, and yet we now know that those laws weren't really necessary. That kind of reckless lawmaking and hiding of costs will end, and New Zealand will be a much wealthier place, and also a much more respectful place, because if you've got a project politically that puts a lot of cost onto other people, you're going to have to at least acknowledge that you're putting a cost onto someone, and that, I think, is a step towards being a more civilised society.
On the school attendance data, can you explain why you think it's partly to blame on the strikes?
Well, we were actually on track to do better than last year until the last week, when teachers were on rolling strikes all week. I can't imagine that a teacher being away on Thursday wouldn't have meant that some of the students decided to take an early holiday on the Friday, where 200,000 students did not attend. It was also the worst term for winter illness since term 2 2022, when less than 40% of students attended regularly. We still got over 50% in term 3 this year, so we are doing a lot better even with record illness. But the reason we didn't do even better than last year, in my opinion, is because we had rolling teacher strikes in the last week of term, and one of the worst last weeks of term around.
And just on charter schools, so that sports academy, it's been reported that the charter schools agency signed a contract with a trust that didn't actually exist at the time. What do you make of that?
Well, it did exist. What happened is that there was a sponsor of the school that then changed some of its arrangements. They changed the name of their trust, and on the contract they still had the old name. So obviously a bit of a screw up administratively, but fundamentally the people are there, the students are there, the government's there, and that partnership will continue.
Do you have confidence in their processes? agency?
Yeah, I do, because one administrative error, when they've opened nearly 18 schools at record speed, I think is pretty good.
Is the system being rushed to get as many schools open before the election?
No, I don't think they're being rushed for that purpose. I think they've been overwhelmed with interest. They've had over 100 different organisations that want to run charter schools. They've got to assess them all, contract the ones that we can afford to open right now, and then monitor how they perform. So there's a huge amount of interest in charter schools, which has put pressure, but generally I'm pretty pleased with the way the charter school agencies responded to that pressure.
Did you ask for a please explain on the administrative error?
Well, there's not actually a problem to be addressed here. I mean, the school's going to be there, the students are going to be there, everyone's very excited about it, and the administrative error can be easily fixed.
What do you make of criticism that with the whole charter school thing and how it's set up, that
the whole charter school thing, yeah.
that it's subsidising private businesses, because in this case it would be a private business that's sponsoring the sports academy.
Yeah, okay, but you go into any classroom in New Zealand, there's the carpet, there's the furniture, the textbooks, the computers, the other electronics that they're using. It's all provided by private businesses. So I don't actually see when people object to private businesses contributing to education. We do that in every school. So it's not really clear what their real objection is. Right, we've got you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Words for the new independent MPs? Have you been asked about Takata and Maria Mino now being independent MPs?
I have zero words or advice for them. They've become a joke and completely irrelevant. They've let down the people that they represent, and that's that.
Those two, or the party? Or?
Well, all six of them in their what 3 different respective entities they now have.
Is that and the two in the middle as well?
Oh, look, I honestly don't have the energy to talk about Te Pāti Māori. We've got much more important things to fix in this country that really matter.
Actually, could we get a comment on the new record set for New Zealanders leaving the country? Does this worry you?
Yeah, it worries me enormously. I just make the point, before people try and politicise it, this trend began in 2021. It actually stabilised when the government changed. It's gone down a smidgen since we've been in government. The real challenge is how do we turn it around? That means that we need to ensure that we have good financial management in the government, low inflation, lower interest rate. That leads to jobs and growth and opportunity, and makes people want to come here and stay here. So, I wish there was a shortcut, but there's not. We are doing the things required to turn around a trend that actually started 2 years before we were elected.
Can I just ask about regulatory standards, Bill? Sorry.
Love you
too. Do you have the full backing of New Zealand First? Winston Peters said something following the return of the Select Committee report, which was, it's better than it was, but we'll fix it at the next election. Do you have any idea what he means by fix it, or why it's not fixed already?
No, you'd have to ask him what his thoughts are on that. What I do know is that it is a black letter commitment of our coalition. All 3 parties are committed to vote for it, and it is going to be an enormous step forward for New Zealand. I mean, we have the Reserve Bank Act, so we know politicians aren't inflating away the value of your dollar. We've got the Public Finance Act, so we know they're not racking up debt on your account. And we have the Bill of Rights to make sure that politicians aren't making laws that violate your basic freedoms. The Regulatory Standards Act from tonight will be there to ensure that politicians aren't taking away the value of your property or wasting your time with red tape that doesn't actually stack up.
And can I just ask about implementation as well? There have, throughout its journey thus far, there have been some, concerns raised by different departments around the amount of effort, administrative effort and burden and cost and things that might go into carrying out the requirements under it. When will it come into force? Do you think that everyone has the resources needed to comply with the new?
Well, yeah, I do. I mean, there's nearly $1 billion of policy advice given every year under any government, and they're seriously saying that they don't have the resource to ask what the impacts of their policies and laws on ordinary New Zealanders are. The real cost of regulation is the restrictions on New Zealanders wasting their time impairing their property. It's not the requirements for bureaucrats to actually be careful and transparent about the rules that they're putting onto all of us.
Has there been any discussion about whether one thing goes in order for this to come in? Like a department's going to have to make choices about.
Well, we're not doing a Donald Trump 1 rule out, 2 in, or 2 out, 1 in. But what it is going to do is make them periodically examine the law we have. Would we make it again today according to the principles of good regulation? I think that's really valuable.
And they have capacity to take that on. there other work and potential, cuts coming up for next?
Oh, I see. You're not talking about laws. You're talking about other work they're doing.
Yes.
Well, bear in mind, if you look at something like education, for example, the Education and Training Amendment Act's been amended, I think, almost 5 times just since we've been in government for 2 years. So there's already a huge amount of policy work going in. If they have to plan out how they do their policy work and line it up against a set of principles of good regulation, I suspect over time it will actually make their job easier. So, all right, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Quickly,
Yeah.
just in a nutshell, can you explain for someone who doesn't understand what it is, what the regulatory standards bill will do for the everyday Kiwi?
When politicians make a law, they have to be honest about its impacts on you, and over time that means that politicians are going to make laws more carefully so your life's not tied up in red tape that restricts your time and your property. Thank you very much. Cheers. Hi folks, another week in parliamentary paradise and looking forward to seeing more good laws passed through Parliament.
Should parents be consulted on the content of sex ed? What's in those classes?
They should be. The question is whether that should occur at a national level or at a school board level. There's a bit of debate going on about to what extent should content and curriculum be created at the school level versus the national level. I think generally speaking, bringing some control back to central government is a good thing because we've had very questionable curriculum for a long time. And our results have been going backwards in that period, and I would apply that principle to RSE as well.
I know that they're very different topics, but one of the things that's been discussed in terms of removing those obligations on board, those treaty obligations on boards, is to allow that parental choice, local communities to decide how much that is reflected in school classes and curriculum. Why does that apply in that space, but not when it comes to sexuality and relationships education?
Well, I think first of all, if you look at the requirements that are being put on, it's academic achievement is number one, and the cultural diversity of New Zealand must be included in everything that a school does. Those are the requirements. When you come down to the precise details of what exactly is being taught, there's some things around relationships and sexuality, specific things that the government wants to see taught consistently across the country. There are other things that actually, I think, need to have some more choice there.
You've publicly stated that you're bothered with the quote intolerant and bullying tone of schools that have declared that they will continue to uphold the treaty. What about their tone has given you that impression?
Well, they've got the choice to do whatever they want, but they seem to have a problem with respecting everyone else making that choice. They've just been given the freedom, and yet somehow they're angry about that, and it seems their anger is that they don't want other people to teach as they would like to teach. These guys aren't being stopped from doing anything they want to do. What they are being asked to do is respect that other people might make different choices, and somehow they're angry about that.
There have been, about 500 schools so far that have, written letters publicly saying, that they want to uphold the treaty. Is your policy out of touch?
No, because there's 5 times more schools than that for a start. Second of all, they're actually following the law. If you think about it, the law requires them to express New Zealand's cultural diversity. It doesn't stop them from including the treaty in that. So they actually think that they're being rebels, but they're following the law. Where they would be breaking the law is if they fail to put educational attainment at the top of their priorities. The ACT Party campaigned for and won putting educational attainment as the paramount objective of school boards. That is the non-negotiable.
Isn't it possible to do both? That that you can uphold the treaty while also still prioritising academic achievement?
Well, actually, if you do one thing, by definition, you can't do another thing at the same time. So we've said academic achievement first, and then other objectives such as reflecting the multicultural nature of New Zealand. They can reflect the culture of New Zealand through their commitment to the treaty if that's what a particular community wants to do. No one's stopping them from doing that. But what we're clear about is that educational attainment comes first, because if you're really worried about upholding the treaty, having an education, getting a job, getting a house, those are the things that people need. If you want to talk about the Crown being a treaty partner, generations of failing young Māori children to have the basic skills to succeed in their lifetime, that is a failure of the treaty.
Does the legislation still require school boards to try and seek to achieve equitable outcomes for Māori students?
Well, actually, it should be for all students, but it does say that. It says that what has been left in the Education Act is equitable outcomes for Māori students. I think what people should take from that is actually should be equitable outcomes for all students.
National and Labour have started to select candidates. Do you have any idea on when ACT will announce candidate selections?
It'll be next year. We've actually started opening our registration for potential candidates. There'll be a lot of vetting. There'll be a School of Practical Politics. After that, we'll start announcing them. We're very excited to contest 26.
What did you make of this election? Going as MP for Epsom?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, I wouldn't give it up for the world.
What did you make of the Supreme Court's decision yesterday on the Uber drivers?
Well, I respect the Supreme Court. They're there to interpret the law and I don't criticise their decisions. What I will say is that Brooke van Velden is making sure that the gig economy is vibrant in New Zealand for people that want that choice by introducing a gateway test for people who are contractors, because contracting is a legitimate choice for a lot of people and this government will uphold it.
Does this court decision mean that you have to legislate a bit faster than planned, where you have to have something in place before Christmas?
Look, the legislative program is going as fast as it can at the moment. I don't see it changing, but you'd be better to talk to Brooke van Velden about it.
Did you previously say you'd give up Parliament for love?
Oh, well, I found out that much like Te Tiriti and academic attainment, you could do two things at once, apparently.
There's just been couldn't. Which comes first? Which comes first?
I think it's love, marriage, baby, carriage, something like that.
And if you don't find yourself back in government after next year's election, would that be it?
Look, I'm not even going to consider that possibility. You see these insane Green Party. You know, those guys have a right to their policies. What they don't have a right is to damage the international reputation of New Zealand by saying that they're going to rip up contracts that the government has issued. We must keep them out, so I'm not even considering that. It was bad enough when New Zealand First and National and the Greens banned future oil and gas exploration permits. That trashed our reputation. If you start ripping up consents that the government's already issued because you don't like them under your policy, you're trashing the reputation of New Zealand. The Green Party are actually terrorists in that sense, and because that's the kind of damage that they're doing to New Zealand's future.
Terrorists, that's a very strong word to use.
Well, they're people that are undermining the law in New Zealand, they're undermining trust in New Zealand, they're doing damage to our country in international eyes. You could call that terrorism if you like. It is actually something that is well outside the norms of politics in New Zealand. No one has said we're going to rip up contracts that you currently have.
There's just been a petition handed over outside for the social media ban. Obviously, ACT doesn't support that for under 16-year-olds. How much of what's come out of that select committee inquiry are you hoping gets picked up from the regulations that Sam has spoken of?
Look, the problem is massive. Parents are hugely concerned about young people on social media, predatory behaviour, inappropriate content, addiction to doom scrolling. These are massive problems, but a ban is too simple as a remedy for that. I say listen to what the select committee finds from listening to the experts around the world. Watch how the ban goes in Australia. I suspect they're going to have a few practical problems, and then ask if this problem is worth solving, it's worth solving correctly, which is what I've been saying all along. Just banning certain platforms, at best you're going to push kids into worse parts of the internet.
Would you meet with this group to hear out their concerns?
Well, I was just talking to Anna Mowbray on the forecourt before. We go back a long way. I'm having a beer with Blair Knight after this, well, not after this, after at dinner break. So look, no worries there. I know them well, but and Cecilia Robinson I know well. Her business is in Parnell and Epsom. So look, I know these guys well. But what I say to them is, look, the reason you guys like me is that if there's a bad policy idea, I'll oppose it even if my friends support it.
Are you keen to have Brooke van Velden run in Tamaki again, and could she win that seat another time?
Well, it's not just me, it's the people in Tamaki. I tell you, one of the occupational hazards is people from Tamaki coming up to me saying how great Brooke is all the time, and I kind of like it, but a bit of love here too, please. Look, she's doing very well, and I may have seen polling recently that says that not only do I want her back in Tamaki, people in Tamaki, a strong majority of them want her back in Tamaki.
What's the numbers of that poll?
It's something that I'm not at liberty to share, but if you were an ex-supporter in Tamaki, you'd be pretty happy about it.
Whose poll was it?
One by a pollster I'm sure you guys have covered, Curia. Yeah. All right, folks, thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thanks.
Yes. Hi, folks, another great day for it.
Minister, have you been involved in any of these sort of brainstorming discussions about privatising Lotto in some form?
Not me.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on the idea? Chris Bishop and Nicola Willis have met with the Lottery Corporation from Australia. Seem to be considering it in some form.
Well, I'm always up for a good idea, but I'd have to know more about it before I could really get into this.
Have you seen Blue Bridges looking to be sold as on the market? And what does that mean for Cook Strait shipping?
Well, I don't have a license to advise people on investing, but if you think it's a good deal, perhaps you should buy it. There's all sorts of reasons why they might want to sell, and without knowing more about it, I wouldn't get into it. But we shouldn't be concerned that a company is for sale. Maybe someone else will buy it, invest more, and make it even better.
There's an appetite in some quarters for a corporate manslaughter law. What is your party's position on that?
Well, first of all, I just want to acknowledge those lost 10 years ago today in Pike River. I can understand the demand for that. However, I think you've got to be very, very cautious about making laws in response to tragic events. If people can set out exactly why this is a good idea, regardless of that tragedy, then you should look at it. I'm always worried when people make a law as a way of offering sympathy to people after a tragedy, even 10 years later.
The family wants prosecution, though. Do you think that they should get prosecution in the case of that explosion that killed those men?
Well, again, prosecution decisions are rightly held with the police. I don't think it's right for someone like me to say who should be prosecuted. So I wouldn't comment on that. But I can understand the grief and the anger and the sense that there hasn't been clarity and the numerous inquiries and attempts to re-enter. I can understand all of that. But I just make the point that we never make good laws when we do it out of sympathy to one event. We've got to think about what are the good laws for all of New Zealand's future.
Is it not about justice, though? I mean, these men went to work and they died there, and no one's been held accountable. So the system might need to change as a result of that.
Yeah, it might well do, but it shouldn't change because we want to make a political point. It should change because we genuinely believe that the law we put in place will be the best one for all New Zealand over the long term.
Well, it's not about a political point. I mean, some of the affected families want a corporate manslaughter law.
Well, that's right.
Is that something that your party would consider, or have you?
Well, we consider it, but here's the thing: you're saying we should do it because people who were victims of a tragedy want it. We should consider their view, but we shouldn't make laws because there was a tragedy or because people who were acutely affected by that tragedy want it. There has to be a wider reason for the benefit of all New Zealand in the long term.
Do you think that's why the health and safety changes in 2015, where they went wrong, is because they were responding to a tragedy?
Look, that's a very interesting question. I haven't really thought enough about that. What I do know is that the health and safety changes, as Brooke Van Velden has reviewed them, actually made sense, but the government and the one after it didn't actually put in place the guidance. And what's happened as a result is that people are terrified of WorkSafe, who never tell you how to comply, but they'll come and whack you if you don't, even though you didn't know how to because they wouldn't tell you. So what Brooke Van Velden's doing is saying, well, WorkSafe's job is now to tell people how to be safe as well as punish people who are not safe. That missing piece for 10 years was, I think, the problem. Brooke Van Velden actually went around the country, listened to people in a whole lot of health and safety settings, and has put in a very practical solution. I'm very proud of her fixing what matters there.
Why was the meeting with the Minister called for today? I understand that the family said that they'd rather be at home today remembering their loved ones.
Sorry, this is...
The meeting with Brooke Van Velden.
Oh, well, you'd be better to ask her about the exact aspect of it, but as I understand it, they asked her for a meeting and she agreed to meet. As far as the exact timing and how people get their diaries lined up to be at the same place at the same time, look, I don't manage your calendar, so,
What do you think about the Smoke Free 2025 goal set in 2010 was to get smoking down to 5% of the population, adult population? It isn't quite there. The 6.8% smoking is basically flat, vaping's going up. Was that goal ever kind of achievable?
Well, look, I've always said, the government has three basic jobs when it comes to smoking. Make sure people are aware of the dangers, make sure people don't put extra costs on the health system and take healthcare away from other people, and make sure that people don't blow smoke in each other's faces. Now, 1991, the Smoke Free Environments Act stopped people smoking in the workplace and elsewhere, so that's done. The taxes that smokers pay vastly outweigh any cost they put on the healthcare, so that's done. and everyone knows smoking is bad. So, as far as I'm concerned, the job's done, and rather than haranguing a bunch of people, it might be, whether we agree or not, the one thing that really is special to them that they want to do. Okay, look, I'm not here to judge people, right? I'm not here to force moral judgments on people. When you do that, you just have a really tired society. All right, thank you very much, folks. Cheers. Hi, you guys are being thinned out. Some sort of is half of you on strike or something?
What do you make of Winston Peters wanting to repeal the Regulatory Standards Act?
Well, it's pretty worrying because that's Labor's position. It sounds like he's getting ready to go with Labor again.
Do you think he's trying to court Labor voters?
It's hard to know what he's trying to do from one day to the next. What's clear is that this is a landmark piece of legislation that ACT would never vote to get rid of. So if he wants to do that, he's got to go with Labor. What's more, for the best interests of New Zealand, we need to get on top of red tape and regulation. It's making us poorer, it's ruining people's lives, it's ruining our country, and the Regulatory Standards Act is there to do exactly that, cut the red tape long term.
It only received its royal assent 2 days ago. Does it take a bit of mickey of the coalition commitments if he's going back on that already?
He's honouring the coalition. My worry is that he seems to be lining up for a different kind of coalition, and this government literally can't afford for him to put Labor in again.
Is this respecting the conventions of Cabinet, though?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I mean, frankly, the government's position is to have the Regulatory Standards Act and continue to develop it. I would have thought of all the things we could be focused on right now for New Zealand, it would be how do we get the cost of living under control, get some economic activity back, rather than speculating about what you might do in another scenario that the voters haven't even had a say on yet.
You genuinely think he might jump ship to Labor?
Well, if his goal is to get rid of the Regulatory Standards Act, he's not going to get votes from us to do that, so he'd have to go with Labor.
So that would be a bottom line for you in a future coalition?
Of course. I mean, we worked on this for 20 years because red tape is strangling our country, and the Regulatory Standards Act is the way to deal with it. The reason it annoys so many people, it makes it so much harder to pass rules that are poorly thought out, affect your property rights and tie up your time in red tape.
Winston Peters said he never supported it from the word go. What do you make of that? I mean,
he signed a contract in black and white saying that he supported it. So that's his word, not just his word, but his signature.
Just on another topic, will you discuss Vietnam's refusal to extradite 2 security officials accused of committing sex crimes in New Zealand when you meet with the Deputy Prime Minister today?
Look, I've been asked to meet with the Deputy Prime Minister just as a sign of friendship. I'm not there to take diplomatic positions. I'll leave that to the diplomats and the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Isn't that a good opportunity, though, to bring it up?
Well, it probably would be if we hadn't already had people meeting at official level. I'm doing it as a meet and greet, not to put the hard word on someone I've only just met.
Why is the government pushing pause on puberty blockers?
Well, it's very simple. A lot of people are sensitive about this topic, but I firmly believe that children should be taught to value and love themselves for who they are, not be told that they need to change. That phenomenon over the last few years has been largely a social phenomenon, hence the exponential rise in diagnoses and prescription of puberty blockers. We've got the right balance by saying you can keep taking them if you're on them, but we're hitting pause on continuing to prescribe them until there's more evidence on what the long-term effects are, which is unclear.
Do you think it could have negative consequences, though, for young people who were looking to access them?
I think what's had negative consequences is this movement, this exponential increase in prescription, and this movement that if you're not happy with who you are, rather than learning to love yourself and your own identity, that maybe you need to change your identity. That I think has been corrosive for young people.
Just on that, you're saying that not for new prescriptions until there's greater evidence, but it's okay to continue those prescriptions for other people who already have them, or people who are trying to access puberty blockers for other reasons. Why is it safe enough for some but not for others?
Well, I think I can understand what you're getting at. It is a line ball call. There's uncertainty about the safety of them. However, there's also a cost to taking people off who are already on, and that cost is greater than the cost of not starting children who haven't used them yet. So you can understand that there's a trade-off there between risk and safety, and I think we've got it right under difficult circumstances.
Wouldn't it be a personal choice, the choice of these children with their families and their clinicians to make an informed choice for them, what is best for them, not the government telling them what is right for them.
Well, you might think that, but I also just noticed the way that there's been this exponential increase. It seems that it hasn't been a personal choice. If there was a background rate of children with gender dysphoria who were medically eligible to have these puberty blockers, then you would expect to see a steady rate over time. We had that for a long time, then we had this exponential spike, and that tells me there's something more than personal choice in medicine going on.
The exponential spike that you're referring to, do you know roughly how many people in total are accessing puberty blockers for gender dysphoria?
Oh, the numbers are small. They're in the dozens and hundreds, so not in the thousands or tens of thousands. Nonetheless, the numbers have increased radically and dramatically in a short space of time, and that's a trend that seems to have occurred around the world. It's also true that in the last year or two, in some countries you've seen a dramatic drop off. It seems that social pressure rather than medicine or personal choice has been at play here.
The Greens have called this an imported culture war. How do you respond to that?
Well, who imported it? I think they're importing it, frankly.
How confident are you in the government's 500 new police target? It looks like they're not going to make that target in time.
Well, it's always hard because people come and people go, and people argue about did you get your new ones in or they left, or did you fail to get your new ones in. As I understand it, they're recruiting them. But like a lot of workforces around New Zealand, there's also some loss. So, let's see where they get to, but I wouldn't say I'm not confident.
And the firefighters are on strike again. Should they withdraw the strike notice?
Well, they're threatening to, but that's between FENZ and the PFU. I know far better to get involved in that. Okay. All right, thank you, folks. Cheers. Hi folks, what a momentous day of generation shifting policy of the replacement resource management law. We have a great country, it's just so hard to actually build anything here. This will change that. I'm very proud to be part of it.
Do you expect that things like the MDRS would it even be needed under your new policy? And do you regret opposing MDRS?
Well, I certainly don't regret it. It was a terrible policy all along. There's going to be a new set of zones that councils will have to apply consistently up and down the country. And what exactly they are and the composition of them will be worked out as the new law comes into place, but I don't know why you think I regret it.
What would you say to someone who's upset that maybe their private view will no longer be considered within plans?
Well, as I said this morning, there will be submissions to Select Committee. I would say that it's about 95% there. No bill is 100% when it's introduced, and that's one area where I think many New Zealanders will want to submit, and the government will have to consider all submissions.
You said when you were opposing the MDRS that you opposed that people had a right to expect that the neighbourhood they brought into would kind of stay roughly the same. Do you stand by that? Do people have a right to accept that the neighbourhood is not developed?
Yeah, well, just a second. You've just said two different things and you've paraphrased something I never actually said. No, I've never actually said the things that you are saying I've said. I've said that people do have an interest in their surroundings. That is part of their property right. That needs to be balanced against development. That's the position I've always taken. I think the way that you're trying to categorise it is possibly a little mischievous.
Where would you put that line then between having a right to enjoy your property, including that not changing things from
well, often you can actually have win-win. So if I look at the area I represent in central Auckland, there are areas around train stations, there's areas around corridors, areas around town centres. It actually makes a lot of sense to develop, and a lot of people want to see that development occur. There are other areas where it's just completely crazy because the infrastructure is not there, the type of housing that's currently there will be disrupted by intensification, and that doesn't make so much sense. But that's exactly the sort of thing that people are arguing over with Plan Change 120 right now.
Just on environmental limits, and do bear with me, this isn't my area. So, but when councils can set those lower or lesser environmental limits, but they have to provide a justification, can you explain that process, how they would justify it, what they'd need to do?
Well, it has to be justified on the facts. So if you think about a different part of the country, there will be some places where the river runs very clear. It's a tradition that people swim in them, and they'll be very sensitive to the level of nutrient that gets into it. There will be other places where actually people don't really use the rivers for recreational purposes, but farming and particularly dairy is a very important part of the economy and employer of young people in the region, and they might have a different view. And I think we should be prepared to accommodate different perspectives in different parts of New Zealand.
So it'll be on a case-by-case basis.
That's right. Right.
And is it always that potentially economic interests win out over kind of environmental interests, or?
Well, I actually don't think that. I don't think that it's a zero-sum game trading off economic and environmental interests. I gave the example at the stand-up this morning of where, under the Resource Management Act, they managed to pollute the harbour, kill the oysters, and not build any homes. Our goal is to be able to do both. Making it easier to build infrastructure is one way to do that, because people can live side by side with nature while also installing the infrastructure to protect the environment, such as water treatment plants.
Should neighbours still be able to stop?
I see Simon's here. He knows a lot more.
Should neighbourhoods still be able to stop densification if they don't want apartment blocks in the neighbourhood?
Well, it depends. I mean, if it's going to work with the neighbourhood and it's intensification that everybody wants, then I think people should actually have their voice heard. If, on the other hand, it's something that people say, well, look, I don't think that this can quite work in the area I'm in, then I think they should be able to have their voice heard there too. The question is, are people being listened to or are people being ignored? And I think on balance, if people are part of any changes that occur, you get to better outcomes.
Mr. Court, you became a MP 5 years ago. You've now had a hand in one of the biggest potential changes to our regulatory system. How does that feel?
I'm very proud. As a civil engineer, I battled the Resource Management Act for nearly 25 years, having to explain to people over and over that actually we could build and protect the environment. So I'm very proud of what we've achieved. Certainly when it comes to strengthening private property rights, I'm proud as an ACT MP as well.
Did you get everything you wanted?
I think it'd be fair to say that the reform we've seen today goes much, much further than if ACT had not been in the room.
What are the key parts that ACT advocated for?
The regulatory relief mechanism. So if councils want to pick up a felt tip and start colouring in your property with rules that harm your property and really don't deliver a lot of public value, there needs to be a cost on councils to do that. And maybe they'll prioritise and just choose to protect the really special places. And of course a planning tribunal, a referee on the field finally for people who feel councils have treated them unfairly when it comes to consent decisions or just asking them for a whole lot of information that simply slows down the process. So there's two really good wins for ACT that strengthen private property rights in the new system.
Simon, how different is this from what David Parker was going to introduce and pass?
Well, it's different in the sense that we're aiming to have the whole thing implemented in 3 years, and we're going to put the resources behind the reform to do that, whereas Parker was 10 years. And he also had introduced a whole lot of weird novel concepts about the environment that judges and lawyers couldn't tell us what they meant. We're just sticking with tried and true jurisprudence. We're going to continue with spatial planning. It's important that people know where the infrastructure is going, so I'll definitely credit Parker and all the other urbanists who've told us we need to do that. But this is quite a radically different reform. It's a slimmed down system, the scope of the system's far less, and of course private property rights are strengthened.
Are you a YIMBY?
Am I a YIMBY? Do I want a country where we can build and where young people can aspire to own their own home? Absolutely, 100%.
Do you think some neighbourhoods should be protected from that voting bloc?
I think that every neighbourhood should have the right to have a say about plans that affect their city and where and how they live, 100%.
Yeah, I got to say, look, you're getting into this really sad, cartoonish dichotomy between people that just want to build absolutely everything, absolutely everywhere, and people who don't want any development at all. And actually, neither of those positions are held by anyone that I'm aware of. In any scenario, any planning system, anywhere in the world, there are going to be people who have a view and they want a process where their view is heard. There will be compromises on both sides. What we are doing is putting in place a planning regime that gives faster decisions, better consultation, that actually goes somewhere if it's necessary or doesn't if it doesn't, and people get more stuff built and more sympathy between neighbours than they'd have under forcing whole planning regimes from on high versus having the ability for people to stop any development ever happening anywhere. And that's where we're playing. We're not in your sort of two dichotomies. I think it's a really unfortunate way to have the debate.
What are your thoughts on the last night's poll, a bit of a bump in support for ACT?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's polls where we go down, there's polls where we go up. Obviously, it's a nice way to end the year in that particular poll. But today, if people think about the 9th of December 2025, they're going to say this was the day that Simon Cord and Chris Bishop brought out generational change in planning law. Nobody will even remember that there was a poll on the 8th of December the night before.
You
obviously thought enough about it to send out a specific press release or specific email to party supporters, asking for more support there. So, I mean, you can't really brush it off and do that at the same time.
I hate to tell you this, but political parties sending out fundraising emails is not really news.
So you're hoping to get more fundraising off the back of that poll? I mean,
I tell you what, and we have. I mean, the amount of people that have actually, in tough economic times, people that have actually donated. Some people giving $10, but they're giving money because they want to see ACT succeed, because they see the kind of difference we can make.
And so it helps when they can see that reflected in the polls as well, the popularity, the fact that you could, be part of another government and be part of further changes or policies.
Well, I think there's no question people want to join a winning team. All right, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, she had a petition outside Parliament today saying you breached the Cabinet manual when you had those regulatory standards derangement syndrome posts. Do you think that went too far? Any regrets about those posts?
No, not at all. And frankly, I think what people need every now and then is a sense of humour. If you make factually incorrect statements and all that happens is someone makes a bit of fun of you, I think that's a pretty good outcome.
Any message to Tory whānau? That was her last political statement she's going to make.
Oh, okay. Well, I really hope that whatever she chooses to do next, she has a very good life and she finds happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi folks, how are you?
Why are interest rates going up under your government?
Well, it's actually a decision for banks to make based on their judgment of the economic conditions. Those are driven by all sorts of things, what's happening overseas, what's happening in New Zealand. But the effect of this government is carefully managing our spending to take pressure off inflation and thereby interest rates, and that's why you've seen those two things come down dramatically while we've been in power.
Is it worrying that wholesale rates are heading up?
Well, obviously everyone would like to be able to borrow cheaper. That frees up cash in the economy, means that people have more to spend going into Christmas, and that's been a positive thing for most people. However, you can see banks have to make their judgment, and I would never interfere in a bank's ability to choose its own policies. It's up to them and their customers to work out what they want to do.
The government's built a significant part of its economic narrative on interest rates coming down. Does this put you in a bit of a difficult spot?
Well, let's look at this. I mean, we came in at 5.5% OCR, we're now down to 2%. We've come down 3.5%, and one bank has put it up 0.3%. I would say on balance it puts us in a very strong position.
Australia has moved to ban social media for under 16s. What's the ex-party's position on whether that should be introduced here?
Look, it's a very complicated thing. Parents are deeply concerned about social media, but not every solution is the right one. I think we should meet parents' concern with a thoughtful response, and that starts with watching what happens in Australia today. The whole world's watching Australia because no one really knows what's going to happen, and there's good argument. It could actually make things worse if it drives children into worse parts of the internet and stops them wanting to talk to their parents about it.
Is there more of a middle ground?
Well, at the moment we've got a select committee inquiry that reports back in February. We've got our Minister Erica Stanford working on a response from the government, and we've got at least a couple of months over the summer to see how it works in Australia. I would say after that you might want to start thinking about how do we respond as a country, but I can tell you for every serious problem there is a solution that is simple and wrong, and we shouldn't knee-jerk or leapfrog into it. Many times in the past the ACT Party has called into question the popular answer to something. We've been proven right. You look at the Arms Act, you look at the earthquakes, you look at the Zero Carbon Act, all of those things being reversed now because we got it right by just being a little bit more thoughtful.
Stanford says she wants to do this by the end of the term. Would you support that type of pace?
Well, I'm just watching. I mean, there's a lot of countries trying different things at the moment. Australia's just the latest and probably the most extreme example, actually. So let's see how it works for them. I hope it's a raging success, then we'll know what to do. But it may be that they also discover that there's some problems, and then we'll know what to avoid.
Do you regret initiating that select committee inquiry, given, I guess, the direction that it seems to be going in the next today?
Well, no, I mean, I did it because I want to find out more, and that's what we're doing. All right, thanks, guys. Hi folks, it's a fantastic day for the nation's hempsters, with needless reefer madness laws being removed in order that people who want to grow hemp in this fast-growing industry will have a lot less red tape and regulation. It's a very good example of the Ministry for Regulation making life easier for industrious people.
Giving them a hemping ministry, the Ministry for Regulations, the regulatory impact statement shows that police and customs had some concerns about that. What's your response to that?
Well, they did have concerns, and we had to really work through with them that hemp is not cannabis, and it's actually really silly to grow cannabis with hemp. If you want to grow illicit drugs, then A, the hemp just attracts attention, and B, the cross-pollination actually destroys the cannabis content. So if you are into that, don't grow it near hemp.
It says that Customs removed their concerns, but does that mean police still had concerns about this?
Well, they initially did, but I think we managed to talk the Minister and Customs and police around. At the end of the day, the police, of course, would always like to restrict the range of things you can do in order to make their policing job easier, but we also have to stand up for people's freedom and right to build businesses and enjoy their lives.
What's your current position on legalisation of cannabis? Is it a conversation that needs to be had again?
Look, my position's always, but I don't know, when you say current position, I'm not that changeable. But I voted.
Who's going to influence your thoughts on something?
Well, I'd like to think I'm quite consistent in my views, but look, I voted yes in the referendum for a very simple reason. I think the most dangerous transaction in New Zealand is when someone goes to a cannabis dealer and gets upsold to pee. And so I believe in the long term that we should relax our stance, but it's not something that I'm going to make a big campaign over. We had a referendum, the people voted, they had a say. I'm not going to relitigate it right now.
Minister, the United Nations recently released a report saying New Zealand was at serious risk of weakening Māori rights. It called out the disestablishment of the Māori Health Authority and the minimisation of the role of the Treaty of Waitangi. So this is from the United Nations.
Yeah.
Do you take that seriously?
No.
Why not?
Because it's the United Nations.
Do you have any concerns at all about the...
I mean, let's be realistic. This is an organisation that puts people from Zimbabwe in charge of the environment, that has people from Middle Eastern countries that have no regard for women's rights go on the Human Rights Council. I mean, the UN's a joke.
Leading Māori health advocates.
Well, if they couldn't be taken seriously here in New Zealand, why do they have to go over to New York or Geneva to find someone that would listen to them?
Does the UN join across the board? Is there any more agencies?
No, it does a few things that are actually valuable. For example, it helps us get refugees, but whenever they get into political causes and try to tell us how to run our country when we're being lectured by people from third world countries with disastrous environmental and human rights records, that's a joke.
Should we think about leaving the UN?
Sorry?
Should we think about leaving the UN?
No, because there's some things like, it helps New Zealand identify refugees to come here. The Food and Agriculture Organisation, the FAO, that's really valuable to us. So there are some practical things, and I think it is useful for the world to have a place to talk. But when they start lecturing us about our domestic politics, that's a joke.
Is it going to get any better or any stronger, more robust if comments like this, which have the ability to undermine the UN and its influence on things?
How do you mean?
Do you think that the UN is going to improve by people
by
like yourself making comments like this?
Me tolerating absolutely laughable conclusions from the UN won't make them stronger. They need to be called out when they make crazy comments.
So how do you constructively strengthen?
Well, like I just said, look, there's some practical and useful things they do. We should support that. The world needs a place to talk. We should support that. But a lot of this politicised stuff they do, it's just a bunch of activists who didn't get a hearing in their own country go and lecture others, and that sounds like exactly what's happened here.
So you're quite closed off then to any sort of external voice outside of New Zealand having a perspective on our race relations?
Yeah, pretty much, because New Zealand has a really great record on race relations. There's not many countries that should lecture New Zealand on race relations. For example, I lived in Canada for 5 years. Canada has no right to lecture New Zealand on race relations. Australia, you look at their treatment of Indigenous people throughout the history of their country, they have no right to lecture us, and I'd put the United States in that category too. There's no other countries that have the kind of settler Indigenous relations that New Zealand has. And I would say New Zealand has done the best out of countries that were settled in the same sequence. So, who are we actually supposed to be listening to on this topic?
If there are certain Māori leaders who feel like they cannot get a voice or a fair hearing here in New Zealand, what should they do?
Well, I think they should first of all ask what is it that they're trying to be heard on, because often if you're not getting a fair hearing, it could be people just disagree with you, and that's legitimate, and nobody by dint of their race has a right to be heard and have everyone agree with them.
Just with your ACT Party leader hat on, perhaps not your Associate Finance Minister hat on, who would you back between the
restrictions?
Oh, look, it's like my sisters arguing with my auntie. I like both of them, and I kind of seem to like both of them more than they like each other right now. I just want to get my hands on some of the fudge. I mean, apparently you guys all got sent it. Can you share some?
None of that for the press gallery. What do you make of it?
Are you sure? They didn't send it to you. If I was running that campaign, I'd send it to you.
You're not backing your finance minister to win this one.
No, I'm not taking it that seriously, to be honest.
What do you make of the campaign, though, if it's incoming criticism from the right of the government over spending?
Well, I think that we should have a culture of free speech, and I happen to believe that it's important that the government is tight on the finances. So I listen to people from the CTU and Greenpeace and all these people running these campaigns all the time, often getting their facts wrong. I think people have a right to do it.
Is Nicola Willis tight enough on the finances?
Well, I think it's pretty well known that the ACT Party would like to be tighter than the rest of the coalition, but also that we support the government's position and are proud to be there because this coalition's a much better deal than the other clowns.
Are you a member of the Taxpayers Union?
No. I think there's a perception that ACT and the Taxpayers Union are one and the same. It's a little bit like saying Coke and Pepsi, because they both like cola, must be one and the same. Actually, they're more competitors than allies or friends.
Are you going to go?
I have a question about Pharmac.
Yeah.
Have you seen the report that there is going to be an increase, a 50% increase in cancer diagnoses in the next
Yeah, I
few
have.
years? Are we able to cope with that?
Well, this is why we've massively increased the amount of funding, 604 million extra, dozens of extra cancer drugs, hundreds of thousands of people getting treatments that weren't available 2 years ago. I'm changing the way that Pharmac applies for funding so that if Pharmac can actually save the government money elsewhere, then they can get extra funding. So we're effectively uncapping the budget. And then we've also started funding cancer treatment in private settings. If you pay your taxes, you pay for your private insurance, you should get the option. So right across the board, I am retooling Pharmac to be a totally different organisation. Even my worst enemies will admit I've done well there.
Did you get any advice from officials on that uncapping, essentially uncapping the budget, on how that might impact Pharmac when it's doing market negotiations? Was there any worry there that it might stop them being able to get a good price?
Well, I said effectively uncapping. What we've done is we've said, look, that they have to work within their budget, but if they can show the Treasury that actually funding Pharmac more will save more elsewhere, then that's a really positive thing. So the one that everyone likes, I'm not saying that this is what we're doing, but a lot of people talk about Wegovy or Ozempic and say, look, if that saves us from kidney transplants, it's got to be a good thing. More of that sort of thinking. Doesn't mean that we're we're not really removing the cap, but we're getting rid of that capped mentality is probably a better way to put it.
To be clear, your officials were worried about how that would impact their negotiating position with drug companies, right?
No, you're the first person to raise it, so maybe you should be a Pharmac advisor.
What are your thoughts on the US's proposal for visiting New Zealanders to have to share their social media from the past 5 years and family details?
Well, the United States has the right to set its own policy. All I'd say is that Kiwis are a pretty friendly bunch. Don't pry too hard on us.
Are you expecting to go to Waitangi next year?
Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah. What sort of reception are you expecting, given the reception you got last year when they took the?
Well, it's funny. I heard about a hui up north, I think in Kaikohe, where Te Pāti Māori didn't show up, and someone said, you know what? At least David Seymour shows up, and there was a big murmur of agreement.
On the USS issue, though, I mean, it's one of our most important trading partners. It's part of a trend making it more difficult to get into the US. Is that going to be a problem for us?
Well, I don't think the Deputy Prime Minister of New Zealand having a crack at them will make things any easier.
What's the ACT Party's position on the potential transfer of stewardship land on the West Coast to iwi?
Look, it's a government policy. We've supported a wider deal that allows a lot more activity. I think that's a good thing. And if it also comes with transfer to iwi, then we've had a history of settlements, of treaty settlements for a long time. Sometimes some public land goes to Māori. Probably not the way I would do it if I could start New Zealand 180 years ago, but it's where we are.
How would you do it?
180 years ago.
Well, how would you do it now?
I would have passed the Regulatory Standards Act in 1852 and respected property from the beginning.
What was your preferred course of action now rather than what they're going?
Given I was not elected in 1852, I would say that we got to look at the reality of the Ngāi Tahu settlement. It does mean that there's a claim on the divestment of public land. You have to work within the law, and if it also means we get more mining and more jobs in the South Island, then it's great.
So you're comfortable with where it's landed?
Well, I accept it. I wouldn't say I'm comfortable. I would accept that it's the reality, and I don't think that we're going to get anywhere by relitigating treaty settlements in the spirit or the letter in this country, so we've just got to work through that. All right, thank you. Oh, hi team, how are you?
Oh, you know. You good?
Yeah, happy to. You got anything more to say than that? Or?
No, I mean, what do you think about the mega ministry? MCERT or McCurt or however you say it?
Look, I said in May we have too many ministries. This merger is a step in the right direction towards a smaller, more efficient government. But the ACT Party says we're going to have to go a lot further in this direction to have a government that's truly affordable and responsive for New Zealanders.
What other ministries do you want to merge?
Well, you could make a list if you like, but I just make the point. Ireland has 16. We're a country of the same population. We could do it with a lot less complicated government. It'd cost less and it'd be more responsive to people's needs.
Isn't the coalition agreement and the way that the parties work and parties wanting more portfolios to blame for that too?
Well, that certainly sits at the table as it is set today. Having been in government, I believe it's an urgent need that we reset it, and that's what we intend to campaign on next year, to set the table with fewer places in the future.
To what extent did Cabinet discuss, the further merging of potential ministries?
Well, if there's any Cabinet discussion, I'm going to stay mum on that because I know the rules. I try and keep things secret. But it's something that I believe will have more and more active consideration.
What's the right amount of ministries, do you think?
Well, look, Ireland does it with 16. I mean, I've said, look, we should have at most 30. That's twice as many as Ireland. You could have 20 cabinet ministers. That way you can have no more than 2 ministries per minister and only 1 minister per ministry. Then you get some alignment and some focus on what you're actually trying to do.
How much smaller could the new mega ministry be than the existing ministries put together, do you think?
Well, the projection is that it's actually going to save quite a lot more money each year in the future than it costs to do the initial merger, and so that I see as a positive thing.
How much is it supposed to save?
Look, it's not my direct area, so I'm not going to try and quote off the top of my head, but I think it's something like $30 million a year.
How concerning is the Haifu results out? I mean, we've got the surplus pushed out to 2030.
Yeah, look, it's deeply concerning. The ACT Party has long said that we need to save money. We've played an honourable role as part of this government in driving the savings, and it seems the need to do that has intensified today.
How badly do we need superannuation reform?
Well, we clearly need to look at all the things the government is saving money on and work out how we're going to cut our cloth, because ultimately there's either going to be more taxes, including on your house, or we're going to have a smaller and more efficient government. As people live longer and have fewer children, there are more super annuitants, fewer taxpayers paying tax to support super. There is an obvious change that just about every country we compare ourselves with is making, and that is now inevitable in New Zealand. The question is, are we going to make that change slowly and gradually in our own time, or have it foisted on us by some financial crisis in the future?
Does the Bondi shooting give the ACT Party any food for thought on the gun reforms that you were proposing?
I just find that question incredible. What you're really saying is that you think we're wrong. A couple of things about that. Number one, it's exactly what you were saying. I heard. No, that's not the phrasing. That's not the phrase. That's not the phrasing you used. Let me answer that.
Can I ask again?
Okay, go for it.
Has the Bondi shooting changed the party's position on government?
Well, no, it hasn't, because not all the facts are known. So who would change their position before they knew any of the facts? Number one question. Number two, so far as we do know anything, a guy that shouldn't have had a licence, who was on a terror watch list, was given a licence. That's a failure of administration, so you wouldn't change your policy on that. Number three, Australia was long held out to be the country that had the best gun laws in the world. So, before you ask us, have we had food for thought, and ask us to do some sort of mea culpa, you might want to get some of the facts right about what's happened in a really tragic situation. Any other questions? Yeah, sure.
What about shorter licensing periods, or increased vetting, that sort of thing?
Well, that would be for Australia, and I'm not going to get into their politics.
You were seeing the Haifu numbers. I mean, do you think more fiscal restraint is required, and is it urgent?
It's critical that we hold the line, and it's clear that what the ACT Party's been saying, we need to save money. We've played an honourable role in saving money in this country, and we continue to do that through this budget process. But it seems clear that in the long term, bigger adjustments are required. There is more demand for the type of politics that ACT has been advocating, because the alternative is more taxes and eventually a tax on your house.
Would you be looking for something quite, something that actually cuts into entitlement levels and what people are allowed to get?
Well, I mean, I think inevitably people are going to look at the situation with superannuation. They're going to say, look, people are living longer, having fewer children, there's fewer taxpayers, there's more people remaining on super, but people are also healthier and able to work longer. So just about every country we like to compare ourselves with is making changes in response to those numerical facts. The dilemma for New Zealand is, do we make the change slowly and deliberately on our own terms, or have it foisted on us by some future financial crisis? That's something where ACT has always been principled, not always popular, but I think it's becoming clearer and clearer with each year.
Do you see working for families as an area where there might be some fat to try?
Yeah, it's devilishly complicated because there's so many different configurations of how many children, how many income earners, how much income. But I've always questioned whether it's not possible to tax and transfer less money and maintain reasonable abatement rates so you don't have poor incentives. I don't think anyone's really done the work on that for actually a decade now, and I think it's definitely an area we should be looking at.
The Finance Minister specifically defended work for families, and she said that's what the taxpayers generally want to cut work for families to zero. And she doesn't think that she visits
Yeah,
too much
but look,
misery.
I'm not here. I'm
not
here to debate the taxpayers union. I feel I'm caught in the middle of that one. What I would say is, look, working for families as a concept, sure, but has the fine tuning been done to make it really work for everybody over the last decade? It's sort of been on autopilot, and you have people who lose a lot of money when they work more. That's bad because it discourages people from working, and you also have a lot of transfers to people who maybe would prefer to pay less tax in the first place. So I think it's an open discussion.
Sorry, you might probably been asked this already, but is a surplus by 2030 good enough?
Look, it's the numbers that we have. The ACT Party's played an honourable role in driving savings in this government, and clearly the demand for that drive has just increased today. Can I also just say that the question that should have been asked about Bondi is, what are we doing about anti-Semitism? It's easy to say, oh, well, maybe we just give people food for thought on their gun laws. The reality is that anti-Semitism has been tolerated, allowed, and shamefully by some encouraged for far too long. That's why people are dead, and that is what we need to address, and I'm looking forward to addressing it in the House.
We're entitled to ask you questions about laws in New Zealand.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're not entitled, just try and ask better ones. See you later. Howdy folks, you've nearly survived 25. I want to thank you all for your participation in David versus the Media, a very popular series, and hope to be back next year for more.
Do you have a reaction to this settlement that was announced this morning?
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to put things right, and if you can do that either by the common law or by parliamentary statute, depending on which settlement you're talking about, then that's a good thing.
And you're happy with how the arrangement went? The one that was announced by Judith Collins this morning?
Right, that one, okay, because there's also Kōrere Paul Pa, so I didn't know which one you're talking about. Look, it is only fair that people have the right to have their day in court. They've done this under trust law, which goes back literally hundreds of years from when knights used to go off on crusades and leave their assets in trust. You can't be against that. These people had land taken off them. They went to court, they re-established their rights, and now they're being compensated for that detriment. That's how the law should work if you believe in common law and property rights.
Thank you.
No problem.
And there's also a new report out from Westpac that shows that consumer confidence is starting to lift. Does that give you optimism for the year ahead?
It fits with what I'm hearing out there in the streets. People say that they're starting to have busy days again in retail. Tradies are starting to say that they're actually getting some bookings for next year. So right across the country, wherever I go, rural, urban, people are starting to feel a bit positive. I'm always a bit cautious because we had this at the start of this year, and then of course with the whole Trump tariff thing, we took a nosedive through the winter, but it does feel like things are more positive again.
Are you confident with the amount of debt on the horizon for the government?
I think that the New Zealand government has a long-term challenge. As people live longer, have fewer children, there's more people who are taking out, and there are fewer people who are paying tax to make it work. We have to confront that. I won't be popular for saying it, but as a patriotic New Zealander and a politician with a duty in this parliament, we need to start being a bit honest about our future. There are some people who want more and new taxes. I oppose that. I want a smaller, more efficient government that we can afford with our current taxes, or ideally less tax.
I guess that begs the question though, what is the solution?
Well, you're probably not going to go through the whole debate here, but there's basically what is the efficiency of the services we offer. Often you look at a government department has far more staff than any business in the private sector would ever employ to do the same thing. What is the scope of the services that are offered? There's too many departments doing too many things in my view. You know, Ireland has 16 ministers and 16 government departments. We got about 40. and yet they have the same population as us. We've got nearly 3 times as much government. That can't be right. And then there's the amount of cash entitlement. So at the moment, just about every other country is changing their age of entitlement to superannuation. Eventually, we're going to have to ask ourselves, people live longer, have fewer children as taxpayers than they did in, say, the 1960s, then you're going to have a change.
Just expanding on that a little bit, the Secretary to the Treasury yesterday said that the number of superannuants is going to rise from about 950,000 to about 1.1 million over the forecast period. That's going to come with a huge financial bill. What's your solution to tackling that?
Well, these are people that have worked hard all their lives, and they're entitled to get something for what they were promised when they started their careers. But equally, there's a simple mathematics. People used to have like 9 children in the middle of the 1950s and 60s. Some still do, but it's rare. And so therefore you've got fewer taxpayers. People used to die in their late 60s or early 70s. Now we live a whole extra 10 years on average, which is great, but it just means the amount of people drawing super and the number of taxpayers left to pay for it has shifted, and potentially shifting the age is an important debate New Zealand has to have. They do it in Australia, America, Canada, Britain, Germany, Ireland, Italy. Just about every country you think about is making these changes. We are going to have to bite that bullet. Now, if we don't, it will be forced on us. There'll be a big earthquake or a pandemic or some sort of financial crisis in the future, and then they'll say, oh, we can't afford it, we're going to have to make the change suddenly, and then people will be very upset.
ACT and National share similar views on the issue of superannuation. New Zealand First, of course, is strongly in the other way, favouring the other way, I guess. Do you think that National and ACT make it a bottom line in negotiations in the future? Will you take that to the election campaign, and will you hold that against New Zealand First?
Just hold your horses, Mikey. Elections next year. I know you're excited about it, but we just got to hold your horses. Yeah, it is. It is. Look, we'll get to those sorts of things next year. It's actually up to the voters. What I'd say to people is, look, we love this country. We want it to be sustainable. Something to think about over the summer, if I can be so bold, is how are we going to make sure that we pay our way without more taxes? Because if all our answers are to put another tax on things people do, I guarantee you people will vote with their feet and leave to places like Australia where their taxes overall are already lower.
Are you happy with the road cone pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've gone out, we've learned something, and now we move forward with new rules that are going to tackle the problem. There'll be some people that will say, oh, you never should have done it because you didn't get enough complaints. Actually, I think you have to be prepared to try things, and once you know how they've worked out, be prepared to change course, and that's exactly what the government's done.
Was it a good use of money though?
Yeah, absolutely, because if you were sitting back a year ago saying this is one of the biggest problems we have, it's causing congestion and frustration, we need to get to the bottom of it. If you do something that rules out an option, that's called progress. If you want people that know all the answers on day one, you can find people that will tell you they do, but I tell you most of the time they don't.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, folks. See you later.